Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. In drama and fiction, newspapermen are invariably tough, hard-boiled characters. In real life, this is, well, it's not necessarily true, although several newspapermen I've known were as colorful as anything fiction has ever had to offer. Mike, whom you'll meet in a moment, is based on a real person who actually works for the European edition of a famous American newspaper. Not only is the character real, but, many of the stories which Mike tells are also based on fact. The tale you're going to hear today, for instance, you may even recognize from the headlines in your newspaper of, not so long ago. In a moment, Mike will introduce you to another mystery solved and signed with his own unmistakable trademark. Europe Confidential.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Why have they sent you, Mike? Because you are so experienced in espionage?
Well, of course not. That isn't the reason.
Then you know, Mike, you know why people like you are sent on missions like this?
No, I can't say I do.
Because you do not matter at all, that is why. Because they do not care what happens to you one little bit. Because you are, how do you say, expendable.
I write a column called Europe Confidential for the Paris edition of an American paper. You know, it's a strange thing, but the Army and I never got along very well together. Somehow I never rose above the rank of private. And maybe it was because the brass hats and I never quite saw eye to eye. Well, this story I want to tell you is about my same old European beat, but switch the clock back a few years, 1943 to be precise, and picture private detention before a certain general who was about as happy as a nature lover in the wintertime. And the reason for his happiness, yours truly.
I don't know why they don't take you out of here and put you behind a newspaper desk. As a soldier, you're about the worst I have in my army.
Well, thank you, General. It's nice to have confirmation.
You mean you agree?
No, sir. I mean your officers have been telling me that ever since we hit the English coast.
Trouble with you newspaper guys, you don't know the meaning of discipline.
Sir, I'd like to see you in the city room of the Chronicle making us slope typewriters. You'd be a riot.
I'd like you to remember, I am your commanding officer.
Yes, sir. Would the fact that you don't like me as a soldier have anything to do with the fact that we worked for rival newspapers back home? That I once scooped you on a very important assignment?
Nothing at all. The newspaper business is a long way behind me. The Army's my career now.
Yes, sir.
Now listen. You report to the address on this slip of paper. It's a tailor on Savile Row. The tailor has his instructions. He's to make you 3 suits, including the full suit and fish, and the whole outfit, so it'll be ready in 48 hours.
What?
Wait a minute. It gets worse. You go to the Savoy Hotel. You know where that is?
Yes, sir.
A room is reserved there for you. You'll register as a civilian. For purposes of cutting red tape, you're going to be a civilian.
Oh.
But here are your papers. You'll be taking a trip pretty soon. Yes, we're sending you away from all these bombs. Isn't that awful?
Yes, sir.
I wish we were dropping you by parachute into Berchtesgaden. But as it is, you're going to a nice, cozy, neutral country to have a long visit with a beautiful girl. It's discouraging. I tell you, this whole army is as nutty as a fruitcake. I didn't say that, did I?
No, sir, you didn't.
Yes, the Allied Command is sending you on a holiday, and you're traveling as a civilian with the rank of a full colonel.
That's what I mean about brass. An unfriendly attitude. Unnecessary, I call it. Since we were old newspaper buddies, why couldn't the general have been nice? Well, if he was, I guess he wouldn't have been a general. Of course, if you look at it that way, I was going to have to begin changing my loyalties, because according to my papers, I was part of the brass now myself. I got my new suits, and then they sent me to see a certain Captain Smith. I don't think that was his real name. He was something very high in the hush-hush department. It was all set up for midnight on the right side of Cleopatra's Needle. Oh, I can tell you the whole thing was very cloak and dagger.
I say, could you give me a light?
We're not supposed to show a light.
That's correct. What was in the bottle?
Jenkins' ear.
Good out. How did Morgan die?
He died at Governor.
Splendid. All the answers perfectly correct. Silly questions, what? Silly answers, too, come to think of it. But the silliness makes it easier to remember, I always think.
All right, if you say so, Captain Smith.
Let's get down to cases. We have borrowed you from your people because of your special qualifications. Languages, looks, a certain rather celebrated aptitude for the opposite sex, and a fair share of unmitigated gall. Plus a knowledge of Europe and some of the people you'll be meeting.
Yes, sir.
Don't call me sir. Remember, this isn't the army. Not strictly speaking. No, this is another show. What do you think of spying?
Well, I don't know. I never tried.
It's a dirty business, of course. Absolutely filthy. But then it's a profession like anything else.
Yeah, I suppose so.
For one thing, the pay is abominable. That's why so many of the regular pros turn double agent on us. You know what a double agent is, don't you?
Well, yeah, I guess so. An agent who sells out to another power.
Yes. We're on to most of that lot, of course. We use them when we can, but it's always sticky. No doubt about that. Sticky.
Another one of those V2s.
That was in Chelsea, I'd say. Appalling weapons, aren't they? Guided missiles.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something, because it's going to be part of your job. This V2 is nothing.
So?
Jerry is getting ready with something a great deal worse in the same line. About 10 times worse, according to our information. Yes, somewhere in Europe, more than 100 feet underground, there's a factory where they're busy perfecting quite a new thing. We have got to stop them. Want to help?
Well, sure, but how?
Your work has to do with an agent of ours working in Istanbul. You didn't ever happen to meet a female named Greenall, did you?
No, I don't think so.
Reddish blonde, sometimes auburn. Grey eyes, rather tall, speaks 8 languages perfectly, 5 or 6 more well enough. She's been a professional agent for more than 15 years. Good at her work, too. Yes, she's been quite valuable to us off and on. This, it appears, is one of the off times.
Oh?
Very much off. She was due to send us something rather important. You know, I gave you a hint about that.
You mean this new rocket factory? Grenoble has the information about where it is, and she won't send it.
Worse. She's given us false information. We think the Germans have some sort of hold over her. Blackmail or something beastly. We'd like you to see if you can't get some sort of line on just what it is. We don't really expect you to succeed, but go down and have a try, won't you?
Yeah, but what do I do? Where do I go?
You'll receive sealed instructions when you get on the plane. Details, background, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, but look...
See that car across the way?
Yeah?
It's waiting to take you to the airport. Well, good hunting.
Hey, pilot! Pilot!
Yes?
That doesn't look like the Bosphorus to me.
No, it doesn't at that.
Looks like the Atlantic Ocean.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
But don't you know what it says in my instructions?
Oh, mustn't tell that, you know. Those instructions are supposed to be secret.
Well, that's all very well, but I'm under orders to proceed to Istanbul. And here we are in... Well, where are we, anyway?
Well, this flight isn't part of your show at all. We just happen to be carrying you, if you see what I mean. A little out of your way, of course, but there's an awful lot of red tape attached to getting in and out of these neutral countries.
Yeah, but look, my instructions...
Don't worry. There's bound to be some one of our chaps waiting to take you the rest of your journey tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, relax and enjoy Lisbon. We're coming in now.
Oh, so that's where we are.
Yes, better fasten your seatbelt. Wizard Place, Lisbon.
Sure enough, they had me all fixed up for a flight to Turkey in the morning. Well, I wasn't complaining. There weren't any rockets falling on Lisbon, and anyway, it's always been one of my favorite places for having a good time. I checked into the hotel, changed into my new white tie and tails, and took a cab out to the casino at Estoril.
Comment vas-tu?
Genevieve, what are you doing in Lisbon?
Oh, my dear, in this city there are two things we try to avoid. The first is never, unless it is absolutely necessary, to address a friend by name. After all, you know one's name may not be one's name anymore.
All right, honey, but what's the second rule?
It is the most strict one. We observe it very carefully.
Yeah, fine, but you can't expect me to obey the law if I don't know it.
You asked me what I was doing in Lisbon.
Oh, that's it.
Chérie, no matter what the provocation, we never, under any circumstances, ask each other what we are doing in Lisbon.
Well, I'm perfectly willing to tell you what I'm doing.
Oh, don't bother.
Well, why not? I've got a good job.
Oh?
Yep. I represent the biggest Swedish manufacturers of ball bearings. And tomorrow I'm going up to Stockholm.
To Stockholm? By way of Istanbul?
You mean you know?
Oh, chérie, in Lisbon these days, everyone knows everything about everybody, and no one asks anybody anything.
Oh.
The first is a question of pride, and the second of politesse. Oh, it's very warm in here. Shall we go out on the terrace?
Am I allowed to answer that one, or must I tell you in code? What are we allowed to talk about now?
Oh, why should we talk?
That's true. Why should we?
Ah, it was a nice kiss. You still do that very nicely, Mike, but...
What's the joke?
You're such a terrible spy.
Yeah, I guess I am at that.
Now listen, Mike. I've always liked you. I am not working for your people, but I know what you are up to. Don't go to Istanbul.
Well, I haven't got any choice, honey, but I think I'd go anyway. You know me, curious as a cat. Why shouldn't I go?
They put you onto something terribly big, Mike. Terribly important.
Well, that's very flattering, isn't it? Tell me, what do you know about a woman called Grinnell?
Oh, she's been an agent a long time. I do not know her, but I've seen her once in Saint-Maurice and again in Deauville. Please, Mike, do not go to Istanbul. It is not the woman Grinnell. It is a situation. I tell you, it is too big for an amateur. It is too big for anyone.
Maybe, but well, I'm a lousy soldier. This is more like the old newspaper days. They've at least given me a chance to handle this deal.
And why? Why have they sent you, Mike? Because you are so experienced in espionage?
Well, of course not. That isn't the reason.
Then you know, Mike. You know why people like you are sent on missions like this.
No, I can't say I do.
Because you do not matter at all, that is why. Because they do not care what happens to you one little bit. Because you are, oh, how do you say, expendable.
Well, I was on my way and I'd been warned. Promptly at 6 the following morning, we took off from Lisbon Airport and made Istanbul in good time and without incident. Well, when you're on a story assignment and you don't know where to start, what do you do first? That's right, you look up some old friends. Which was why around 11 o'clock that night, once again in the white tie and tails, I made my way to Georgette's, an upholstered sewer masquerading as a nightclub. I left my top hat with a Czech girl and called for the head waiter.
Good evening, sir. You are alone, monsieur? Perhaps I can get mine here at table? Near the floor, senor?
Where's Georgette?
I beg pardon?
Come on, you heard me, Georgette.
Georgette?
Yes, where is he?
There's no one here by that name, sir. Unless possibly you are referring to Monsieur Racine.
I wouldn't know, unless Mr. Racine used to be doing an act on a trapeze dressed like a girl in a blonde wig. Of course, that's a long time ago, in Berlin.
Sir, I have never in all my life traveled outside of Istanbul. I wouldn't
But
know...
why all this hocus-pocus and the mystery? Georgette's real name was George Beaton. And why I'm standing here telling you the story of your boss's life, I don't know. Look, wait a minute. I'll tell you. I hadn't bothered to show you the color of the dough. Here it is. This is for you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, please come this way. Through here, sir.
Thanks.
If you will step through the kitchen, sir. Here we are. Excuse me.
Yes, what is it?
There is a gentleman here who says he knows you.
Oh, yes, and who?
Hiya, George.
Mike, well, for Pete's sake.
Don't you think we'd better be alone?
Leave us, Ralph.
Yes,
Well, Mike, it's been a long time.
Yes, it has. You're getting fat, old boy. You're also getting rich?
Not so fat, Mike, and not so rich.
How's the opium racket?
Now, Mike, you know I don't ever monkey with that stuff. You newspaper guys are all the same. Just when a man thinks you're a real pal, you start the old snoop. What are you after?
Information, and I'm willing to pay for it.
With money?
With money. On top market price, too. You know an agent called Grinnell?
Suppose I did.
Who's shaking her down?
Well, who wants to know?
People with the dough, George. 500 English pounds.
I could use it.
All right, Georgie boy, let's get down to cases, eh?
Grinnell, she's a good looker. She has a sister.
Oh, is that it?
A younger sister called Julie.
Mm-hmm. Where is she now?
She's in Istanbul, too, but she isn't free to move around very much. You might say she's a guest at a certain embassy.
What embassy?
I prefer not to use proper names, Mike.
Yeah, okay, I can guess. The sister's being held in the German embassy. How long do they figure they can keep her?
Your guess is as good as mine, I'd say, for as long as Grinnell herself can force the function effectively.
You mean as a double agent?
Of course. She must have got onto something good, and the Germans must be particularly anxious for her not to spill it.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably hoping to use her to lead your people just as far away from the truth as possible, and for as long as possible.
And what happens when Grinnell gets tired of cooperating?
She's very fond of that kid sister.
Yeah, but what happens to her finally? To Julie, I mean. They knock her off, won't they?
Yes, I should think so. Well, Mike, it's been pleasant meeting you. Goodbye.
Yes? What is it?
Miss Grinnell,
What do you want?
I came here to see you about Captain Jenkins.
What about him?
His ear's in a bottle. Also, there's Governor Morgan.
Come in. Come in.
Okay.
No need for all that rigmarole. I know who you are. You used to work on the American Chronicle in Marseille in '37. I met you once in Monte Carlo. Now they've sent you from London. What is your message?
Well, the message is supposed to come from you, Miss Grinnell. There's about 500 RAF planes waiting for the address of a certain rocket factory. The information is past due.
I've always given perfect satisfaction. My
Look, save it, honey. Let's cut the whole thing down to facts, eh? Fact 1, you know where that rocket factory really is. Fact 2, I know where your kid's sister really is. And fact 3, get me that rocket factory and I'll deliver Julie.
How can you do that? There are over 60 people in the embassy. She's up on the 3rd floor. There are armed guards.
Yes, they're giving a reception, aren't they? Tomorrow night?
Who?
The German embassy, honey. Now, don't go stupid on me. I want an invitation.
How can I do that?
You can do it. You're working for them, aren't you? They don't know me here. I've got a pocket full of papers to prove I'm an American businessman from Columbus, Ohio, interested in opening a factory. Here's the name. Get me an invitation for that party and get yourself 2 tickets for Switzerland.
You mean you really
The
think
plane
that...
leaves at 4:30 in the morning. Bring all the information on that rocket factory to the airport, and I'll bring Julie. Well, goodbye now. Sorry, but I've got to run.
Where are you going?
Yeah, you'd never guess. I'm going to play pinochle with the chief of the Turkish fire department. Goodbye for now.
Good evening, Mynheer. Mr. Cotton, isn't it? Yeah, I believe that is the name, Mr. Cotton.
Good evening, Mr. Ambassador. It's very nice of you to invite me.
It is our pleasure, Mr. Cotton. The German Reich is particularly interested in the development of industry.
Yes, indeed.
I would like to put a few questions to you privately, Mr. Cotton. Won't you please step this way?
Well, Mr. Ambassador,
I won't keep you very long.
Well, all right.
Thank you. It is rash to talk serious business in this large public gathering. We will be much quieter in my study.
Yes, I dare say.
Through here.
Hey!
Put up your hands high and keep them there. This gentleman, as you can see, is armed, and this room is quite soundproof. He will not hesitate to use his gun.
Okay. Now what happens?
We will discuss that a bit later. Now I must return to my guests. I will be interested to learn why you were so stupid as to come here. I must say that in my entire diplomatic career, I have never had anything made quite so simple for me. I will return later. Meanwhile, Gerhard here will keep you company.
Well, Gerhard, here we are.
Keep your hands up.
The ambassador says I'm stupid, Gerhard. You agree with him?
Also, Americans are stupid.
You think it would be stupid of me to try and get that gun away from you, Gerhard? Yeah, I suppose it would, but anyway, I'm going to try. Sorry I only got you in the leg, old boy, but I never was much of a shot.
Schwein!
Yeah, what I need today is to practice my marksmanship, and since this is such a nice, soundproof room...
What are you doing?
What'll I try for, Gerhard? An arm or another leg?
No! No!
All right, then. Where's the girl?
Fat girl!
That was your right hand, wasn't it, Gerhard? You see, my aim's getting better. It's practice that does it. Now, let's try for a foot, huh?
No! No! She's in there! Screw that door!
Okay, thanks. Julie! Julie!
What do you want?
I'm not one of the Nazis, Julie. You'll have to take my word for it. I'm your sister's friend.
Listen, they're coming.
Yeah, we've just got time. Bolt the door.
It won't do any good. This is the only way out.
There's the window.
No use.
Yeah, the window's locked, isn't it? Here, give me that chair.
I tell you, it's no use.
1, 2, 3.
I tell you, it's hopeless. There are big gardens on the side of the house. No one will hear. And besides, the embassy guards will be...
Yeah, they're starting to break down the door. Jump, Julie.
Through the window?
Where else, you little fool?
But it's 4 stories to the ground. I'll be killed.
Jump, Julie. Go on, jump.
Oh, very well. It doesn't matter. Perhaps it's better to die this way.
Oh, shut up and jump.
Oh.
That's a girl.
Put that gun down.
Look out below, Julie. I'm coming after you.
You wish to kill yourself?
Well, Mr. Ambassador, you told me I was stupid. Don't be the same. That night, there was seen in the streets of Istanbul one of the strangest sights in the history of that historic city. A procession of firemen bearing 2 bundles wrapped in canvas rushed out of the German compound and boarded a hook and ladder. Then out of the bundles, which were, of course, firemen's jumping nets, there emerged 2 figures.
Where to, Mr. Where do we take you?
To the airport and step on it.
I've been reading your report. Very interesting.
Oh, thank you, sir.
There's just one thing. Turkey is a neutral country. How did you manage to get all that cooperation from the fire department?
Well, I used persuasion, sir. You'll find it all down on the expense account.
I thought you might like to know, Private, that there was quite an air raid the other night over a certain factory on the Baltic Sea.
Mm-hmm.
The Germans won't be making that new rocket, Private. Not for some time, anyway.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, sir.
And I suppose you think we owe the whole thing to you, don't you, Private? Well, we don't.
No, sir?
That air raid was held 3 nights ago when you were in Lisbon. But Grenell wasn't the only source of information, not by a long shot. I'm instructed to tell you that the facts we were looking for were sent to us from Portugal, from an agent by the name of Genevieve. However, the Allied Command are very grateful for your help. They've asked me to give you this. Now, wait a minute. Where did I put it? Oh, sometimes I think this isn't a war at all, but a grand convention of lunatics. I didn't say that, did I, Private?
No, sir, you didn't.
No, I didn't think I did. Here you are. This is from the Allied Command with their compliments.
Thank you, sir. What is it?
It's an address. They thought you might have lost it. It's that tailor in Savile Row. They want you to return the suits.
You have have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. As Mike takes the copy out of his typewriter to file his story, our play for today comes to an end. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. In drama and fiction, newspaper men are invariably tough, hard-boiled characters. In real life, this is, well, it's not necessarily true, although several newspaper men I've known were as colorful as anything fiction has ever had to offer. Mike, whom you'll meet in a moment, is based on a real person who actually works for the European edition of a famous American newspaper. Not only is the character real, but, well, many of the stories which Mike tells are also based on fact. The tale you're going to hear today, for instance, you may even recognize from the headlines in your newspaper of, well, not so long ago. In a moment, Mike will introduce you to another mystery solved and signed with his own unmistakable trademark. Europe Confidential.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Luis.
Maria, what is it? What's happened?
Pepe, he's been gored by the bull.
Pepe?
He took the muleta and the sword. He was working close, too close. And he was slow, like you said, Senor Garcia.
What are the picadors doing? Quick! We must get out there.
The picadors drove the bull away, but they were late in doing it. They're bringing Pepe now to the infirmary.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Connoy reporting on another assignment for Europe Confidential. I was in Madrid to get copy for my column, seeing the bullfights at the expense of the paper, when I first came across the story of Luis Mantilla. Matter of fact, I was there at the plaza the day it began, watching the spectacle, one of the crowd of thousands packed around the red fence of the Barrera, waiting for the appearance of Spain's great matador. I was there with another newspaper man, a reporter named Ben Forbes, who worked for the Associated Press.
The crowd are getting impatient, Mike. This kid, Pepe Dominica, just isn't good enough for them.
Yeah, I guess they're waiting for the big star, eh?
Luis Mantilla, yeah. He's the reason why Madrid is turned out by the thousand this afternoon. You wait till you hear the welcome they give him.
Popular boy, huh?
Well, a current idol. Already they're starting to compare him to Manaletti and all the great ones. He takes risks, you see. Works close and gives them thrills. The crowd come for that.
Yeah. Say, that kid down there is working pretty close himself, isn't he? He nearly slipped that time. He ought to be careful.
Now, they'll get impatient with him soon. Then Mantilla will be brought on. Hey, would you like to meet him later?
Who, the great Luis? Well, I sure would.
Okay, I'll arrange it. I'm on drinking terms with Jose Garcia, his manager. We'll go around and meet him after the show's over.
Luis, the plaza is packed. Domingo tells me every seat is taken.
Good, Garcia.
The whole of Madrid is here to see the great Luis Mantilla.
To see him live, Senor Garcia, or to watch him die?
What are you doing here?
Never mind that, Garcia. How's Pepe?
There is something wrong with the boy. Today he's slow. He's working too close.
Get him out of there.
We can't do that. The president has not yet arrived. The crowd would not like it.
The crowd.
You should be out there watching him, Maria.
I could not bear it.
Let her alone.
It is not my concern. But you are, Luis. And you should be resting now. It is always your custom to rest.
Stop nursemaiding me.
I will go. I don't want to cause trouble.
Maria.
Afterwards, Luis, I shall do as Senor Garcia wishes and try to watch Pepe.
Luis, I don't wish to interfere.
What you are?
It's wrong.
It's always been wrong. Does that mean we can help it?
Ever since she saw you, that Maria has only had one idea in her head.
You can't blame Maria. It was a mutual thing.
A bad thing.
Nobody wanted it to happen. Now let me alone. You want me to give those patrons their money's worth this afternoon? Well, get out and stop preaching.
Luis, I'm on your side. I'm only trying to do what is best for you and for everyone.
Luis!
Maria.
What is it? What's happened?
Pepe, he's been gored by the bull.
Pepe?
He took the muleta and sword. He was working close, too close, and he was slow, like you said, Senor Garcia.
What are the picadors doing? Quick, we've got to get down there.
The picadors drove the bull away, but they were late in doing it. They're bringing Pepe in now to the infirmary.
We saw it happen. The young matador worked in too close, moved too late, and suddenly the crowd was on its feet in horror. The picadors raced in and drove the bull away, then they carried Pepe Domenico off. The crowd waited, patiently at first, and then with mounting irritation as the program was not resumed and the arena remained empty. Officials of the plaza sought out manager Jose Garcia.
This is terrible, Garcia. The boy was too young. I should never have allowed Luis to persuade me he was ready for an appearance at the plaza. The whole program is threatened. And now, where is Luis himself? He should be out there.
He went to the infirmary. We must give him a little time.
We
senor.
cannot give him much more time. The crowd is becoming impatient, and the Presidente is due to arrive. Get him out into the arena, Senor Garcia, or there will be trouble.
Maria, thank heaven at least I found someone. Where's Luis?
I don't know. He left the infirmary.
Are they operating on Pepe? Is that why you are waiting here?
There wasn't any need.
Then he's all right. I'm glad. I'll tell the officials. It'll cheer them up.
He's not all right.
But Maria,
Pepe is dead.
I'm sorry.
I can't cry, Garcia. Is that an awful thing to say? He was so young, and before I saw Luis the first time, I was in love with him. All he wanted to be in the world was to be a great matador, and he lived for that. And he died for it, too. Only I can't cry about it.
Better rest. We'll talk about it later.
He had one idol in his life, and this morning we destroyed that. This afternoon, he destroyed himself.
You told about you and Luis.
We thought that was the right thing to do. Don't look at me like that, Senor Garcia. I tell you, we thought it was right.
There's nothing else I can say to you, Maria. Nothing I want to say. I've got to find Luis and get him out into that arena.
So that the crowd may have their money's worth. They pay for thrills, don't they, Garcia? And for blood.
I'll tell the doctor to give you a sedative.
I don't need anything.
And you'll have to excuse me. There's going to be trouble if Luis isn't in the arena by the time the president arrives.
This is intolerable, Senor Garcia. What do you mean you cannot find him?
Senor Domingue, give me a little more time.
Idiot! The Presidenta is here. The people are waiting. And the arena, it is empty. Never in all my years has such a thing happened to me before.
I've searched everywhere, senor. None of the picadors or the banderillos of Escadrilla have seen him. No one has seen him.
Since he left that girl at the infirmary. Go back and question her. She must know where he is.
Perhaps it would be better to provide a substitute, Matador.
Substitute?
That is Cabello.
A second later, the crowd would tear the place to pieces.
But, senor...
Garcia, there are 40,000 people who have paid to see Luis Mantilla. And by heaven, they are going to see him. I'll speak to the President, and he can make an announcement about the delay.
As you will, sir.
And you find him. Question the girl again. She must know where he is. It is simply impossible for someone like Luis Mantilla to disappear.
Impossible? So it would seem. But that was what had happened. The waiting crowd was finally told the program was to be abandoned and their money refunded. They went home disgruntled, speculating on the strange behavior of their favorite torero. Of course, the story was headlined in Madrid the next day, in fact, for days afterwards, and the disappearance of Luis Mantilla was a topic of conversation wherever people gathered. The police came in for criticism because of their failure to find the missing man, but they were at a disadvantage. The one person who might have been able to help remained silent. It was just 4 days after this that I first met manager Jose Garcia. With Ben Forbes, I talked to him in a small cafe off the Avendita Franco.
Senor Forbes said you wished to meet me, Mr. Conroy.
That's right, senor. I've got a suggestion, and I'd like to get your opinion on it.
Yes?
Well, I'm a newspaper man, as you know. I'd like to conduct a private search for Luis Mantilla.
Are you serious?
Sure he's serious, Guardian. I can't talk him out of it. Mike's been deep into this thing. He knows all the facts.
Such as?
Well, that Pepe Domenico who was killed was Luis Mantilla's younger brother. And that Luis and the girl Maria were in love. And, of course, Maria was married to young Pepe.
Well, that much is fairly common knowledge. What else?
Well, that Luis apparently went straight back to his dressing room after he left the infirmary, changed into street clothes, put on an overcoat and hat, and left the plaza. One of the gatemen thought that he recognized him and tried to speak to him, but Mantilla just kept walking. The guy thought he might have been mistaken.
All Madrid knows that, Mr. Conroy. And since then, he has been cited by no one. But what I wish to know is why you think you can succeed when everyone, including the police, have failed.
Because for a start, I don't think the girl Maria would talk to the police, or to you.
But she might to you, the newspaper man? I doubt that.
She'll have my word, and you can have it too, that I don't print any stories unless you agree. Well, it's worth a try, isn't it?
Yes, perhaps it is. I want to find Luis, and that is all that matters. Shall I make an appointment with Maria?
No, just give me her address. Leave the rest to me. Well, there are all kinds of ways to get a story. Going in search of a missing matador was a new way for me. The address of the girl Maria was a small apartment building in the central residential area of Madrid. I went there the same evening. I rang the bell of her apartment, but there was no answer. So I went downstairs and I found a janitor, an old guy with a smattering of English who gave me the news.
Maria Domenico. On the 3rd floor, senor. She live here no more.
Where's she gone?
Oh, I do not know. Last night she gave up her key. She told me that if anyone asks for her, I am to say she has left Madrid.
More coffee, Mr. Conroy.
No more, thanks. Look, the fact that Maria's disappeared isn't the end of everything. It confirms our guess that she knows where Luis is and she's going to join him.
How can we find them without the help of Maria?
Well, maybe she wouldn't have helped anyway. And there's this to remember. The trail Luis left is cold, but hers isn't. Now, there must be somebody close to Maria who could help us.
I don't know of anyone.
Well, think. Her friends, family. There must be someone.
Ah, Garcia. It is good to see you again, amigo mio.
Sebastian, stop that row. I'm talking with a friend, an American.
I know your friend is American.
You kindly stop playing that thing. I'm trying to think.
So you are trying to think. With what, huh? You want to impress the Americano brain is Jose Garcia. And you, Americano, you are a great aficionado.
He means, are you attracted to the bullfights? Go away, Sebastian. Take that noise box with you.
So you are irritable. You are never the same since Luis, he goes away. When are you going to get a new torero, amigo?
I think if we ignore him, Mr. Connoy, he'll get tired of this.
Oh, tired of you, senor? Never. You are always good for a laugh. And little Maria, huh? Oh, what a one she is. Pepe is dead, and Louis gone. So now she takes a third one.
What are you talking about, music maker?
Mathiel Domenico. I seen him in here the day before yesterday.
Mathiel?
They are talking very close across the table. Talking secrets, senors. Love secrets, perhaps.
I haven't. She was with Mathiel?
Well, what's all this about, senor?
Luis's elder brother. The family name is Domenico. He's a lawyer here in Madrid. I think it is important that we see him as soon as we can.
Certainly, I was with Maria, Senor Garcia. Since Sebastian has told you, there is little point in my denying it.
We're still trying to find Luis, Mathiel. And now Maria, too, has disappeared.
And you want to know why Maria and I met and what we talked about? Well, I am not sure that I can tell you.
I want to find your brother, to persuade him to come back to start again. People don't hold Pepe's death against him, Mathiel. It was one of those things that happen, and now it is forgotten.
And you think that is why he disappeared? Because he felt responsible for Pepe's death?
I'm sure of it. Just as I'm sure that the crowds would have him back. And he'd be greater than he ever was before. I've seen them all, Belmonte, Manolete, Joselito, all the past. Another year or two and he could be the greatest of them all. And it's not the money, Mathiel. The other is the reason why I want him back.
I believe you.
Then you will assist us to find your brother, senor?
Huh? The two types of appeal. From Garcia, the emotional approach. From the newspaperman, the direct question.
Well, either you will help or you won't. I don't think there's any doubt that you can if you want to.
One thing holds me back, Senor Connoy. When you find Luis, then what? It becomes a story in your newspaper.
Connoy has given me his promise. There will be no story unless Luis agrees. Let me promise you, Mathiel. If he wants to come back to the plazas and the crowds that love him, then let the newspapers proclaim it on every stall and street corner. But if he does not, if he can't be persuaded, then there's an end of it.
I have your word? Both of you?
Yes.
All right. I'll tell you what I can. 3 days ago, I had a letter from Luis granting me power of attorney and asking me to draw funds for him from a bank account.
His own?
He had several since he began to make big money. This one was under another name, and so I was able to make the withdrawal without trouble. His instructions were to give it all to Maria, who would be joining him.
And you did that? Of course. At the cafe?
Yes. At the cafe when Sebastian saw us.
Tell me, where was the letter from, senor?
Valencia, Corsica. There was no other address than that. So now, if you want to find him, I think it is up to you, Senor Connoy.
I took off for Corsica the next day, and in the town of Valenti, I set out to search for Luis Mantilla. I had several photographs of the Matador and one of Maria, and with these I combed the city's hotels and lodging places. It was slow, routine, a long succession of negative answers, until finally I questioned the proprietor of a small hotel on the outskirts of the town.
Let me see those photographs again, monsieur.
Yeah, here.
You are from the police in England?
No, nothing like that. I'm a newspaper man. I'm trying to find this man for a friend of his.
I would not like to think you trick me. It would not be good to involve my friends in trouble.
Then you do know these people?
Oui, I know them. Luis Fernando, he stays here several days.
Oh, but look, that isn't
his real name.
No.
It does not matter. Once he was someone else, now he's Luis Fernando. And Maria, the girl who came 2 days ago, she is Maria Fernando now.
You mean they were married?
As soon as she arrived, monsieur, I am a witness at their wedding.
It was a long, tedious job getting the story from the proprietor, but eventually I managed to do so. Luis had stayed in the small hotel while waiting for Maria's arrival, and during that time he and the owner had become friends. After the marriage, Luis and Maria had returned to a village in the mountains, some miles outside the city. With a great deal of persuasion, I learned the name of this village. Well, from that point on, it was very simple. Inquiries in the village led me to a small farm, and in a hired car, I drove there, arriving shortly before sunset. 2 people were working in a field near the farmhouse, and even without another glance at the photographs, I knew that my search was at an end. Later, a lot later, after the shock of introductions were over, I sat with Luis and Maria and talked of the future and the past.
So there it is, senor. Luis Mantilla is dead, and Maria is dead. We are 2 other people starting a new life together.
That's how it is, and always will be, Senor Conoy, if you keep our secret, as I think you will.
Well, what about Garcia and your career back in Spain?
I'm sorry about Garcia.
I find it hard to be sorry for him. Luis was just a meal ticket to Garcia. He will find himself another one.
Well, I think you're misjudging the man, you know. I believe what he told your brother, Martial.
Perhaps, but Garcia wouldn't understand.
You won't go back because of Pepe and of what happened?
Pepe?
Well, wasn't his death the reason why you chose to disappear?
Pepe's death? No, senor.
He touched off a spark that had been smoldering a long time. You tell him, Luis.
It was very bad for me when Pepe died. Maria was his wife, and I loved her from the first time I saw her. And because of that, in a kind of way, I killed my brother. And after he died, I walked back from the infirmary through the crowd. And they were hushed, it's true, but I saw the eagerness for tragedy, and the sense of death that was through them. And then suddenly I knew why they were all there.
Why, Luis?
To see death, senor. Not the bulls. The toreros themselves. That's what they came to see. It is nothing to watch a bull die, but a man riding out there on the yellow sand of the arena. Oh, yes, senor. That was it for them. Why, I've heard old men tell their sons. I was there the afternoon Farida died. And those who were there would have been able to boast that they'd seen the last time Luis Mantilla walked in the Plaza of Madrid.
Well, all right, so you were suddenly sickened by it. Couldn't you have announced your retirement?
Manolete tried to do that.
They spat on him and people threw stones at his house, senor. The one thing the crowd will never forgive is for its idol to walk away unscathed.
They taunted him into coming back for one more season, and he never lived to see the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, I couldn't have gone out there into the arena, even for one more fight, because I think I would have been killed. As for now, senor, I have the feeling I'm going to live to be a very old man.
I left them there and walked away, feeling almost envious. For they were two people who knew where they were going. They were free of the chains that had bound them, and they were in love. The future belonged to them. They gave me permission to write this story, although I've changed some of the names so that their privacy remains undisturbed. And next season, the bull rings of Madrid will have to find a new idol. For Luis Mantilla will never be going back to the plaza again.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. As Mike takes the copy out of his typewriter to pile his story, our play for today comes to an end. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. On a street in Paris, there's a sign denoting the entrance to the offices of one of America's famous newspapers. Out through the entrance, many times has come one roving reporter extraordinary. This has been his starting point for journeys to the capitals and villages of Europe. His aim has been to investigate, to search into, to find the secrets behind those mysteries that result in front-page copy and make the headlines of this famous daily. News which without doubt had its mysterious implications and, more likely, its menacing moments. In a moment, one such story. It carries Mike's byline, and he tells it the way he saw it.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Das ist Friedhausen, Frau Weinrich.
What is it, Ruth?
This is where Otto leaves us. We're not a quarter of a mile from the frontier.
And the mist's coming up. Tell Otto we'll never be able to thank him enough. Never as long as we live.
This is Mike Connoy reporting for Europe Confidential. The story I want to tell you right now is not a news story. It took place almost 20 years ago. At the time, I was a copy boy back in New York, and Europe Confidential was being handled by Paul Rogers, a correspondent with long experience of Europe between the two wars. This story happened to him on an assignment in Germany in 1938. Maybe that's why it has a special interest for me, because Paul Rogers was doing exactly the kind of job I'm doing right now, when one morning he walked into the editor's office to meet Andrew Thompson for the first time.
Sit down, Paul.
Thanks, Chief.
Your papers are all in order to leave for that air display in Munich. We got them back from the German embassy this morning.
Fine, I'll leave tomorrow night.
Yeah, now look, something has come up. Look, I'm not asking you to handle it all. Your job is to go and report that air exhibition they're turning on. But I'll tell you this just the same, and you can make up your own mind about it.
About what?
Well, Mr. Thompson here is English. He came to see me for the first time last week to find out if I could do anything to help. His daughter is in Germany, and he's unable to visit her there. He simply cannot get an entry permit.
Well, why's that, Mr. Thompson?
I don't know. I applied several times, and each time the application was rejected.
The point is, he hasn't heard from his daughter for over 6 months, and he's pretty badly worried. But, look, suppose you tell it, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, of course. Now, let me see. It was 4 years ago. Yes, 1934, when Ruth went over to Germany on a summer holiday trip. She met a man there named WEINRICHE, Rudolf WEINRICHE. He was a doctor, a graduate in medicine from Munich University. Over our protests, she married him.
Have you met him?
Once. My wife and I went to visit Germany in 1936, 2 years ago. And of course we met Rudolf then.
Yeah?
Well, actually, we were quite impressed. I felt my daughter was happy. WEINRICHE had begun to make his way as a surgeon. In fact, we heard on good authority he was regarded as brilliant. So we felt things would probably work out for the best.
And now?
Well, now I'm worried. Devilishly worried. It's 6 months since I've heard from her.
You've written?
Every few weeks.
There it is, Paul. Look, you'll be in Munich. It might be possible to make a simple inquiry.
Why not?
Will you do that for me, Mr. Rogers?
I'll be glad to.
Oh, thank heaven. Just to know that she's all right, that it's simply a matter of being too busy to write, will take a great weight off my mind.
You better give me your daughter's address in Munich, Mr. Thompson.
It's number 25, Leopoldstrasse, Marienthal.
Number 25, Leopoldstrasse, Marienthal. She never gave any indication that she might be moving from this address, did she?
None whatsoever.
It might be as well for us to have a photograph.
Oh, I can let you have a photograph.
Now, in the last letter you received, did your daughter give any hint of trouble or unhappiness?
Well, she didn't actually say anything, Mr. Rogers, but there were 1 or 2 parts of that letter which puzzled me.
Puzzled?
Ruth was a very vivacious sort of person. Yet that letter... Well, unfortunately, we destroyed it. But even if you had read it, I doubt if it would mean anything. There was nothing she actually said.
You feel there was some constraint, which was unlike your daughter.
Yes, that's it. Constraint. And it was unlike her.
Well, we have the address, so Paul's inquiries can start from there.
And if my daughter's moved away, or if something's happened, then you might try getting in touch with Frau Schmidt.
And who's Frau Schmidt, Mr. Thompson?
She was a young widow, a friend of Ruth's. She lives in the same street, Leopoldstrasse. We met her when we were in Germany, and Ruth often mentioned her name in letters.
What about the last letter?
Oh, no. Oh, now I come to think of it, she didn't. Not in the last letter.
2 days later, Paul Rogers was in Munich. After he settled into his hotel, made arrangements for covering the air display on the following day, he went to number 25 Leopoldstrasse, Marienthal, the address that he'd been given as the home of Ruth WEINRICHE. There, he met his first setback.
I'm sorry, mein Herr. I'm unable to help you. I bought this house from Dr. WEINRICHE, but I cannot tell you his present whereabouts.
How long ago did you buy the house, mein Herr?
Perhaps 6 months. I suggest if you wish to contact the doctor, Then you should try the postmaster. Perhaps he can be of more assistance.
It was when Paul Rogers had to begin making official inquiries for Ruth Weinrich that he decided to use a subterfuge that would explain his interest and his reason for trying to trace the doctor's wife. At the post office, he interviewed the man in charge.
Well, Herr Rogers, I understand you wish to see me.
Yes, Herr Postmeister. I'm trying to get in touch with my cousin, an Englishwoman who married a Dr. Weinrich in this city some years ago.
An Englishwoman?
Well, I had an old address, but I've learned that the doctor and my cousin moved away, and I'm anxious to locate them.
Well, in what way can I help you, mein Herr?
Seemed to me that you'd have a record of their change of address.
Our records are confidential. I could hardly do what you ask without authority.
Oh, but look, after all, my cousin...
It would have to be authorized. Such things can be arranged, perhaps 3 or 4 days, perhaps a week.
That wouldn't help. I'm on a business trip, and I won't be staying long. Thanks all the same, Herr Postmeister. I'll have to try and find my cousin some other way.
Paul Rogers had not come to Germany to find Ruth Weinrich. That was an incidental, a sideline to his real purpose for being in Munich. Yet somehow, as one after another the leads faded out, Paul became determined to locate her. For that reason, he went back to Leopoldstrasse to call on Frau Schmidt, who had been a friend of the doctor's wife.
Ja? Wer da? Was wollen Sie?
Frau Schmidt?
Ja?
My name is Rogers. I'm a relative of Ruth Weinrich's. Can I talk to you?
Eine Minute. Please, come in.
Thank you. You speak English?
Yes. What about Ruth Weinrich?
Well, I'm anxious to get in touch with her as soon as I can. Just passing through, you understand, on a business trip. I went to her old address, but the people there couldn't help.
A relative, you said?
Cousin, about 3 times removed, American branch of the family. Her parents asked me to drop by and give their regards. Of course, I agreed. It's proving a bit of a job to find her. Post office wanted me to fill in forms and things, but I don't have time for all that red tape, so I thought you could help.
You went to the post office? You spoke to the postmaster?
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't very wise, Herr Rogers.
Look here, this is ridiculous. I know things are different to England and the States, but after all, a man wants to find his cousin, and it seems to cause all sorts of complications. Now, do you know where Dr. Weinrich has moved, or don't you?
Dr. Weinrich? Yes, I can tell you that.
You can?
Of course. He has become a very important person. He has moved to Geisel-Gasteig. He bought a big new house there.
Geisel-Gasteig. It's pretty exclusive, isn't it?
I told you, Dr. Weinrich has become an important person.
Well, what about the exact address? It's not listed in any directory because I've already looked him up.
I'm not sure of the exact address, Herr Rogers, but I've no doubt anyone in the district will be able to tell you. A person of his importance would be well known there.
Paul had no real difficulty in locating the home of Dr. Weinrich. It was quite a shock after the modest house at number 25 Leopoldstrasse. The doctor had graduated to a huge 2-story home set in rambling grounds and screened by a high stone wall guarded by iron gates. He was eventually admitted and interviewed an English-speaking servant who seemed to fulfill the duties of a butler.
Dr. Weinrich, sir. I'm afraid that's quite impossible. The doctor is in Berlin at present.
It isn't the doctor I wish to see. It's Mrs. Weinrich.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Mrs. Weinrich. I'm her cousin. Just tell her...
I'm afraid there must be some mistake.
Mistake?
There isn't any Mrs. Weinrich, sir.
What?
The doctor isn't married. To the best of my knowledge, he never has been.
When Paul Rogers left the house in Geisel-Gasteig, it seemed as if the trail could end there, and Ruth Weinrich could become one of those untraceable people. The butler had quite obviously spoken what he believed to be the truth. Dr. Weinrich himself was not expected back from Berlin for many weeks. So Paul did the only possible thing left. He returned to see Frau Schmidt, where his welcome was, well, anything but cordial.
Well, Herr Rogers, what do you want this time? I thought I made it clear before that I told you all I know.
Oh,
Maybe you can tell me what happened to Mrs. Weinrich.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
I asked you where I could find the doctor, which was a mistake because you gladly told me. You must have known I wouldn't find Mrs. Weinrich there.
I don't know their business. I keep out of other people's affairs.
Look, Frau Schmidt, I've got to find Ruth Weinrich. I think you can help me do that, and I want you to trust me.
Why should I trust anyone when they lie to me?
Lie?
You're not her American cousin. She hasn't got an American cousin.
Really?
I think you'd better go, Herr Rogers.
How do you know she hasn't got an American cousin?
Please go.
When you answer my question, you didn't know it before. How could you know? Unless since the time I was here last you found that out. From Ruth Weinrich herself. For a moment in that small house in the Leopoldstrasse, there was silence. Frau Schmidt was the first to break it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Herr Rogers, but if you don't leave this house, I'm going to call the police.
I don't think you will, Frau Schmidt.
Please, leave me alone.
I think it's time I told you the truth. I used that cousin routine to explain my interest in Mrs. Weinrich. Perhaps it was a mistake to try it on you.
Who are you?
My name's Paul Rogers. I work for the paper in Paris.
A newspaper man?
I'm here on a routine assignment in Germany. When he found out I was coming, Mr. Thompson asked me to try and locate his daughter. Look, let me try and prove you can trust me. Now, here's my passport. You'll see the name's really Rogers.
Yes.
What's more, I can tell you that Ruth Thompson came over here first in 1934, that she met Weinrich and became engaged to him. She went back to England, then returned to marry him. Her parents visited here in 1936, and I understand they met you while they were here.
That's correct.
Of course, if the information doesn't convince you, then I'll just have to ask you to trust me.
I think I do.
Is the Gestapo after Ruth Weinrich?
They're not sure. They may be.
What happened between her and the doctor?
Oh, that's a story Ruth could tell you better than I.
Do you know where she is?
Yes, I know.
Will you take me to her? I understand your caution in the matter, but if she's in trouble, I might be able to help her.
Oh, it would be a relief to have someone to trust, someone who might be able to help her. All right, Herr Rogers. I'll take you to Ruth Weinrich.
They left the house and walked almost half a mile through a maze of twisting streets and narrow alleys in the poorer section of Marienthal. Several times, Frau Schmidt stopped and looked behind her to make certain there was no one following them. Finally, they came to a small antique shop. They passed through the shop after Frau Schmidt had spoken briefly in German to the proprietor and climbed a narrow stairway leading to the residence above.
One moment, Herr Rogers.
Wer ist da?
It's me, Elsa.
Elsa?
Oh, it's all right, Ruth. This is the man who said he was your cousin, but I think we can trust him. Oh, there's a lot to explain. He's a newspaper man from Paris, from your parents.
So, my father actually came to your newspaper office and asked you to find me, Mr. Rogers.
That's why I'm here, Mrs. Weinrich.
You don't know how much this means to me. Just to realize that somewhere in the world there's someone who even cares what happens to you. I wish it would do some good.
We'll talk about that in a minute. How about bringing me up to date on the rest of the story?
If you're interested in my troubles.
That's my only interest, right now.
I suppose you could say it started when I married Rudolph. I shouldn't have married him, but for over 3 years we were happy, and I thought it was going to work out.
Well, what happened?
He was terribly ambitious and very brilliant, and that was the cause of it. When we married, he was just a surgeon, unknown. But inside of 3 years, everyone was talking about him.
Then there was that call to Berlin.
Yes. Elsa remembers that call to Berlin.
Well, what was the idea?
Well, there was an operation to perform. They wanted Rudolph to assist.
So who was the patient?
Nobody knows for certain. There were all kinds of rumors that it was Goebbels. Others said it was Rudolf Hess.
And some even claimed it was Hitler himself. We don't know, Mr. Rogers, but we do know that something happened to the chief surgeon. That at last minute, Rudolph himself was called on to operate, and that the operation was a success.
Yeah, I'm beginning to understand. That explains the sudden rise in the world. The big house at Geiselgastag and the servants.
It also explains me. I was an Englishwoman. Rudolph was suddenly an important man in Germany. He had one easy way out, and he took it. There wasn't even a divorce. He simply sold the house and moved, and told me that we were finished.
Where did you go?
She came to stay with me, Herr Rogers, until that seemed more of a risk than either of us could take.
Risk?
There were all kinds of rumors being spread about Ruth. People said because she was an Englishwoman, she must be a spy. The Gestapo came once to question her, and then they came back again. Only she was gone.
I was here, Mr. Rogers, and thanks to Elsa knowing the owner of this shop, I've been here ever since. He doesn't use the residence, and he's one of those people who like to think that even an Englishwoman should be treated as a human being.
Did you have much trouble with the Gestapo, Frau Schmidt?
I had to lie and say I didn't know where Ruth had gone. I think I convinced them.
And of course, when I turned up with those questions...
You know just how I felt.
How long have you been here already?
2 months. I haven't been outside or opened the window and looked out in all that time.
Now, let me get this straight. You want to go back to England?
Yes, Mr. Rogers, I want that very much.
Well, I'll have to think this over, see what I can work out. Suppose I come back tomorrow and we'll talk again, huh?
I can arrange for you to come straight in. I'll introduce you to the proprietor downstairs.
Good. I'm at the Savoy in case you want to get in touch. And meanwhile, Mrs. Weinrich, don't worry too much. We'll find a way out of this somehow. Paul Rogers went back to his hotel to puzzle over the problem of Ruth Weinrich and of her safe return to England. He bought a detailed map and studied it late into the night. Finally, about 1 a.m., he retired to bed with a fair idea of what had to be done. Barely 15 minutes later, drowsy with sleep, he heard a soft, insistent knocking at the door. Oh, what on earth? All right, wait a minute. Frau Schmidt.
Quickly, let me in.
What's happened?
Oh, everything. Those inquiries you made at the post office. The postmaster reported them. It started the Gestapo searching for Ruth all over again.
Gestapo?
They came to question me earlier tonight. I had to lie and lie. Then I had to wait until it was safe to come out.
You sure you weren't followed?
Certain. But it won't be long before they start watching me all the time, and then we'll be helpless. Because they'll watch you, too.
Seems as if I made things all the more difficult for them.
They might have given up entirely, but now they're convinced that there's something in that spy story. There's still time for both of you to get away, but it's got to be tonight. Now.
Do you think they'll be watching the station?
Sure to be. You've got to keep away from the railways and the main roads. Do you know a place called Auweis?
No, but
Ruth does. It's only 5 miles or so from the Swiss border. I have some friends there. People called Schweigler. They have a farm. Ruth's been there and she'll be able to guide you once you reach the district.
They won't ask questions?
They're my friends. As for food, I've brought a little. All I had in the house.
One day, I hope we can thank you for this, Elsa.
Just to remember, when you get back to Paris, Herr Rogers, that there are some people in Germany who want to live in peace.
I won't forget. That or anything. They made their way west and then south, fringing on the Black Forest, traveling through hilly country and keeping away from the main roads. A distance of 140 miles that took them 7 heartbreaking days. On the evening of the 7th day, they reached the Schweigler farm, where they stayed for 24 hours, and where no questions were asked and hospitality was warmly given. Long before dawn the next day, with Otto Schweigler as guide, they were on their way to Friedhausen, and less than 2 hours later they saw the lights of a small frontier town ahead of them.
Das ist Friedhausen, Frau Weinrich. Ich muss jetzt zurückgehen.
What is it, Ruth?
This is where Otto leaves us. We're not a quarter of a mile from the frontier.
And the mist's coming up. Tell Otto we'll never be able to thank him enough.
Bedanken Sie sich nicht. Ich habe gern getan. Alles Gute für Sie weiter.
He understood. He wishes us luck.
Alles Gute und auf Wiedersehen.
And goodbye.
They went slowly forward toward the lights of the small town and then swung east toward where they knew the frontier lay. Barely 50 yards from freedom, they crouched, waiting in the mist, waiting until they heard the distant changing of the border patrol.
Standing!
They're relieving the guard now. This is our best chance, Ruth. Ready?
Ready.
Come on.
Leutnant, was ist das? 2 Leute Flüchtlinge? Sie rennen zu Kranze! Schießen! Sie schnell!
Jawohl, Herr Ramlen! Agland, Böll! Sucht an die Wette!
All right?
Yes.
Wissen Sie, die Spanier nicht sind! Sie dürfen die Grenze nicht verlachen!
We made it, Ruth. Through the fence. We're losing them in the mist. They can't touch us now.
Through the wire strands of the border fence and then on into the mist, leaving the shouts of the patrol and the sound of shooting far behind them. They slowed to a walk and finally came into a small Swiss town. It was an hour after dawn. The mist was lifting, and in clear outline against the sky, the mountains of Switzerland lay directly ahead. A few days afterwards, Paul Rogers was back in Paris. Ruth Weinrich was with her parents in England, and the paper had itself a scoop that could have pushed the Munich air display right off the front pages. But the irony of the newspaper business never gets into the headlines. They couldn't use the story because of Elsa Schmidt and the safety of the others involved. It never got into print. Until now.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. Well, that was Mike's story. This roving reporter friend of ours certainly has what I think the journalistic profession calls a nose for the news. I'll be back again with another of these mystery adventures, and I hope you'll join me. Goodbye now, till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Mystery, suspense, perhaps sudden death are the tokens of a roving reporter's trade. They're all here in these tales which Mike tells. They are the ingredients that make the news, and Mike finds them where the news is made. To anyone else, it might be just an unrelated fact. Perhaps, well, a not very interesting item of news which came in on the ticker tape, or a word which was dropped in casual conversation. But it's enough to make him grab the fastest transport at hand and send him speeding to the scene. In a moment, our story.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Can you get that draft through in time for the fight?
That's by next Thursday? I should think so. I'll fix it from the bank in Madrid.
And my thousands, you still have it? It's safe?
Don't worry about chicken feet like that, honey. By next Thursday, you'll be on Easy Street in the biggest house on the block.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Connoy. Writing this column of mine, Europe Confidential, you come across all the stories in time. The sad ones, the solemn ones, and the amusing, the bizarre, right alongside them. This one, I think it might go under the title of High Comedy with a Kick. Or should I say, a knockout? I first saw Judy Diamond go to work on The American Tourist in a small, intimate nightclub called El Casa Pepito in Madrid. His name was Morgan, I found out later. He was looking at Judy over the rim of his glass as if he found her quite an eyeful. Come to that, she was. Quite an eyeful.
Just stay over in Madrid one more day, Judy. Can't you manage that?
Oh, Sam, I'd love to, but you don't know my boss. He didn't even like me coming to Madrid for the weekend, and if I'm not back in Barcelona, ready to start work tomorrow morning, ouch.
He sounds like a slave driver.
Charles W. Charrington is a stinker, especially to his secretary.
You say that name like I should know it.
Oh, only if you're connected with high finance. He's an American who's really in a big way here in Spain.
And I'm just a tourist, but not a pauper.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply that, Sam. Oh, you know, I'm glad I took this weekend to Madrid. Otherwise, I never would have met you.
You really mean that?
Mm-hmm.
Then stay out.
I can't.
If the guy's such a stinker, then quit your job.
Well, that's what I want to do. The only thing is I want to make some money before I do. If only I could just figure a way to...
To what?
Well, I'm not sure that... Oh, nonsense.
What?
Oh, I started to think I shouldn't tell you about it, but I don't know why I shouldn't. You don't know Mr. Charrington, after all. We'll never see him, probably. Besides, you're nice. I like you. I'm sure I can trust you.
Sure you can. Have you got some idea?
Well, you see, Mr. Charrington's a great sportsman. Loves to gamble on fights, races, almost anything.
Matter of fact, me too.
Well, anyway, he's got this big palace of a place in Palamas near Barcelona. Oh, you know, mink-lined swimming pool, tennis courts, the works. And right on his estate, he found that one of the workmen, a Spaniard he is a wonderful boxer.
Uh-huh. So?
Pancho Rodriguez is his name, and he's really good. Well, at least, I don't know much about boxing, but the trainer Mr. Charrington brought down, and the doctor, and everybody, they all say that Pancho will be world champion.
Really? Pancho Rodriguez. Funny I never heard of him.
No, not funny. It would be funny if you had heard of him. He's had 10 fights, won every one by a knockout. Don't you see, Mr. Charrington is keeping him under wraps. All his fights are held in secret, so that when he's matched in New York and London, he'll be absolutely unknown. Well, they're trying to get him matched against top boys, and whoever it is Pancho fights, Mr. Charrington will be able to get simply wonderful odds, you see?
Beginning to. But I don't see how you figure to make any money out of this. Are you going to...
Let me tell you. Mr. Charrington has arranged to have Kid Garfield fly over for Pancho's next fight, his big test. In secret, of course. Now, Mr. Charrington always tries to get his guests to bet against him. He takes Pancho, and he'll give big odds because he's so sure of Pancho.
Yeah, and?
Pancho has agreed with me that he'll lose this next fight if I give him the word. He'll... what's the expression?
Take a dive?
That's it. For a price. Mr. Charrington's been giving him a purse of $5,000 every time he wins. Well, we agreed I'd give him twice that if he loses.
This Charrington, he gives good odds on Pancho?
Last time he was trying to find takers at 2 to 1.
How can you lose?
I know. Isn't it awful?
What's awful? It's a smart scheme for a girl to have thought up. What's the hitch?
Well, even with all my savings, I couldn't win enough to pay off Pancho. Besides...
You gotta have someone to do your betting for you?
Exactly. Oh, I guess I'm just stuck with my job for a while longer.
What would you say if I offered to put up some of the capital for you?
Oh, no, Sam, don't be foolish. This isn't your affair.
Business proposition, of course. I'd expect half the profits, don't forget, after Pancho's been paid off.
But have you got that kind of money?
On a sure thing like this, I sure have.
Oh, Sam, look, I'll give you all my savings right now.
Hey, wait a minute.
$1,000 if you can only help me out.
You don't need to give me your money, Judy.
Look on it as a way for me to prove my good faith. Let's both have another drink on it, shall we? To celebrate our partnership. Oh, Sam, you're wonderful. And you'll be able to raise some cash to bet?
On this kind of proposition, I'll have $30,000 in cash at least. I guess when you leave for Barcelona, I'll be coming with you.
Quick work, Judy. Where'd you park him?
He's at the National Hotel. Is the estate all rented?
Everything's under control. I only have it for a week, though, so we'll have to work fast. Where have you planned to have me meet him?
At the bullfights tonight.
Fine.
Make a bet with him, any kind of bet.
And being certain to lose. Fine. Is he right?
He's itching to meet you, dear Mr. Charrington.
There's an old saying, and it's as true as it's old, that you can't cheat an honest man. But wave the bait, and very few honest men go by. That's the philosophy Judy Diamond and her friend Charles W. Charrington worked on. So events took their natural course, and Sam Morgan, who thought the meeting at the bullfights had been very cleverly contrived by Judy, found himself now an acquaintance of the great Mr. Charrington, and richer by a couple of $100.
Well, either you're uncommonly lucky, or you certainly are an expert on bullfights.
Just luck, Mr. Charrington, beginner's luck. Thought that bull would last longer than you figured.
Oh, well, it cost me $230. Let's see, there you are. What was your name again?
Morgan. Sam Morgan from Cleveland. I'm in the insurance game. I'd like to give you a chance to win some of this back. When's the next bullfight?
Well, I believe it's next week. How long do you plan to stay in Barcelona?
Well, I'm not sure.
Hey, tell me, do you like boxing much?
Oh, yeah. I get to the fights whenever I can.
Well, maybe you'd like to drop out for lunch sometime. I've got a little place along the coast.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
It makes a difference when you meet people abroad. I know that. Let's say Thursday. How would that suit?
Fine.
Tell me, where are you staying?
At the Nacional.
Well, I'll have my chauffeur pick you up at noon. Just a few friends, you know, General Van Store and a business acquaintance of mine and one or two others. And my secretary, Miss Judith Diamond.
The technique of the confidence man is delusion, and delusion can be so simple. A big car and a chauffeur in livery, a rented mansion, a few actor friends playing distinguished parts as luncheon guests.
Oh, Tim, let me introduce Mr. Morgan, Rear Admiral Jansen and Mrs. Jansen.
How do you do?
And this is General Van Sickle, Mr. Morgan.
How do you do? I'm very good.
Miss Frazier, Mr. Morgan.
Frazier.
Oh, Mary, maybe you better get Mr. Morgan a cocktail. And this is Miss Diamond, Mr. Morgan. Miss Diamond is my right hand and general factotum. Anything you want, just mention it to her. Excuse me, will you?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes, they set the stage well. A phony rear admiral, a phony general, a phony movie starlet. First they fed him lunch and then a good Havana cigar. Then all and sundry went for a stroll down to the specially outfitted training quarters.
Oh, Charles, this is the fighter you were telling us about.
Discovered him yourself, I understand, Charrington.
That's right, General.
Hey, how about that? Is that why you were asking me if I went to prize fights, Mr. Charrington?
Well, what do you think of him? He's fast, isn't he?
Certainly is. What's his name?
Well, I call him Young Pancho. Of course, I don't know yet whether he's any good or not. He hasn't fought a single fight.
He hasn't? He hasn't? He looks so sharp, I'd have sworn
Oh,
that...
he's beautiful. He's so graceful.
No, he's fighting for the first time next Thursday. Tell me, you've heard of Kid Garfield from the States?
Oh, sure, I've seen it.
I understand Garfield's pretty good. He's been holidaying in Paris. So I've gotten him to fly over and go a few rounds with young Pancho. I'm making up a purse for the winner.
Charles, off Kid Garfield's record, and seeing that young Pancho has never had a fight, I hate to do it, but I might take some of your money away from you at a friendly wager.
Oh, trust Mr. Charrington, General. He'll see to it that the odds work for him.
Maybe I can give you a chance to win your $230 back, Mr. Charrington. What's the matter?
Excuse me, Mr. Morgan. I'm really sorry. That's shocking bad manners. I was just amused at the idea, that's all.
Idea of what?
Well, you see, I was planning to make up a purse of $10,000 in the fight, and any side bets that I place on Pancho, well, I'd want to make sure that my winnings would cover the purse, don't you see? $230.
I might possibly be able to bet a stake that would interest you.
Oh, well, that would be fine, Mr. Morgan, fine. Well, look, everybody, shall we stroll over and watch Kid Garfield spar around or two? He's got quite a punch. But I don't fancy he's the boxer that young Pancho is.
Well, what do you think, Sam?
He said this was Pancho's first fight coming up.
Oh, he always tells people that, don't you see? That way, they're likely to bet him a lot more money. That's the kind of man he is. And that's one reason I hate him so much.
I see what you mean. Say, here he comes.
Who? Oh, Pancho.
Senorita.
Have a good workout?
Gracias, it was fine. I feel best I ever feel.
But don't forget now, Pancho, third round, that's our agreement.
Senorita, what are you saying?
Oh, don't worry about Sam here, Pancho. He's my partner in the deal.
But, Senorita, if too many people find out...
Now, don't worry, Pancho. I said it's all right. Third round, and that's our bargain?
Si, third round.
Good.
Hey, you Pancho! Get in the showers!
Buenos tardes, senor. Senorita.
Well, Sam?
I'll go in with it, Judy. Looks good to me.
Oh, wonderful.
Charrington, he got me a little sore. I'm going to show him. I'll take him for plenty.
What do you mean?
I'll have to get a draft from the States, but I think I can work it so that I can put my hands on $45,000.
Oh, Sam.
Yeah. At good odds, say 2-1, we'll clear...
So much, I just can't think of it. Oh, Sam, I just want to kiss you.
Okay with me, honey.
Can you get that draft through in time for the fight?
That's by next Thursday? Mm-hmm. I should think so. I'll fix it with the bank in Madrid.
And my thousands, you still have it? It's safe?
Don't you worry about chicken feed like that, honey. By next Thursday, you'll be on Easy Street in the biggest house on the block.
If I'd known in time what Judy Diamond and her boyfriend Charrington had planned, maybe I could have saved Sam Morgan some money. The trouble was, though I knew something was brewing, I didn't know the details, not until later. I didn't know that a brief few days later, having waved the bait in front of their fish, they were about to hook him, but good.
Well, and over the brandy, I'm ready to start accepting bets. $10 as usual, of course. Well, General, 6-4?
Well, Charles, those are good enough odds. Suppose I bet 25,000. I'm taking Garfield now.
Fine. Just give your 25 to Judy here. And
Oh, no,
here's
wait.
mine.
I don't want to be carrying all this money around, Mr. Charrington.
Well, here, I'll tell you what. Take this little satchel. You can stuff it all in there. Well, Judd? Well, fire and thunder, man. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 2-1.
I'll take those odds, Charrington.
What's that? Oh, Morgan. Oh, fine, sir, fine. I'll take your $230 if I can't get any larger action from these gentlemen.
My wager on Garfield is $46,000, Mr. Charrington.
Fine. You've got cash, of course. Look, give it to Judy here. And, Judy, here's my end.
I guess I should have waited for these odds to go up.
Oh, Mr. Charrington, I hate to be carrying all this money around.
Is it getting heavy, Judy? Well, all right, here, Morgan. Suppose you be appointed custodian of the stakes.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, come on, man. I'm sure everyone here trusts you. Well, can I get any more action? Okay, there's just one thing I want to say before we all go to the ring. Ladies and gentlemen.
The philosophy is an old one, but it always works. Make the victim feel guilty. Make him think it's going to be easy money. Show him you trust him. Yes, they pulled all the tricks on Sam Morgan. And then down to the specially constructed ring, where perhaps 50 people were gathered round. All of them, of course, were in the scheme, except Sam Morgan. But not all of them were on the payroll. Some of them were friends, gamblers, confidence men and their girls, anxious to watch the fun. So while Judy Diamond sat close to Morgan, exchanging glances full of meaning, the fighters came out for the first round. Round one was a warm-up, the fighters pretending to measure each other, fancy footwork.
Come on, Pancho!
Watch him, Garfield!
Trust Charles for a good show. Come on.
Yes, it was a good show, artistic, even some action. Whoop! That was because Pancho went down on his knees. Garfield really clipped him. Morgan, down at ringside, eyed the satchel, hoping that Pancho would make it look good. Then Pancho went down again.
2, 3, 4, 5. How about it, Morgan? Enjoying the fight?
Yeah, sure. But your boy didn't look very good in there.
Don't you worry about Pancho. He'll be all right. I'll just go down and have a word with his handlers.
Sure. Judy, he ought to make it look better than this.
What's the matter, Sam?
Pancho. He should make it more of a fight. Otherwise, they'll suspect.
Oh, you leave that to Pancho. And be careful. We don't want to seem too friendly.
So the fighters came out for round two, and the farce went on. A cut opened up under Pancho's eye. The crowd responded.
He's all yours,
Pancho,
Garfield.
what's that laugh?
Upstairs. Work on his eyes, Garfield.
Another spectacular piece of artistry. Pancho is down. He gets up again, weakly spars his way through to the end of the round. The principals are working to a climax now. Morgan jovially chides Charrington about his fighter's form. Charrington appears surly and worried, and they wait for round three. This is where it happens. The fighters come out both slugging. Pancho shoots a left to Garfield's face, takes a right cross, dances back with hands down and guard wide open. Then another right from Garfield catches Pancho, who falls back and looks very dazed. Now the moment has arrived. Garfield steps in, measures Pancho, swings a terrific right, and misses. And Garfield falls, arms flailing, blood spurting from his mouth.
What happened?
He never touch him. Where's the doctor? Hurry, man! What's happened?
What happened, Judy?
Gosh, Sam, I don't know. He just fell over. The doctor's getting into the ring.
Get me my bag at once. On the seat there.
Doctor, what happened?
This man is hemorrhaging. He's in a very bad shape.
I never touched him, Santísima Madre de Dios.
Apparently, you didn't need to touch him. Stand back, please.
Doctor, what is it? Nothing serious.
Serious as it can be, Mr. Charrington. This man is dead.
The scheme to stage the phony fight had ended in tragedy, or so it seemed, as the crowd huddled round the ring, and one of his seconds placed a blanket over the fallen Kid Garfield.
Dad? But how?
Apparently, Mr. Charrington, when he missed that terrific swing, he burst a blood vessel. Completely chance. Couldn't have been predicted.
But are you sure?
Charrington, your guests.
Oh, yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, I must ask you all to leave at once. Now, look, please say nothing of what has happened here tonight. I'm very much afraid we are accessories to homicide if this ever gets out.
Sam?
Yeah?
Quick,
Good night,
the money.
ladies and gentlemen.
There.
What are you going to do?
Please leave.
What do you think? Take it.
But we lost. We lost the bet.
I don't care. He'll never be able to report us. He'll be too busy trying to hush this thing up.
Yeah, but...
Listen, a plane leaves from Madrid at 11 tonight. Grab it. I'll meet you at El Casa Pepita tomorrow at noon.
But, Judy, we're liable to be arrested on a homicide
Well,
rap.
don't you think I know that? Well, go on, beat it. I'll meet you in Madrid. Hurry.
But I've got no money left.
Here. Quick, before they see I've got the satchel. Here's 100. Goodbye, Sam. And Sam, listen.
Yeah, what?
Hurry.
The most artistic aspect of his swindle was that Morgan fled, convinced he was in for real trouble, homicide trouble, completely forgetful of his $45,000. And as soon as he was safely off the rented estate, the Confederates gathered round for the payoff.
Well, this is good business, Johnny. How you like my art?
Oh, you're a wonderful Pancho. Garfield, the way you bit into that bladder of chicken blood, I thought it would never stop coming out.
The doc slipped me a second bladder when he was inspecting me.
Yes, and then you had to go and bite into it so that the blood spurted all over my brand new suit. $200 this suit cost me. The dry cleaning bill comes out of your end.
Don't worry, Doc. I'll take care of it. Oh, $45,000. Where's the satchel? Come on. We'll split up the profits now.
Yes. Here it is.
Hey, where's Judy? She's the one that deserves some praise. Oh, the way she hooked that poor fish. Judy!
Well, she must have gone inside for something.
Okay, I'll take her cut and give it to her later. Hand me that satchel. Oh, you know, whenever I think of the expression on that Morgan's puss, why, you know, I'll bet he was... What's this?
What's the matter?
That vixen, that seventh daughter of a seventh daughter, that double-crossing, no-sex triple-crossing Rhineck witch, that...
Who?
Diamond! Judy Diamond! She's run off with my money!
Hey,
No! Not yours, you idiots! I've got enough to pay you off your salaries, every penny! It's the bet she's absconded with! Gosh! One of the shrewdest schemes I've ever hatched, and she has to throw the queer in it. Listen to her note. She says, and I'm leaving 5 for your end, Charles. That'll be enough to pay for your long-distance phone call to tell me what you think of me. I'll be in Madrid tonight, but after that, who knows where I'll be. Love, Judy.
So the best laid schemes, they say, can come unstuck. How did I get all the details of this little plot and counterplot? Well, I got them from Judy Diamond herself. I ran into her in Madrid, and the story was so good she couldn't resist telling me before she vanished into smoke along with her newly acquired husband. Yep, Sam Morgan. She picked him up in Madrid the next day as arranged and found that she kind of liked him after all. People are funny, aren't they? Goodbye now.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. It seems mystery is a tonic to our friend Mike. So another story has gone to press, another mystery solved. But there are many more stories to tell. They have their beginnings in the dark alleyways or the, well, brightly lit boulevards of Europe. We hope you'll join us again to hear them. Goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Mystery, suspense, perhaps sudden death are the tokens of a roving reporter's trade. They're all here in these tales which Mike tells. They are the ingredients that make the news, and Mike finds them where the news is made. To anyone else, it might be just an unrelated fact. Perhaps, well, a not very interesting item of news which came in on the ticker tape. Or a word which was dropped in casual conversation. But it's enough to make him grab the fastest transport at hand and send him speeding to the scene. In a moment, our story.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
You fool. Corbett's the man you should have tailed. What do you think he's been up to?
I don't know. You tell me to stay with the senator, Monsieur Clint.
If the senator walked off the dock, would you follow him there?
Please, that would be silly.
Dave Corbett is the only guy, but the only one who can louse me up. He would have to be in Paris. Come on.
To where, monsieur?
The Dauphin Hotel. If Corbett's gonna come into this game, he's gonna be on my side. Alive or dead.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Kanoy. I was sitting in my office at the press building trying to figure out where my next column was coming from when I had an unexpected visitor. The door opened without any preliminary knock, and a thick-set man pushed his way in.
You Kanoy, Mike Kanoy?
Sure, but to what do
My name's Corbett, Dave Corbett. Maybe you heard of me, huh?
Had I ever heard of Lucky Luciano? Sure I had, and I'd heard of Dave Corbett, too. At one time, Corbett was almost as big a name in the rackets. But things had gotten too hot for him in the States, and he'd been living on his wits in Europe these past 5 or 6 years. Yes, I'd heard of him, and I told him so.
Well, then, maybe you're interested in the story, Canoe.
I'm always interested in a story. Sit down.
Thanks. You heard of Senator Payne? Senator J.G. Payne?
Payne. Yeah, wait a minute. Wasn't he the man who...
You got it. Yeah, he was the man who headed the Senate investigation into my activities and ran me out of the country. Okay, so they had right on their side. I was playing the rackets, but Payne made it a personal vendetta.
So, what's the angle?
Did you know Senator Payne is here in Paris?
No, I didn't. Well, I mostly get the lists of VIPs.
Maybe he's not advertising the fact. That's why you didn't hear this. I first knew it about a week back. I was in the Plaza Bar around noon. I was just ordering a drink when...
Mr. Corbett? Mr. Dave Corbett?
Huh? Why, yes, indeed.
I'm sorry to bother you.
Bother? If all such bothersome things were so attractively packaged, I'd be the most gladly burdened of men.
Will you, please come with me?
Oh, I see now. Isn't that approach a little bold? After all, an establishment like this frowns on such obvious...
Please, Mr. Corbett, come with me. You're the only one who can save him.
Me? Save anybody? You come to the wrong man, honey.
Please, you must. Even though you hate him.
Hate him? Now you interest me. Just which antagonist do you mean? My enemies are legion.
You're wasting time. He'll pay you a great deal of money.
Money?
You can name your own price.
The price of my hatred comes high. But for money and hate, Corbett goes anywhere. Lovely lady, lead on. Profitable business should be made as painless as possible, and this girl was a pleasure, Canoe. The dark Irish type, with eyes the mood and color of the restless Channel waters, and hair as blue-black as the proverbial raven's wing. We took the elevator in silence to the 3rd floor and walked along the hotel corridor.
We're almost there.
Tell me, Baldan Sonon, are you bringing me on a wild goose chase?
If it is, then it's the goose that lays the golden egg, Mr. Corbett.
Well, the rose has thorns.
This is it.
Yes?
I found him, sir.
Come in, by all means.
The Honorable Senator James Payne, I believe.
Aren't you surprised to see me, Corbett?
Not particularly. This morning, when the wind from the Seine brought with it the usual aroma of stale grease and ancient garbage, I had an idea I might run into some old enemy before the day was through. Aren't you in the wrong country?
Still the same old Corbett. Insulting, conniving.
And you're the man I'm supposed to help?
It's not by choice, believe me.
That I do believe, Senator. The dislike is mutual.
How much has Diana told you?
So her name is Diana. She told me everything about herself, nothing about you.
Why, I did nothing.
Your eyes, my dear. A woman's eyes tell everything about it.
Senator, I said nothing at all about anything.
I understand, my dear. My secretary, Diana Barnes, who knows me better than I know myself.
My deepest sympathy, Miss Barnes. Well, Senator, it's nice leaving you.
Yeah, now, wait, Corbett. I'm offering you $15,000.
For what?
For helping me. I'm being blackmailed. Diana, show him the photographs.
The lovely Diana passed me the photographs, Canoe. She should have been blushing, because they were really something, believe me, even for Paris. And they were dynamite. The kind of dynamite that can wreck political careers.
In my office in Paris, I was listening to a story. A senator on vacation in Paris was being blackmailed with a set of photographs. The man he'd called on for help was Dave Corbett, a racketeer that he had driven from the States some years before.
Believe me, Canoe, the photographs were good. And spread across the papers back home. Oh, boy, what a splash they're gonna make. Senator, I didn't think it, even of you.
You see, Diana? Even Corbett believes the man in those cursed pictures is me.
Mr. Corbett, I'll have you know that Senator Payne is not the man in those pictures.
Good little girl should never tell lies, Diana.
Hang it all, she's telling the truth, Corbett. I never frequent such clubs as those pictures show. And here, look at this one. You'll recognize a newcomer to the party.
Ah, yes. Forrester Clint, ex-Capone boy. Admire his instincts, but not always his performance. He's a little clumsy. Don't tell me you and Clint are buddies nowadays.
Be sensible, Corbett. Can you imagine me in such company at any time? Particularly with an election coming up next month?
Ah, so it's an election coming up, huh? Of course, I lose track of these things, you know. And where's the blackmail in this?
Forrester Clint is going to ruin me. He wants control of my state. A free run for his crooked gambling syndicates, his men in public office. I refused. He's claimed he'll send these negatives to the newspapers back home unless I change my mind within a week.
And he's here in Paris?
He came here to arrange this blackmail.
Forrester Clint has improved with the years. This is almost worthy of me.
I never expected you to understand, Corbett. But I thought the fee might make it worth your while. Re-election means a great deal to me. I worked hard for my office. I don't want to win or lose because of a hoodlum like Clint. I don't like to think of any high office being ruled by his kind. Or yours.
Now you're being honest. This is most confusing in politics.
Something far more important than any office is at stake, Corbett. I don't want my wife, my family, to be subjugated to this kind of smear campaign. They don't deserve it.
Spoken like a true family man, an American, and a politician.
Oh, Senator, there must be some other way to get the negatives than this man.
Please, Diane.
Helene, the fair and the loyal. I'll get the negatives and the rest of these pictures from Clint. For $15,000.
Thank heaven.
I'll take the money now.
I expected that. Pay him, Diana.
How do you know you can trust him, sir?
He's the only man I know who can outwit Clint. I've got to trust him.
My fee, Miss Barnes?
Here it is. You'd better count it, Mr. Corbett.
But why? I trust you.
Oh, you...
Just how do you plan to contact Clint?
It's easy enough to find men like Clint. The hard part lies in avoiding him, as you should well know, Senator.
What is my next move?
Stay on and enjoy your vacation. Diana and I will let you know how things transpire.
Diana?
She comes with me.
What?
Now listen here, Corbett.
Clint doesn't know her by sight, does he?
I don't think so.
Now she'll be our go-between. You can pack, Diana. I want you to register at another hotel. The Dauphin will do. We'll meet you in the cocktail lounge in 3 hours.
Just what do you think?
Diana? I'd appreciate it if you would cooperate with Mr. Corbett in whatever way you can.
Well, Diana?
Very well, Senator. I'll do my best.
Thank you, my dear. But so help me, Corbett, if you try any of your
Don't try
tricks...
my patience too far, Senator. If I were you, I'd get some rest while we take care of your troubles.
Well, come on, Pierre. I employed you so you could keep tabs on him in this city. What's happened?
A few hours ago, the senator sends the girl down to the bar.
Yeah.
She meets someone there. A man named Dave Corbett.
Dave Corbett?
This is not good news.
Not good news, Pierre. What happened then?
The girl takes Corbett to the senator's suite. I follow, but not too close so they can see me.
Yeah.
I listen, but I hear nothing. So I go up the fire escape outside the senator's room.
Yeah, well...
I'm late in hearing their conversation, Monsieur Clint. But I do hear Corbett tell Payne to stay in his suite. And he tell the girl to meet him at the Dauphin bar in 3 hours. Which is almost now.
And just what have you been doing in those 3 hours?
Watching the senator to make sure it is not a trick.
You charhead, you fool. Corbett's the man you should have tailed. What do you think he's been up to?
I don't know. You told me to stay with the senator, Monsieur Clint.
If the senator walked off the dock, would you follow him there?
Please, that would be silly.
Dave Corbett's the only guy, but the only guy who can louse me up. He would have to be in Paris. Come on.
Come on where?
The Dauphin Hotel. If Corbett's gonna come into this game, he's gonna be on my side. Alive or dead.
So things were warming up, Kanoi.
I met Diana Barnes at the Dauphin Bar as planned, but she arrived white-faced and scared.
Mr. Corbett. Mr. Corbett.
I never dared hope you'd be this anxious to see me, Diana.
It's Clint over at the bar.
Oh? Wow, so it is. Now listen, don't sit down. Keep walking as if this was a casual meeting. Take the side door out of here and go back to Senator Payne's suite and stay there.
But
Clint's coming this way. I don't want you around when he gets here. Now hurry. If I haven't called by morning, you and Payne better beat it back to the States.
But what about you?
Why, Diana, I never dreamed you cared.
Oh, goodbye.
Hey, drinking alone, Corbett? That can turn into a bad habit.
Why, Forrester Clint? In Paris, of all places, and in the flesh. It is flesh, isn't it, old chap?
Same old Dave Corbett. A real Parisian these days, aren't you?
Since things got a little warm for me across the Atlantic, Paris has become a second home.
Oh, you just tell me about it. How about letting me buy you a drink? At my place.
Just which place do you mean, Clint?
Oh, little estate I rented out of St. Julian about half an hour from here. Shall we go?
I suppose it could have looked like they were taking me for a ride. Maybe that's how it was meant to look. We drove out into the country, Clint and me, and a gorilla-like French chauffeur in the front seat. We stopped outside a remote farmhouse and got out. After a long tour, you bring me to a ruin like this? Really, Clint, I thought you were doing pretty well.
Oh, I'm doing fine, Dave. I like the open spaces. More room to breathe in town. Come on in. Enter.
A web? Why not? Hey.
Forrester, you back again? This is a surprise.
Senator Payne.
Who's this guy, Forrester?
Well, I'll be... The face is Senator Payne's and the voice is almost identical.
Inside, Frank. Come on, Dave. I'll buy you that drink I promised you.
Yeah, I could use one.
Sure, drinks on the house.
Sit down, Dave.
I didn't figure to see you back so soon, Forrester. What happened?
Shut up. Pour the drinks.
Oh, yeah, sure, Forrester.
Now, Dave, I'm open for business.
To risk the obvious, this isn't Senator Payne.
You bet I'm not.
The Payne boys were identical twins. Frank here was the black sheep of the family. Also was supposed to have died in a train wreck 15 years ago.
But Jim identified the wrong body. I came through alive. Made myself scarce, and I've been waiting for the day when I could get back at that mealy-mouthed brother of mine.
Identical twins. The oldest pitch in the world.
Yeah, Frank was the man in those pictures. So simple it always works. Even fooled you, Dave.
I can be fooled.
Frank's lived on jealousy and whiskey ever since the accident. He crossed my path several months ago, just as I was figuring on how to move into Jim Payne's state. He was an answer from heaven. We found out Payne was due for a vacation in Paris, so how much better we could set it up here. And that's it.
Very neat.
Oh, I can give you a fat fee, Dave, and a chance to pay off an old grudge against the senator.
Fat fee? You only paid me $500.
Shut up. Dave, I've got him over a barrel. How much did he offer you to get those negatives?
$15,000.
15 grand, and I got a lousy 500 to pose.
I'll give you 25,000 to come in with me, Dave.
25 grand in advance?
Half. The rest when the deal is completed.
Listen, Clint, if you want to throw money around, toss some my way. I've been cheated. Did you hear me? Cut me in on this, or I'll go to my brother and tell him...
What? You what, Frank?
No. Well, nothing, Forrester. I didn't mean it. What are you going to do, Forrester?
Here! Monsieur Clint, take him and walk him over. He talks to you.
No! Forrester, no!
Get him out of here! And hurry! I'm sorry about that interruption, Dave. Not in the answer to my offer.
Here's the answer, Clint. Our deal has to be 50-50 or it's no deal at all. Half share of all you clean up.
50-50? Why, you? Do you think you'll get away with this?
I'm sure of it. All because of a young lady who was with me at the Dauphin.
What about her?
She's Payne's secretary. I spent a great deal of time and effort getting a complete file of your misdemeanors, Clint. If I fail to contact her, copies of said file will be sent airmail to all state and federal law enforcement officers in America with a copy to the French Sûreté. Any mere photographs would hardly reach space in the general clamor about the doings of Forrester Clint. You wouldn't want to be named public enemy number 1 and find it difficult to get home without wearing handcuffs?
50-50 it is.
Right, where are the negatives?
Let me keep one secret. I'll collect them and meet you at Payne's Hotel in an hour. Then we'll go call on the senator.
What time is it, Senator?
Nearly 2 p.m.
What's happened to him? What's gone wrong? I know he was taking a risk. Don't you realize? Somehow Clint must have found out that you were hiring Dave.
Impossible.
He was expecting trouble. He made me leave.
I never dreamed that Corbett could fail. Diana, what am I going to do?
Oh, is that so important now?
What?
Anything could have happened. He may be dead. Why don't you call the police or do something?
The strange charm of Dave Corbett. I don't understand. I never will. He's a criminal without a scruple of any kind. He's blinded you, Diana. Yes? What? Downstairs? Yes, of course. Ask them to come out. Thank you.
What is it, Senator?
Corbett and Ferris Clint downstairs.
Dave? But Clint, what does it mean?
We'll soon find out. They're on their way up now.
Good afternoon, Senator Payne. Diana.
Mr. Corbett. And Forrester Clint. Surely you haven't forgotten me, Senator.
Hardly. Well, gentlemen, what is your business?
We'll come right to the point, Senator. We want to discuss the possibility of your re-election when you return home.
What?
I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Mr. Corbett.
Mr. Clint has informed me that your re-election can be a certainty, providing you agree to his highly lucrative business proposition.
Clint, I told you once and for all.
Oh, don't be too hasty, Mr. Senator. My proposition is so good that Dave Corbett is coming on the deal with me.
What?
Corbett, is this thug telling me the truth?
I brought certain contracts for your signature, Senator, that will allow Mr. Clint full-scale operations in your state.
Oh, no. You wouldn't.
I can't believe it, Corbett. Not even you.
The price of the negatives, Senator. Oh, you better give me those negatives now, Clint. Prove our good faith to Senator Payne.
What good faith? There, but here you are, Dave. The negatives. And the rest of the pictures.
All nicely tied with a pretty ribbon, Senator. A ribbon as blue as Diana's eyes.
You... How small can you get?
Now, will you sign the contract, Senator? I'll deliver the negatives to Miss Barnes.
Yeah, that's right. Just sign on the dotted line, Payne. Everybody'll be happy.
Sold out. Because I trusted a rat.
Here's your pen, Senator.
And here, back, Diana. Get out of the way.
What are you doing?
Corbett, what? Down on the floor, Senator.
A gun?
Hold it, Clint.
Are you crossing me, Dave?
Hold it. You can live without the negative.
Oh, yeah.
You killed him!
What happened? He shoot him.
I suggest you call an ambulance. There's been an attempt on Senator Payne's life.
Oh, mon Dieu.
And keep those people out of here for a minute.
How can I ever thank you, Corbett?
You risked your life, Dave. And all the time we thought...
Save it. I had to kill Clint to take over his lucrative business myself. I'll keep his negative, Senator.
You'll what?
Oh, Dave. Oh, no.
With a chance like this, Senator, you don't think I'd let you off so easily. These incriminating negatives in my possession, like the sword of Damocles, will be suspended over your uneasy head from here on. Call them Corbett's annuities, Senator. And now, if you'll excuse me...
I might have expected this.
And I was beginning to think you were a human being.
Never make that mistake, my dear Diana. Goodbye now. Well, there you are, Kenoi. It happened a half hour ago. By now, the news will be out. Yeah, quite a story. But I don't understand. You must have come straight here to tell me this. Why? Well, I get a little homesick at times, Kenoi. Maybe the day will come when I want to take my passport along to the American consul and get a passage home. I'd like people to know Dave Corbett isn't quite as bad as the record says.
Look, if I write this story, you'll be every bit as bad. According to your own confession, you walked out on a nice kid who was in love with you. You're planning to take over Clint's blackmail, quite apart from killing him.
I kill him in self-defense. All I wanted was the negatives. Even Payne can testify to that. As for Diana, I did her a favor. Don't hold that against me.
Okay. So all you want to do is get revenge on Senator Payne. That won't go down too well with the people who read my column, Corbett.
Okay, Henry. You got a fire extinguisher here. Not that it'll make much of a blaze.
What on earth do you...
This is what I came to do. Here are the negatives and the other photographs. Watch them burn. Want to warm your hands, can I?
I don't understand.
There. Ashes to the wastebasket. There's your story. I'll be reading tomorrow's paper, so make it good.
So that's the story. Why did Corbett burn those films in my office? A gesture? Well, maybe it was a little more. Maybe it was an attempt to show that people can be misjudged on past mistakes. But I don't set out to explain people. My business is merely reporting the facts. I'll leave you to judge the answers for yourselves.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. It seems mystery is a tonic to our friend Mike. So another story has gone to press, another mystery solved. But there are many more stories to tell. They have their beginnings in the dark alleyways or the, well, brightly lit boulevards of Europe. We hope you'll join us again to hear them. Goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Suspense, mystery, and sinister doings are all part of the story we have for you today. This is one of those stories which makes the news, the headlines. Often a news item may in the beginning give nothing more than a faint clue to the mystery which surrounds it. But it's that mystery, when found, that makes exciting reading. If you were a newspaperman stationed in Paris with the whole of Europe in which to find news to fill your paper, where would you start looking? Well, a man in this position is a reporter with a roving commission to wander at will through the highways and the byways of the European continent. From all sources, where languages intermingle and sometimes nationalities clash, come the lead to those items you find on the front page of your daily paper. Yes, these stories make the news, and they are found where the news is made.
presenting Europe Confidential.
I've heard rumors of you. Wanted in the States, aren't you?
Well, how did that get around?
I heard it. Yeah. You've been in some big deals.
All right, that covers my references. What about yours?
You're a very cool one, amigo. You don't think much of your life, do you?
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Kanoy. Did I ever tell you about the day I took a ribbing from the boys on the paper when I landed in Paris carrying a bunch of violets? It was March 1946, and it started in Marseille. I was there to get a story about a flourishing black market and the man behind it. I landed from Paris around 2:30 in the afternoon to be met by a member of our staff who'd arranged hotel reservations and other details.
There you are, Mike. Single room at the Plaza Hotel under the name of Mike Maloof. So why you want to stay in that end of town?
Well, for the same reason that I'm using an alias, Toby. We got wind of this black market in Paris. When the chief decided I was to handle it, we started sending the word around about a big-time American racketeer named Mike Maloof. Maybe it'll pay off, maybe not, but, well, that's how I hope to get into the black market.
Seems like a risk you're taking.
Well, stop worrying for me, Toby. Thanks for the hotel booking. I'll be in touch. So, for the sake of a story, I became Mike Maloof, American racketeer, occupying a hotel room in the seamy part of Marseille. For the sake of a story, I had to adopt a new identity and use the information we'd carefully built up in Paris from reports that had filtered through. I spent the night at the plaza, and early the next morning I was surveying the square outside my hotel when I was detected for a tourist and given a special kind of welcome.
Violets, sweet violets, kind gentlemen. Spend a few pence for the good of your soul and a breath of English countryside.
Well, it would take more than your violets to sweeten my soul, Mother. And tell me, what do you know about the English countryside?
I was born in England, that's what. And if I choose to warm me old bones in a warmer climate, that's my own business, kind sir.
You're a prickly old puss, aren't you? And just for such courage, with a possible customer, I'll purchase a bunch of your dilapidated blossoms.
Oh, thank you, sir. I knew you were a proper gentleman the moment I laid eyes on you, I did.
I might also buy a little information.
What kind of information?
You wouldn't happen to be acquainted with a certain pirate by the name of the Spaniard?
The Spaniard?
You ever heard of him? You'd remember the man. A scar, like a gaping wound across his face. And instead of a left hand, he flourishes a wicked iron hook, I'm told.
Oh, I know the Spaniard, though I pray to forget such as him. What would you want with him, gentlemen?
Words, Mother, just a few simple words.
Would you be his friend?
Well, neither friend nor foe. I've never met him.
His foe you'll be. He makes no friends.
I'd like to meet him.
It's your loss. You can find him at Crow's Nest, a sailorman's saloon and lodging. Down the next street and one over. You can't miss it. Just follow your nose and the noise.
What you do with a drunken sailor? What you do with a drunken sailor? What you do with a drunken sailor?
It was like walking into a page of Robert Louis Stevenson. Ship's lanterns lighted the place, fishing nets and cobwebs decorated the walls, and I swear that some of the patrons boasted barnacles. But at the bar, with a swearing green parrot on his shoulder, was the English renegade they called the Spaniard, complete with scar and iron hook. Well done, gentlemen, well done. But shouldn't the song have been 15 men on a dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and the rest of it?
And who's that bright boy?
Perhaps he comes too slow. Behold, he brings flowers.
Let's heave him out.
Yeah,
Come on, get out with it.
Hold on, mateys. There'll be no heaving overboard of a man who comes to Crow's Nest with posies.
He's either a maniac or a fox. And this one's no madman.
Oh, greetings from Reynard, Spaniard.
Ah, Reynard, is it? I've read me fables, matey. What's the fox's other name?
Mike Maloof.
Maloof. I know that one, too.
Well, your fame is also known to me.
Judging by them dead violets, by way of Gentle Annie.
Oh, is that her name?
She's been called other things.
Yeah, she told me where you dropped anchor. The most important facts concerning you I had before arriving in port.
Well, maybe we'd better have a private talk, Mr. Maloof.
I'm at your disposal.
Follow me. Run in a bucket of grog for me and my friend Robbie.
On the double, Spaniard.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Maloof. We've got some talking to do.
At last I was getting somewhere. Sharing a bucket of grog with the Spaniard was a privilege reserved for very few.
State your business, Mr. Maloof.
I've come to Marseille to work. There are those who say you run a black market here.
Who told you that?
I never betray sources of information.
You're a cool one. I've heard rumors of you. You're wanted in the States, aren't you?
How did that get around?
I heard it. You've been in some big deals.
All right. That covers my references. Now, what about yours?
You're a very cool one, amigo. You don't think much of your lot, do you?
On the contrary, I think pretty well of all my lives.
Lives?
As of a cat. I have more than one. I realize that I wouldn't be the first victim to feel your hook in my throat, Spaniard, but this I guarantee I'd be the last.
You've got the gall to threaten me?
No, merely stating a fact. I'm not altogether alone in Marseille. You know, I have very powerful associates who could even reach you.
You're a liar.
Try me.
Well, maybe we can make a deal, matey. My business is expanding. I could use a sharper like you.
Now you're beginning to sound more intelligent.
You don't like me any more than I like you, Mr. Maloof. It's a fine start. We should do ourselves some good.
Ourselves? No one else?
Hey. All right. Meet me tonight over in the south bank of Old Harbour. There's no warehouse. Last one on the dock. Abandoned, they say.
But you say differently.
Come and see for yourself, Mr. Maloof. 11 o'clock.
6 bells it is, my friend.
Maybe we got more in common than I thought. Have another slug of grog, matey.
I begged off and left the Spaniard swilling his bucket of grog. I left Old Town and walked to one of the better hotels in Marseille to dine alone. I was enjoying an after-dinner liqueur when something new and uniformed was added.
Am I addressing Monsieur Mike Maloof?
Why, yes.
I'm Inspector Delarge, police. Let me speak very plainly. We have trouble enough here without importing it from America. I advise you to make your stay as brief as possible, monsieur, and to cause no incident while you are here. Au revoir.
Fog lay in my throat like cold cotton when I arrived at the abandoned warehouse on the waterfront of Old Harbor. Backwater lapped against the pilings of the dock, and the damp crept into my bones. The whole atmosphere of the place was one of defeat, despair, and hopelessness. I was anxious to get my business over with, and I pushed open a sagging door. Hello? Anybody there?
Mike Maloof?
Why, yes, I was to meet the...
He didn't have a thing on him, Spaniard. Not even a knife.
More fool him. Look to it, Robbie. He's waiting now. So, You've come back to us, Mr. Maloof.
My congratulations, Spaniard. For not dropping me into the sea after your cabin boy here slugged me.
That would have been far too easy.
Easy?
Yeah. I want to see you squirm a bit before sinking you. You didn't think I'd let you walk in nice as you please and take over my hard-earned living, did you?
Certainly. I still intend to, Spaniard.
Listen to her.
Oh, he's a comedian, he is.
But Inspector Delarge takes an even more humorous view of the situation.
Did you say Delarge?
That's why he came here so bold. He's got protection.
Pardon, Robbie. You should have told me that sooner, Mr. Maloof.
I found it most unwise to publicize one's affiliations.
Keeping too quiet might lose you your life.
Well, does that mean I still go for a midnight swim?
No. No, I'll sign you on, Mr. Maloof. But it's going to take more than your fancy talk or Inspector Delarge.
How do you mean?
Well, they're clamping down on me. I'm afraid to so. You find a safe way of making customer contact, amigo, and you're in.
Can't your corrupt inspector assist you?
So you know that, do you?
Well, of course.
Hey, don't trust him, Spaniard.
Shut up, stay out of this. You're in a one condition, Maloof. Sell my goods for me and you share. But if you fail, then you'll feel the cold steel of my hook against your throat.
Nice guy, this Spaniard. But at least I was in. And already by chance I'd uncovered one corrupt police inspector who was a part of Operation Black Market. The next stage was to get enough evidence to break the story. In the short space of 24 hours, I knew that the Spaniard headed the black market organization and that Inspector Delarge, for one, was on his payroll. But knowing it wasn't enough, I had to prove it. So I had to take the game one stage further and do some mild trading on behalf of the Spaniard. But to do that, I had to make it convincing.
Violet, sweet Violet. Who'll spend a few pence for the good of their soul and the breath. Oh, it's you, young gentleman.
Good morning, Annie.
Did you find the Spaniard?
Yes. Say, isn't it a bit cold for you to be out today?
Oh, my diggings are no better. What with me gas turned off and me landlady wanted to lock me out if I don't pay me past rent.
Look, supposing I buy out your stock and we go over to that inn for something warm, huh?
What, you'd go into an inn with the likes of me?
Oh, it'd be an honor. Come along, madame.
Ah, there's nothing like a spot of tea and brandy to put life in a body again.
You want another cup, Annie?
Oh, Lord love you, sir. I've had 3 already. Well, maybe I'll best have one more.
That's my girl. I'll brew the potion myself, huh?
Well, I never thought that gentle Annie'd see the likes of this again.
I see I'll have to take you in hand, Annie.
How do you mean, sir?
Oh, maybe I've taken a fancy to you.
To me? Go on with you.
Or perhaps I've got nothing better to do at the moment.
Oh, that sounds more natural.
Well, how's this for a starter? I'll bring you flowers from the wholesale market, the best and freshest blooms I can find, and they won't cost you a penny. How about that?
You do this for me?
If you'll do something for me, Mum.
Oh, anything, Mr. Maloof, anything.
You're going to have the briskest floral trade in Marseille, and whoever asks you for violets, sweet violets, remember this?
Violets, sweet violets. Well, why, sir, that's my own song.
Yes, but they must say those exact words when they make a purchase.
Oh,
see?
yeah.
Now, when they do, you give them my address. I'm staying at the Plaza.
The Plaza, yeah.
Now, there'll be some who'll give you envelopes. These I'll collect every evening.
To have business with such folk.
Just follow my instructions, Mother, and you'll make us both very happy.
Oh, that I will.
And now, how about another spot of tea, huh?
I've never heard the like, Mr. Maloof.
The whole thing's a rum idea.
But you can't disagree with its efficiency, Spaniard. Gentle Annie will siphon the contacts. They either come to me at the plaza or they leave their dough in the envelopes for the larger merchandise. Best of all, no one will suspect. Annie has sold her wares in that square for years.
Buying flowers to sell black market. What's this business coming to?
Oh, things are tough the world over.
The only thing that makes me over to amigo is that it's your neck. Remember that.
I remember. And I accept the responsibility.
We'll try it for a month. No longer.
Less. I guarantee profitable results within the week. And you won't forget my share, will you, partner?
Don't you worry about me, amigo. We're sailing together. But one shift in course from you, and my ilk will do its work.
Now my timbers are shaking.
All right, then. How about another bucket of grog with me, Mr. Malou?
Not tonight, Spaniard. Remember, I have to be up with the birds to buy violets while the dew is still fresh. My plan was simply this, to do some minor trading, enough to get evidence. And if it had been given a chance, it might possibly have worked. But there were other forces at work, and my scheme fell down that night with a damp thud. At dusk, as arranged, I went to meet Annie in the square, knowing that certain petty criminals had been sent to trade with her during the day. Not enough to matter, but enough to convince the Spaniard. So I went to pick up the envelopes, unsuspecting, unprepared. Good evening, Annie. You got some sweet violets for me?
Sir, Mr. Maloof, look out.
Mr. Maloof?
Well, Inspector Delarge. Facing the other way, reading a newspaper. You know, I should have got to know the back of your head more thoroughly.
You won't try to make any move, please, Maloof. I have gendarmes around the square.
Oh?
For black market activities, I hereby place you under arrest.
To say the situation was loaded was something of an understatement. 2 hours later, I was in front of the prefect of police with Inspector Delarge giving a highly colorful and fictitious story of my activities.
That is the position, mon père. I've had this man under watch since he arrived. He is a dangerous American with a criminal record.
Have you anything to say, Monsieur Malou?
Plenty.
What is there to say? Do you deny you are trading in illegal goods and using the woman flower seller as your agent?
Well,
Do you deny it?
No, but...
Then what else is there to say? He admits it, mon préfet.
Let us hear him, Inspector Delarge.
All right, mon préfet. I didn't want to do it this way, but there's not much choice now. My name isn't Maloof. It's Mike Canoy. I'm an American newspaper man from Paris.
Lies. You know yourself we have a file on the activities of this Maloof.
That is true, Inspector. But it should not be difficult to prove his identity.
Give me a few hours and I can do just that.
Very well. I concede he may be a newspaper man. But aren't we getting away from the point? Whatever he is, he was trading in the black market. A newspaper man. Hell, there have been corrupt newspapermen before.
And corrupt policemen, Inspector Delarge.
That is always the last resort, monsieur. Mon préfet, we have a case against him. And there is a witness.
Yes. Bring in the witness.
Certainement. Monsieur, come in.
Robbie.
You see, the witness is known to this man.
Andrew Robinson. Is that the name?
Certainly is, sir. This is the man.
You have charges to make against Monsieur Malou?
Aye. This is the man who comes to the crow's nest and tries to talk my friend the Spaniard into a black market deal. I heard it all with my own ears.
Well, monsieur?
This man works for the Spaniard, and he and Inspector Delarge dreamed this up between them.
Come, that goes too far.
Too far? I'll go further. Delarge is in this black market in town right up to his neck, and I can prove it.
The man is an idiot. This is a pack of lies.
Wait a minute. An accusation against one of my police is a serious matter. How can you substantiate it?
By bringing you the Spaniard.
Now, wait a minute.
You see, they don't like that. Look, Monsieur le Préfet, I came to Marseille under this guise to try and get into the black market. All right. So it was working against the police, but I was after a story. So we won't debate the merits of what I did.
Get on with it.
I met the Spaniard and I put a deal to him. He accepted me because he thought I was under Inspector Delarge's protection.
So I started to do some small trading through Annie just to make my role look genuine.
Are you going to listen to any more of this?
Wait, Delarge.
I talked the Spaniard into it, but not his henchman Robbie, and not apparently Inspector Delarge. Together they plotted to frame me like this, and when I bring in the Spaniard, I think I can prove that.
How?
The Spaniard is a man who doesn't like his orders countermanded. If I were to bring him here, we might learn a great deal.
There is one point, monsieur. For months, my men have been trying to find this man they call the Spaniard. How can you find him if a full-scale investigation has failed?
I found him before, didn't I? Who was in charge of that investigation?
Inspector Delarge.
Okay, mon préfet. I'll bring your boy in within a few hours. Maybe that'll prove for a start that Inspector Delarge's inquiries weren't so thorough after all. For a while he demurred and then finally agreed. And I went after the Spaniard. He wasn't at the crow's nest, but I finally found him in the warehouse. I entered very carefully this time.
Oh, it's you, is it, my snooping amigo? The newspaper man!
Get your news fast, Spaniard. Not this time.
They were fools. I'm getting out. As soon as I play you off. It's you or me, amigo. I always knew it would be. And my yoke will get you.
Not this time, Spaniard. Come on, get up. You got a date with me at police headquarters. It took us a few hours, but the truth finally came out. I was cleared. Inspector Delarge was indicted with the Spaniard and the rest of the crew. Oh, yes, it all tidied up very nicely. And 2 days later, I was on my way back to Paris. But at the airport, before I left, there was one solitary well-wisher to see me off.
Mr. Conroy, sir.
Annie!
Oh, I couldn't let you go without a word of goodbye, sir.
Well, now, that's very kind of you, Annie. You came all this way just to see me off?
Yes, and to give you these. Au revoir, Mr. Conroy. And all the best from Annie.
She was lost in the crowd, and I was on my way to the plane, deeply touched, I might say. I carried my small present up the gangway and down it again when we reached our destination. Well, what could I do? It was a gift. That's how I came to fly from Marseille to Paris, carrying a bunch of violets.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. Well, that's a story that's hit the headlines, and that's the way it's found. From his office in Paris, Mike has set out many times to track down those little fragments of news which build into a headline article. Indeed, our roving reporter friend has many a tale to tell. I hope you'll join me for the next one. Well, goodbye till then. Till we meet again and listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Any reporter who can win a roving commission to discover the mysteries behind the secrets of one or several countries has certainly won his position because he has that special something that recognizes a story even before it is a story. In the likeliest and unlikeliest places of Europe, Mike has discovered intrigue and mystery and has searched behind the veil for the stories that will make the news. Not without danger, these stories have been transmitted to his European headquarters in Paris, and from there they have found their way into newsprint to excite the world. But in a moment, let Mike tell you himself of one such adventure.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
You must be crazy, Thornton. Ringing me last night, telling me to be here with £10,000. Blackmailing me? Oh, that's a laugh, that is.
I want your 10,000 in cash or I'll put the police on your trail.
For what? For the stunt I pulled on you in Genoa?
No. I'm talking about something more serious. Murder.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Connoy. I got into this case because I was in London at the time and because Inspector Marks happened to be an old friend of mine. I had a date for lunch with him 2 days after I landed, and he was half an hour late. Well, that's how a story can start. 2 hours before our luncheon date, Marks was called out on a case. A dead girl in a Bayswater residential flat. Just a kid, a nobody, unimportant. At least until she died.
Now then, Mrs. Forbes, I'd like you to tell me everything you can about the girl.
What is there I can tell you? She came here about a week ago. How was I to know there was nothing different about her?
Nothing different?
She looked the same as any of my other boarders. I took her in, and now what's going to happen?
Look, ma'am.
People will start to leave. I know how it is. First one leaves, then another. The place is tainted. It took me years to build this into a decent, respectable place. Now that's all going to be ruined.
I appreciate your problem.
Years it took me. But people won't come to live where there's been a murder. I didn't deserve this.
I doubt if she did. And wailing about your luck won't help anyone. You, the girl, or me. Now then, what was her name?
Jane Ferris.
A week she'd been here, you said?
That's all.
Any idea where she lived last?
None. I got the idea she might have been abroad somewhere.
Abroad? Any special reason for thinking so?
Just that she said there was a sister living in London, and she hadn't seen her since before she went away. I didn't ask where away. I'm not one to pry.
No, of course not. A sister? Now, I wonder if her name would be Ferris.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, then she told you the name.
Well, not exactly. But she left a letter in the box downstairs to be posted. So I've got it here. I thought you might want it.
Thank you. Mrs. Evelyn Greyfair, Clifton Avenue, Kensington. That's very helpful. I don't think there's anything more just for the moment.
Sure?
Quite sure, thank you. Mrs. Evelyn Greyfair, Clifton Avenue, Kensington.
Mrs. Greyfair, Inspector Marks from Scotland Yard, madam.
Thank you, Gordon. From Scotland Yard, Inspector. This is rather unexpected.
I've come concerning your sister, Mrs. Greyfair.
My sister, Jane.
I have some rather bad news for you.
What kind of trouble has Jane got herself into this time?
She's dead.
What?
Murdered.
Murdered? Inspector, you don't mean Jane murdered?
I'm sorry. She was found dead in a bed sitting room at Bayswater. She'd been strangled.
Jane dead like that?
Yes, this is rather a shock to you, I know, but better from me than reading about it in the newspapers, man.
The newspapers? Well, my husband will see it.
I expect he will.
Oh, but this is dreadful, absolutely dreadful.
But what do you mean, Mrs. Greyfair?
My husband's a well-known city man, Inspector. He's the chairman of companies. Our friends are respectable people.
Oh, yeah?
My sister's been a source of embarrassment to me since the day I married. I managed to conceal most of her... Well, you don't want to hear about this.
On the contrary, I do. How did your sister earn a living?
She was a dancer.
I see.
I wish I did. She used to work at a place called the Paris Club.
You didn't like her working there?
Well, hardly. I went down to that place and tried to reason with Jane. She was strange and stubborn.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it must have been all of 6 months. We quarrelled, and I haven't seen or heard from her from that day to this.
You didn't try to see her?
No, can you blame me? After all, a dancer. It wasn't as if she was a good dancer, just a girl in a line.
Perhaps she liked it.
She could have got other jobs. She had a talent for art once. And wasted talent now.
You can't tell me anything else that might give us a clue to her murderer?
I'm afraid I knew nothing about my sister's private life. Nothing at all. I can only suggest you try the Paris Club. And that person who runs it. I think his name is Brewster. Benny Brewster.
Well, that's how it all began. An ordinary, routine investigation into murder. If murder can ever be ordinary. Inspector Marks called a halt at 1:30 p.m. and remembered that he was long since due to meet me at the press club for lunch. And over that lunch, I first heard about the life and death of Jane Ferris.
So there it is, Mike. My excuse for lateness, and my reason for having to hurry off from this very excellent lunch.
You're going to see this guy Brewster, are you?
Yes, we want to get the business cleared up as soon as possible.
I suppose the rules prevent me from coming along.
You?
Just sit on the sidelines and watch.
Well, I don't know, Mike. I don't think I've ever read any rules about that. Suppose we finish our coffee and find the Paris Club.
The Paris Club is a basement room. Nothing about it resembles anything Parisian. You go down a flight of narrow steps away from the crowds and the London traffic into the musty and stale atmosphere that's a replica of 100 other places in 100 other cities all over the world. When we arrived, waiters were setting up the tables around a few square feet of cleared space called a dance floor. In the background, a jukebox was working overtime.
Yes, I'm Benny Brewster, mister. Now, what did you want to see me about?
The name is Marks, Inspector from Scotland Yard.
Cops? Sorry, policeman.
I want to talk to you about a little...
Wait a minute. I can't talk out here. The noise makes me nervous. Come into my office. Now then, Inspector. Now, what do you want with me? I'm law-abiding, honest.
Mr. Brewster, did you know a girl named Jane Ferris?
Janie, yes. Yes, she used to work here.
Well, how long ago did she leave?
4 months. And she didn't leave.
Sacked?
Yeah.
Any particular reason?
Now, look, mister, who I hire and fire's my own business. I run a respectable place here.
Before you go any further, I'd better tell you this. Jane Ferris has been murdered. I'm investigating her death.
Murdered? Things like that make me nervous. I know the signs, girls who start playing around with needles. Oh, they make me nervous.
Needles? You mean drugs?
What else? She got mixed up with Harry Klein and his crowd. I didn't want her around.
Harry Klein? That name's familiar. Who is he?
I don't know.
Where did the girl go after she left here?
No, that's something I can tell you. She went to Italy. Even sent me a little card with a drawing she did on it herself. It's funny, that. There you are. With the poor kid dead, I reckon you might as well have this.
Yes, I'll take it with me. Strange sort of sketch. See it, Mike?
Yeah, an old man sitting on what looks like the steps of a cathedral or something, feeding the birds.
And the postmark's obscure. Italian stamps. Did the note say from where she posted it?
Oh, some place called Genoa.
Yeah, Genoa.
Only I wouldn't know. Foreign travel doesn't go down with me. It makes me nervous, and I have to take things easy.
We left the nervous nightclub owner, and Inspector Marks went back to Scotland Yard. I had a kind of a hunch that behind this case was the sort of story I could use. So I made further appointment to see Inspector later that afternoon. When I met him, his news was not very encouraging.
Looks as if the case just peters out, Mike. No more leads. No one saw anybody enter or leave her room at the boarding house. No fingerprints, nothing to work on.
What about this guy Klein?
No, he's known to us all right. What you might call a big operator. Runs crime on an organized basis. Specializes in blackmail and drugs.
Oh, nice guy.
Charming. We pulled him in and questioned him. He admitted knowing the girl, but there's nothing else we can prove. He had his lawyers with him, of course, laying down the legal procedure.
How does this guy get away with his organized crime if you know about him?
Simply for lack of evidence. Oh, well, we're going to keep working on it, of course. Perhaps we'll come up with something.
What about the Genoa angle?
Yes, I'd like to follow it up, but that's out of our province. We made a routine inquiry through Interpol, and the Italian police don't know the girl.
Inspector, supposing I wanted to take a trip.
What do you mean?
To Genoa.
Let's find the church, eh? And the old man.
And maybe get a lead on what she was doing in Geneva. And then maybe, well, just maybe, they'll tell us why she was murdered.
I don't think we'd miss that sketch. I don't think we'd miss it at all.
The city of Genoa is a place of palaces and churches built on a hillside that looks down on the blue Mediterranean Sea. I had as an official guide one of our staff in Rome who'd flown up to meet me. All I had to do now was to deliver a story. Together we roamed the city streets.
Signor Connolly, we have walked a great way, but nowhere is there a church like this.
Yeah, we've sure covered the churches. And what are those spires?
They belong to the church, the Cathedral of the Annunziata.
Wow, from here it looks beautiful. Now, if I was an architect, I could really appreciate this tour. But then architects don't get sent on jobs like this.
All right, you are.
Yeah, it's too bad. Hey, wait a minute. Look.
What, Signor Connolly?
The steps. The cathedral. Look, the old man sitting there. Look what he's doing.
Why, it is a replica of your sketch.
A perfect replica. An old man sitting on the steps, feeding the birds. The old man's name was Guido. He spoke a brand of English cultivated for the tourist trade, and his eyes lit up with recognition when I showed him the penciled sketch. Well, Guido, does it mean anything to you? Do you happen to recollect who drew it?
Yes, I remember. I've never forgotten her.
Her? Then the girl did draw it, eh? Jane Ferris?
Her name was Jane. She came here in the spring. I remember that the birds loved her.
The birds?
This man, Signor, he believes the birds are the judges of good and evil. If the birds stay when a stranger comes, then Guido talks with him.
I see. You haven't frightened them away?
They stayed for her, just as they stayed for you.
Mm-hmm.
She was very beautiful.
and the birds would feed from her hand. She used to laugh then. Somehow the whole Garibaldi would seem a cleaner, brighter place.
Look, I want to find out what happened to her here. Is there anything you can tell us?
You are searching for her, senor?
Well, not exactly. She's dead.
Madre dia de. Oh, but she was so young.
Well, I'm trying to find out why she died, Guido. Anything you can tell me will help.
Of course. I will tell you what I can. The first time I saw her, she was with someone. A man, tall, dark. A man I did not like. She called him Harry.
Harry Klein. Must have been. What else, Guido? Did you hear anything they said? Anything at all?
I heard a little, senor. I did not care to listen. But they came close to me, to where I was sitting here on the steps of the Annunziata.
Harry, what a lovely place. Oh, look at the church at the top of the steps.
This is a spot I've picked, Jane. You're to be here at 10 tomorrow morning.
Oh, I shan't mind. Aren't the birds beautiful?
Chattering about birds and listen to me.
Oh, we frightened them away.
Blast the birds, listen to me.
Yes, Harry.
Tomorrow at 10, Thornton passes this way, going from the hotel to the art gallery. And when he sees you sketching...
You think he'll even be interested?
He's a connoisseur of beauty, of fine paintings and beautiful women. You'll be irresistible, Jane. And from then on, it's all up to you. But I know you won't fail me, my dear.
So they left, senor. But the next morning, the girl returned. She sat here on the steps, and this time the birds stayed. We talked a little. Then she began to sketch. And after a while, I noticed an Englishman, a wealthy senor, had stopped to watch.
That's very good. Do you mind if I admire it?
I'm afraid you're flattering me. I'm just an amateur.
But your outlines are good. You've shaded too much here. Apart from that, I like it.
Thank you. That's high praise from Miles Thornton.
Oh, you know me.
I've seen you at the art shows here in Genoa.
Well, how could you have been there and I not noticed you? Do you go to many art exhibitions?
When I can.
There's an exhibition this afternoon at the Palazzo Rosso. Are you going?
Oh, it's an invitation show. I haven't tickets.
Would you accept my invitation?
That's very kind of you, but...
I have a ticket going to waste. Take it and promise you'll be there.
All right, I promise. And thank you once again.
Yeah, I see it now, Guido. So that was the trick, the oldest in the world.
But, senor, there is more to tell.
Well?
The signorina met him often after that day. They seemed happy, so very happy. One only had to look to see how much in love they were.
Yeah, and I'd started to feel sorry for Jane Ferris.
But you do not understand. They were in love.
Huh?
And their happiness was complete until the other man came back to cause trouble.
Harry Klein, yeah, he'd be back.
They were here when it happened. She was finishing her sketch while he watched. Then this Signor Klein, he arrived. There was an argument, but I did not hear what was said.
I suppose it ended with Miles Thornton bringing out his checkbook.
Yes, there was some talk of money. The man, Klein, seemed to be threatening the other. The signorina was crying.
Yeah, I bet that was an act. That's all you can tell me, is it, Guido?
That is all, signor. They went away, the three of them. They did not come back. And now you say she is dead. It is very sad.
Yeah, it's too bad. Well, thanks a lot, Guido. Goodbye.
Arrivederci, signor. Goodbye.
Well, there was my story. A game of chisel the rich unsuspecting victim. The oldest game there is. It was all there now to write and forget about, except that Jane Ferris had been murdered and her death was still unsolved. So I went back to London and turned over my information to Inspector Marks. A few hours later, I was present when wealthy art connoisseur Miles Thornton came to Scotland Yard to be questioned regarding his association with the dead girl.
Well, Mr. Thornton, there it is. We established your connection with the case, and by a stroke of luck, you happen to be back in London. Now then.
I suppose you want a confirmation from me that I knew her.
Well, that for a start.
Yes, I knew her. The old man on the steps was right, gentlemen. I fell in love with her.
Did you know she was dead, Mr. Thornton?
Yes, the story was in the newspapers. It could only have been Harry Klein. When we split up in Genoa, he was swearing vengeance. She wouldn't go with him, you see. She wanted to stay with me.
How much did you have to pay?
£5,000. Yes, I know it was blackmail. But Jane really loved me. I know that. I'll never believe anything else.
So Klein left with the dough, and you and Jane stayed on in Genoa?
For a while, but I had to return to London, and there was another problem.
Her addiction to drugs?
Yes. Klein kept her well supplied. It suited him. It made her all the more eager to work his blackmail schemes. But now she wanted a break with it.
Yes?
You see, we wanted to be married. I really loved her that much. But she wouldn't meet my friends until she cured herself. So we split up. She wouldn't take money from me. She wouldn't even get in touch with me until this drug craving was beaten. I was wrong to ever let her do it. I should have had her with me, no matter what my friends thought. Somehow she must have been located by Klein. And for trying to break away, she was killed.
Yes, that's a pretty theory, Mr. Thornton. But it's only a theory. We can't prove a word of it.
Wasn't there any lead that might link Klein with this?
Nothing. No fingerprints, no witnesses. And with this story, we'd hand Klein a certain acquittal.
Yes, I see that.
We don't even know he is guilty.
But I know it.
Well, this is asking a lot, Mr. Thornton, but would you be willing to give evidence in court? Tell this whole thing to a judge and jury, if it meant catching the girl's killer?
Yes, Inspector. I'll do anything you say now.
But you said you can't go to court with this, Inspector.
No, Mike. I had something else in mind. If Mr. Thornton will cooperate with us, this is what I think we should do. It'll be our only chance of getting real evidence against Klein.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's you, Klein. Come in.
Thanks. I will.
Well, did you bring the money?
You must be crazy, Thornton. Ringing me last night. Telling me to be here with £10,000. Blackmailing me. Oh, that's a laugh, that is.
I want £10,000 in cash, or I'll put the police on your trail.
For what? For the stunt I pulled on you in Genoa?
No, for murder. Jane's murder.
You don't know a thing, Thornton. Not a thing.
I know more than you think. I suppose you feel you were very careful. Do you know you were seen outside her boarding house the night she was killed?
Who saw me?
I did.
Who have you told about this, Mr. Thornton?
Nobody yet. I intend to tell the police if you don't pay up.
You poor stupid fool. You really expect me to pay you $10,000? I'll pay you all right, Thornton. With this.
Put that gun away!
It'll be a pleasure, mister. You think I'd have come here for any other reason than to kill you?
Now I'm certain of it. You killed Jane, didn't you?
Yes, I killed her. I always pay all people who double-cross me. But knowing it won't do you any good, Thornton.
All right, Klein, we've heard enough. Put your gun down.
Why, you coppers.
A trap, and you walked right into it, Klein.
Thornton, you rat.
Look out, he's crazy.
Give me that gun, Klein. Give it.
I'll give it to you, all right, copper. Where it hurts most.
Drop it.
Stop, you're breaking my arm.
Drop the gun. Right. Handcuffs, Rogers.
I'll take care of him, sir.
Good. Mr. Thornton, are you all right?
In the arm, Inspector.
I'll call a doctor. We gotta look after you. Don't forget, you're gonna be our chief witness when Klein goes up for trial.
You've got enough evidence now.
Thanks to you, yes. I'm taking him in to charge him with the murder of Jane Ferris.
You could say that was the end of the story. Although the real end came 2 months later when a jury found Harry Klein guilty of murder. So a big-time operator was caught on a rap he couldn't beat, all because of a girl found dead in a Bayswater room. A girl who wasn't at all important until she died.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again, and that's Mike's story for today. Mysterious, yes, and exciting. But then, that's our aim. These stories are exciting. That's why they're worth telling. We hope you will join us next time. Now, goodbye till we meet again for another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Everybody loves a mystery, and I'm no exception. And that's why it gives me so much pleasure to act as your guide on this series. You see, we've gathered together some of the finest mystery stories in the world. Stories from many places and from many times. Some of them are up to date, well, as up to date as today's newspaper. Others are classic stories of the past. Today's mystery, for instance, it takes place in Europe, the Europe of modern times, a world of intrigue and suspense where a man's life can count for very little when a country's future is at stake. Mike, our storyteller, works in the Paris office of a famous American newspaper. His job is to look for the stories that make the news, and he finds them in the places where the news is made. In a moment, our play begins.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Mr. Connoy, thank heaven you're here. I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do.
What's happened?
Whiplash went out for a walk last night, and he didn't come back. This morning, I found this note under the door. Mr. Connoy, Whiplash has been kidnapped.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
My name is Mike Connoy. I write a column called Europe Confidential for an American paper in Paris. If you eat a certain brand of breakfast cereal, you no doubt see the face of Whiplash STEELE smiling up at you from the packet every morning. Turn on your radio and you'll probably hear Whiplash STEELE singing one of his latest tunes. And at night, if you're addicted to television, you're likely to see a Wild West picture starring Whiplash STEELE. This guy is reckoned to be the most popular cowboy entertainer of all time, with more fan clubs than a hound dog has fleas. So when he arrived in London recently to begin a grand tour of Europe, I went along to interview him in his suite at the Ritz. I waded through the knee-deep carpet to door 203 and pressed the buzzer. The door opened, and there in all his splendor, toting a brace of nickel-plated 6 guns, stood Whiplash STEELE.
Howdy, you're Kanoi, huh?
That's right, Mr. STEELE.
Come on in, then. I like folks to call me Whiplash. It was good enough when I was riding the range, and I figure it still is.
Yeah, okay, Whiplash.
Now, shoot, partner. What can I do for you?
Well, as I explained, I write a column. I thought you might like to tell me a few things about yourself. About your past, how you became famous, and your plans for the future.
Always glad to oblige the press, Kanoi. There's a lot of folks interested in me. They like to hear about me. I don't want to disappoint. Grab a chair and dump your carcass.
Thanks.
Drink?
Thanks.
Hard liquor's all I've got.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Neat? Or you one of them sissies that put water in it?
Yeah, well, neat. Thanks.
You know, I figure it's a real test of a man, the way he takes his liquor. Well, here's looking at you, partner.
Yeah, cheers.
And now, partner, let's hear them questions of yours. First, I guess you'll want to know about my background, huh? I come from an old pioneering stock, you know. The Steeles are a family that command a mighty lot of respect back in Arizona. It was my little old grandpappy who blazed the trail out west and set up the Lazy Y spread, and on that spread, Canoa, I was born.
Now tell me
about my upbringing. Well, there wasn't much time for schooling. I never did take the books, but I could have been born in the saddle the way I straddled a horse. It was then, during those long, lonesome nights on the range, that I first started strumming a guitar.
I see. Then somebody heard you and offered you a recording contract?
Yup. I didn't want no part of it for a while there, and I was happy where it was on the Lazy Y Range. But then, I got to figure. I decided that if my songs meant so much to folk, well, it was my duty to keep on and sing.
And those, can you use them?
My 6 guns? Use it? Watch. I could drill you before you move the whiskey.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Now, let's hear about your plans for the future. How long is this European tour of yours going to last, and what's your schedule?
My manager's the one who can best answer that. He takes care of my bookings. Burns, come on in here.
Yes, Whiplash?
This here's the reporter fella, Kanoi. This is Burns, my manager.
How do you do, Mr. Connoy?
Hello there. Come on in, close the door. Connoy wants to know what my engagements are. He's writing some sort of big article about me.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Connoy, Whiplash starts off his European tour with a big TV appearance tomorrow night, 8 o'clock until 9. There'll be representatives from every Whiplash STEELE fan club in Britain in the auditorium.
Kids, you know. I'm the rival.
Then the following night, Whiplash is star of a big rodeo they're staging at the White City. On Wednesday evening, he has a radio broadcast.
Hey, hold it there. Wait a minute. What's this about Tuesday night? I don't know nothing about no rodeo.
Well, sure you do. You signed the contract 4 weeks ago.
Contract?
I put a whole pile of them in front of you. I started to tell you about them, but you said not to bother you.
Well, tell me now.
Okay. They're staging this big American-style rodeo, and you're the star. You're being paid £3,000 just to ride a buck jumper and sing a few songs.
What? Why didn't you tell me about this before?
Well, I tried to, Whiplash buddy.
You bungler, Burns. That's why I fired my other managers for messing things up.
But, Whiplash...
Shut up. Happens I got something else on Tuesday night, something personal. So cancel the contract. Tell them I can't make it.
But we can't do that. It's signed.
Well, unsign it then. Tear it up. Tell them to go jump in the lake. I'm Whiplash STEELE, and I don't stick to no contract.
Whiplash, pal, I'm sorry, but this is one contract you can't get out of. The rodeo will collapse without you. They'll sue you for every cent you've got. You've got to do it.
Oh, yeah? Say, Kanoi, you come on back in the morning, will you? We'll finish the interview then.
Sure. It's all the same to me.
You know the way out. Now, you listen here to me, you bungling little runt. You tell them I won't be there on Tuesday night, you understand?
But Whiplash, buddy.
Don't buddy me. You go right along.
And that was my first meeting with Mr. Rootin' Tootin' Steele. I was not impressed. However, I still hadn't all the information for my story, so next morning at 10, I was back. Burns opened the door, and to say he looked worried was an understatement.
Oh, Mr. Conroy.
Morning. Is Nature Boy up and about yet?
Mr. Conroy, I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do.
Huh?
Whiplash went out for a walk last night, and he didn't come back. This morning, I found this note under the door. Mr. Conroy, Whiplash has been kidnapped. Yes, Mr. Conroy. Whiplash has been kidnapped. I've been almost frantic with worry, Mr. Conroy. I just don't know what to do.
You contacted the police?
No, I'm scared to. Here, read the note.
Burns, I've been kidnapped. Tell who you like, but don't let the cops interfere or I'll be killed. Wait until you get another note and follow the instructions in it. Whiplash.
Why do you think they've done it, Mr. Conroy? Why have they kidnapped him?
Well, certainly not for his beautiful nature, that's for sure. I guess they want dough.
He says not to let the cops interfere.
Well, it's his life and his money, I guess.
Well, what should I do then?
Well, sit around and wait for the other note. I imagine it'll contain a demand for money and instructions about where to leave it. After the dough's been paid and Whiplash is safely released, the police can have a free hand. And if I know Scotland Yard, Mr. Burns, they'll get the kidnappers.
He goes out for a walk every night before he turns in. They must have known that, and they were waiting for him.
Yeah. Mr. Burns, do you mind if I use your phone? I want to ring Paris.
Paris? Well, I don't know, Mr. Conroy.
Well, there's no point in keeping the story out of the newspapers, is there? I might as well make the scoop as anybody else.
Well, it's publicity, isn't it?
Sure.
I guess so.
And don't worry too much about Whiplash. He'll be okay. This is London, not Chicago. My editor almost skipped for joy when I told him the story. A kidnapping in England is news at any time, but when the kidnapped party happens to be a world-famous entertainer, well, that calls for headlines. Scotland Yard lost no time in contacting Burns, but they agreed not to interfere until the ransom money was paid. While we waited for note number 2, I stayed at the hotel suite with Burns. He seemed glad of the company. In the afternoon mail, there was the letter.
It's Whiplash's handwriting.
What does it say?
They want £10,000. Leave it tomorrow night on the red letterbox outside 40 Gerrard Street at 7 p.m. Don't tell the police about this. Whiplash. 10,000.
Well, you got it?
I guess I can get it, okay.
I wonder if we ought to tell the police that the second note's arrived.
No, Conroy.
Well,
no.
Maybe they could watch the place and then...
But you saw what Whiplash said in his first note. He said they'd kill him if the police interfered.
Yeah, I guess you're right. We better play it carefully.
And you won't mention this note to your paper, will you?
No, not a word.
Good. Now, where's the street?
Well, Gerrard Street's on the other side of Shaftesbury Avenue from Soho. I'll show you the way tomorrow night. I'll go with you if you like.
Well, thanks, Conroy. I'd appreciate that. And right now, I'd better start raising 10,000.
£10,000 for the life of Whiplash Steele seemed to me about £10,000 too much. Or maybe I'm just a cynic. Anyhow, next day, Burns produced the money, and at 6:30 we set off together to find number 40 Gerrard Street. 36, 38. Yeah, there it is, number 40.
And there's the letterbox. Will I put the packet on top?
Yeah, so they can find it without any trouble.
And now what?
Well, I guess we go home and wait. Unless
what?
Well, if we went over the road and down to that doorway, we could stand there in the shadows and wait
no, Mr. Conroy, no.
Yeah, but look...
A man's life is at stake.
Okay, you win.
Are you coming back to the suite?
I'll be there in a couple of hours. I've got a few things to do. If Whiplash should show up in the meantime, will you phone me at my hotel? I'd like to be first with the story.
I'll do that, Mr. Conroy, I promise you. And I hope and pray that the news you give your paper will be good news.
I had no intention of going back to my hotel, of course. As soon as I saw Burns into a cab, I did a sharp about turn and went back to Gerrard Street. I stood in the doorway and waited. I saw a tall, dark figure slink along the street and pull up before the red letterbox. He took the packet of crisp 5-pound notes, looked very carefully around him, and then walked off in the direction from which he'd come. I waited until he'd turned the corner, and then I followed.
If you ever want to follow somebody, do it in Soho. You'll never find a better place. In Soho, if you're not up to something sinister, you feel you ought to be. As I followed the kidnapper along Frith Street and down a narrow alleyway, I felt I was doing the normal thing for Soho. He stopped at the doorway of a tall, thin, gray-bricked house and knocked. When I saw who opened the door for him, I almost fell backwards in surprise. I walked quickly out of the shadows. Well, if it isn't Mr. Steele.
Can I?
Mind if I come in too, Whiplash?
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm paying a social call like this fella here.
Mr. Fuller,
You fool. I thought I told you to be careful.
Don't worry. I'll take care of
Hold it. Come in, can I?
Thanks.
Hello. We kidnapped somebody else.
Shut up, you. Fine, fair, and nincompoops I picked.
Here now, lay off the language, Cap. Me and Charlie ain't used to that sort of talk, are we, Charlie boy?
No, we ain't. It offends us.
Don't you think you should introduce me to your friends, Whiplash?
Friends? Why, are they...
Now, manners. Now, I'm Charlie, Gov, and this is my mate, Dick.
Roger.
Am I correct in assuming that Mr. Steele employed you both to help kidnap himself?
That's about the strength of it, as you might say.
Canoli, if ever you breathe a word of this here to anybody, I'll kill you.
What with? Your nickel-plated 6 guns?
Can I didn't mean that, pardon. I guess I get a little hot under the collar sometimes.
Yeah, I guess you do.
Look, I'll tell you what. There's no reason why we should have any difficulty about this here matter. You go away and forget you ever saw anything tonight, and I'll pay you £1,000. Now, what do you say? Okay, then. 2,000 it is. Oh, what the heck do you want, then?
Well, first and foremost, a story.
About what?
About why you kidnapped yourself.
What'll you do then?
Well, that remains to be seen.
You won't print it?
I'm not promising anything.
Okay. I guess you hold all the aces, don't you? Fellas, can you leave us alone for a while?
It's a pleasure, isn't it, Charlie?
Yeah.
We'll go and make a nice hot cup of tea. Off to you, Charles.
Sure, I'm sure.
Where'd you pick up that circus?
In a pub.
Well, I'm waiting.
What do you want me to tell you?
Everything. The lot.
Okay. For a start, my name ain't Whiplash Steele. It's Alfred Skinner. I come from Arizona right enough, but my pappy don't own no ranch. He's got a garage in Greensboro. That surprises you, I guess.
Nope.
No?
Nothing surprises a reporter.
I've been living a lie, Canoi, for the past 3 years. Ever since I sang that song of mine over the local radio station and got offered a recording contract. I ain't had no say in my life, past, present, or future. Overnight, they wrote a new story for me, and I had to act it out all the time. Well, the only fellow who knew the truth about me was my manager, Jeff Gilson, but he got a bit too uppity, and I fired him.
And you hired Burns, eh? A defenseless little guy you could bawl out whenever you liked.
You want to put it like that? Yep. But he didn't know my life story was all a fake, and he still don't. So he fixed me up the store in that rodeo at the White City.
Well?
And you should have seen what I had to do. I had to ride out in a bronc, the meanest old bronc they could find. I had to team it right there in front of 50,000 people. And Canoi, I've never been near a horse in my life. I'm scared stiff of horses. And it ain't no joking matter.
Yeah, so you decided on having yourself kidnapped.
It was the only way I could think of. I was desperate, Canoi. There was no way out of the contract. And if I went along to that rodeo, I'd break my neck. So I had to walk around Soho. I got to talking to them two fellas at a bar. Told them what I wanted done, and they agreed to help me for £500 each. Well, you know the rest.
Two tea coming up?
Oh, thanks.
Not at all. Pleasure, innit, Charles?
Not all.
You own this place?
No, Gov. It's been empty for a couple of years. Me and Charlie found out how to open the front door, and we used it as our London residence. Kind of headquarters, if you know what I mean.
And we hope you'll be very comfortable here. Because we're going to lock you in for a while.
What?
Hey?
Yes, Gov. We've decided to take a trip abroad. And we're taking the £10,000 with us.
Look, you two, you can't run off with my £10,000. It's robbery.
I suppose it isn't that. Now, if you'll just hand over the parcel of notes, Charlie and me will leave you two gents to swap stories.
You'll get your 500 each and no more.
No, that's not fair. A £10,000 kidnapping should be worth 10,000. Right, Charles?
Right.
Now, hand over like a good boy.
Why, you are...
How'd you like that left, Charles?
You should be in pictures.
Here, you put the money in your pocket.
You won't get away with this.
I think we might, Gov.
We'll yell for help.
Nobody'd hear you. Or if they did, they wouldn't take any notice. This is Soho. Well, gents, Sarah, we'll ring the coppers from Paris or Rome and tell them to release you both. Toodaloo.
Can I? What are we going to do?
What can we do? They built these houses pretty solidly. The only window is that one up there near the roof. They both have to be about 50 pounds lighter to get through it.
And what about the door?
Maybe if we both got a hold of that table. Here, give me a hand. Here. We'll use it as a battering ram and try and break in the panels, right?
Yep.
Okay. After 5 minutes, one of the panels finally gave way. I reached my hand through the opening and discovered that our two chums had left the key in the lock. In a matter of moments, we were free. There you are, Whiplash.
I wonder where the nearest phone is. I'm going to get the cops onto those two guys. They won't be taking no vacation on my 10,000.
Wait a minute. Have you figured out what'll happen when the police catch them? The story'll come out. They'll tell everything.
Holy smoke. What's it matter? We'll write it up anyway.
Well, I've been thinking about it, Whiplash. I must be frank, I don't like you or anything about you, but on the other hand, I don't use my column to ruin a man's career. I'm going to write the story, yeah. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you 3 months. Enough time for you to finish your tour of Europe and get back home.
Oh, yes, that's something new for a reporter to be human. That means I got the choice now of letting them two crooks get away with the 10,000 or get the money back and have the story come out.
Well, that's just about it.
Well, what's 10,000 anyway? Chicken feed.
We caught a cab in Shaftesbury Avenue and headed back toward the hotel. Whiplash knew that as soon as it got around that he'd been released, Scotland Yard would be clamoring for the full story. So he invented 2 fictitious characters with fictitious names and had his story all ready. When we reached the suite at the Ritz, we were welcomed by an overjoyed Burns.
You don't know how pleased I am to see you, Whiplash, buddy. Why, we were imagining all sorts of things, weren't we, Mr. Conroy?
I guess I was lucky to escape with my life.
You feel okay, though, do you? I mean, you haven't been beaten up at all?
No, I'm fine.
Good. Come on, then. It's nearly 9 o'clock. There's still time.
Time for what?
Here, grab your cowboy suit and your 6 guns. You can change into them when you get there.
When we get where?
Why, to the rodeo.
Rodeo? Oh, I'd forgotten. What time is it?
9 o'clock. You don't appear until 9:30. Come on, buddy.
But Burns,
Hurry. We've no time to waste. Mr. Connoy, we'll see you later.
Yeah, so long, Whiplash, and good luck. With all the excitement, Whiplash had forgotten that he wasn't supposed to show his face until after the rodeo was over and done with. This time there was no way out. He rode that bronc for exactly 3 seconds. When he left for the States last week on completion of his European tour, the bruises had just about disappeared, although he still walked with a slight limp. And you can take it from me, Whiplash Steele is one cowboy star who'll never retire to a dude ranch. I have it on good authority that he's going back to the garage business. There, the horses are all kept safe and sound under the hood.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. We've reached the end of today's story, but I'll be back to introduce to you another unusual tale. Remember, for this series, we've searched the whole world to bring you stories of every kind. Tales of espionage, suspense, crime, and intrigue. By famous writers from every part of the globe. In fact, a selection of the finest stories that have ever been assembled in one series. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. On a street in Paris, there's a sign denoting the entrance to the offices of one of America's famous newspapers. Out through the entrance, many times has come one roving reporter extraordinary. This has been his starting point for journeys to the capitals and villages of Europe. His aim has been to investigate, to search into, to find the secrets behind those mysteries that result in front-page copy and make the headlines of this famous daily. In a moment, one such story. It carries Mike's byline, and he tells it the way he saw it.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Mike. Oh, Mike, he tried to kill me.
It's all right. It's all right now.
But I killed him.
It wasn't your fault. Come on, let's go down. We got what we came for.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
All of us gamble at one time or another, with a card or fall of a dice, speed of a horse, well, even the life of a man. In the newspaper business, we gamble to get a story, because in our philosophy, the story is what matters above everything else. Sometimes the gamble pays off, and sometimes it doesn't. I guess this is an example of, well, you judge for yourself. It started in Paris at the Chronicle office when I had a visitor, a genial, small-time crook by the name of Jacques.
Good night.
Jacques! The Gendarme's Delight. What are you doing here?
I have important business to transact with you.
Well, I'm not buying information on the black market this week, thanks.
No. You buy nothing.
Oh?
At times in the past, I do favors for you. Now, I ask a return favor.
Yeah? What is it?
You know my friend Pierre Marron?
Big Pierre? The cat burglar the cops could never catch?
Oui, and now they never will. He died this morning.
Oh, that's too bad, Jacques. Anything I can do?
Listen to me, monsieur. Before he died, Pierre asked me to remove a great stain from his immortal soul.
Oh?
He was afraid that when he enters the next world...
Yeah, well, look, Jacques, you've come to the wrong guy. I've got no influence in those regions.
Mike, Pierre Marron gave me this note. He asked me to take it to the police.
Well, I understand your reluctance. You could always mail it.
Oh, yes, I could, but I promise it will be given in person. Monsieur Mike, how can I go to the police in person?
Why, Jacques, I'm surprised at you. Big Pierre was your friend and colleague. This is a last trust.
Oui, but the police, they are not my friends. Could you not deliver the note for me? I am afraid...
Here, let me see the note.
See?
Oh, I don't know why you should be worried about this.
Well?
Oh, well. Jacques, as you say, you've done me a favor or two in the past, given me information, told me where I could locate guys. I'll take care of Pierre's note for you.
Ah, merci, mon ami. You will take it to the police, huh?
Eventually. Don't worry, Jacques. Don't worry about a thing. When I'd ushered the grateful Jacques out of the room with as much courtesy as my eagerness would permit, I sat down and studied this note more carefully. 17 years ago, the note explained, in a little French town of Léon, Pierre Marron had killed a man. Now, this note was his confession, a complete account of how he had permitted an innocent man, someone named Henri Dubois, to be accused of this murder. It explained that Pierre had hidden signed affidavits proving Dubois' innocence somewhere in Léon. Just where in Léon, he neglected to say. The police would be interested in this confession, of course. But then it seemed to me that before it went to the gendarmes, here was a story handed to me on a platter. All I had to do was dig for facts. So I started to do just that later the same day. I went to an oversized house in an exclusive district of Paris and met two lovely ladies, one old, one young, both of them named Dubois.
Ah, an American from a newspaper?
I write a column for the Chronicle.
Ah, yes. We sometimes take the Chronicle, monsieur. But I don't understand. You said you have some document that concerns my husband?
I don't think you can have anything of value for us, monsieur.
Wait, Louise. Let the young man speak.
The document concerns Henri Dubois. He was your husband.
Ah, yes, but Henri is dead.
Madame, how long has it been? Since his death, I mean.
Well,
We don't know, not for certain. It has been a long time.
Well, you needn't be delicate on my account, madame. I know.
You know?
Well, mademoiselle, I know that your father was accused of murdering a man in Léon 17 years ago.
He did not. Henri would never hurt anyone. He was not a criminal.
Well, I'm afraid the police don't share that view. When he escaped from prison before his trial, it seemed to clinch the case against him.
Clinch?
Well, it made the authorities even more certain of his guilt. I read the newspaper files. The case made a splash, even here in Paris.
But he had to escape. There was no hope without the paper.
Yes, I know.
You seem to know so much, monsieur.
Well, I know what you know, mademoiselle. Those papers were the evidence that could have saved your father. They were stolen.
This does not help us. We have searched for 17 years for some kind of evidence that would have cleared the name of my husband. We have spent thousands of francs. Thousands.
What if you found that evidence now, madame?
Oh, mon Dieu, if we only could.
Mademoiselle, those papers, they were affidavits proving absolutely that your husband was nowhere near the scene of the crime when it occurred.
They were? How do you know this?
I have the word of the man who stole them.
You have? Oh, please. I knew that someday.
The affidavits, mademoiselle. They're hidden somewhere in the town of Léon. It may take a great deal of searching, but, well, I'm willing to try.
Oh, if you could find evidence to clear my husband, you can ask for anything you wish.
I'll ask for just one thing, Madame Dubois.
Anything.
The right to this story. Exclusive. All the photographs I need, your personal story, and your daughter's.
But, Mama, you have my word. You can put our private lives on your front pages. If only you find proof that my husband was innocent.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Duffy. Sure, I'm just about ready to check out. Oh, don't worry. I'll call you from Léon. Yeah, just as soon as I strike any oil. There's somebody at the door. I've got to go. Yeah, I know. Yeah, an editor's job is a thankless one. Well, cheer up. I'll buy you a drink at the press bar when I get back. Goodbye. Come in.
Bonjour, Monsieur.
Oh, mademoiselle.
You don't mind if I come in?
Well, you seem to be in. What's this? Last-minute instructions?
Not exactly. I thought you would be leaving soon, and I was anxious to get here in time.
Any particular reason?
I am coming with you.
You're... Oh, no, wait a minute.
Is there any particular reason why I should not?
Well, I can think of several.
You mean that what I am suggesting is not done?
Well, that's for a start. And then there's Mama.
I have discussed this with Maman. She's in full agreement that I should go with you. Besides, I have a car outside. It will be so much more comfortable than traveling by the railway.
You know, you're beginning to break down my objections. All right, but you'll have to pack in a hurry. Now, you go on home and get ready.
No need to. My luggage is downstairs, waiting in the car.
Well, how could I go on arguing after that? Besides, two's company, and the company was definitely a doll. Our first glimpse of Léon was from a hill behind the city. The red tile of the rooftops glistened in the warm sunlight. A quiet little mountain town that was incapable of coping with giddy tourists on expense accounts. As we entered Léon, I wondered how murder, misdirected justice, and hidden evidence could possibly fit within its limits.
Clever, Mike. You've taken us directly to the center of town.
Well, I couldn't miss, honey. Only one road into the place. Is that a hotel over there?
Oh, it is the hotel.
That must be the town's official greeter. Out you go.
Oh, merci. Oh,
please, good travel. Spare me a few francs. I will watch the car for you. My mother is ill, my family dying of hunger. Good sir, please help me.
He'll watch the car, Mike.
Yeah, official greeter. There's one in every town. His family starving, the old story.
Oh, let's give him a few francs. Huh?
Go away. Get out of here. Good sir, please help me. Good sir.
Looks like the greeter was just sent into retirement.
Your pardon, monsieur, madame. Welcome to Léon. You will find the hotel very comfortable. A beautiful room I have for you.
We followed the little manager across the tiled lobby and up the rickety stairs. I guess it was as well he'd never had any competition. Otherwise, Léon's leading hotel might have been out of business. The sleepiness of a town is welcome sometimes. Léon was even sleepier than most small French towns. At night, when you'd expect it to come to life, it didn't. It remained sleepy as before. Good for the nerves, unless you were trying to awaken a memory 17 years old.
Pierre Marron?
17 years ago. He lived here. Big Pierre, he was called.
No, I don't know this man. 17 years, monsieur, that is a long time.
Yeah, we began to find it out after a solid 12 hours of covering bars and the cafes. We began to find out that 17 years is maybe just too long. Some people had heard of Big Pierre in Paris, but nobody remembered him in Léon. We split up and tried alone, then teamed up again, without anything good to report.
Did you find anything, Mike?
Oh, nothing. Tough job.
Perhaps we're making a mistake. What about my father?
Huh?
It would be easier to find someone who remembers him. We can start from there.
Are you out of your mind? Mention your father's name. Just mention it around here, and you'll have not only the police down on us, but we'll have every cheap confidence man in the place on our hands trying to find out what we want, plus the newspaper men.
But we have to start somewhere.
Yeah, we have to rest somewhere, too. My feet are killing me. Let's go back to the hotel, huh?
Mike, what are we going to do?
Keep plugging.
But it seems so hopeless. It would be better if we started finding people who knew my father.
I told you, that would bring every news hound in France buzzing around here if the word got out.
That's more important to you, isn't it, than clearing my father's name? Your story. It's the only thing that matters.
Sit down.
You don't even care.
I said sit down. That's better.
Oh, Mike, what can we do?
Oh, now, come on. There's nothing to cry about.
I'm sorry. I can't help it.
Here, come here. Come on.
Mike, please. No.
You know, you're a very lovely girl, Louise.
No, Mike.
Somehow I kind of hope this search of ours isn't too successful too soon. Well, things improved in Léon during the next few days. The warm, pleasant evenings, Louise. But during the hot, tedious days, we searched and searched and searched. After one of our times together, I left Louise at her door and headed for my room. When I opened the door, there was a surprise waiting. I had a guest, the wizened old beggar who'd been the first to greet us on our arrival in Léon. His greeting this time was a little violent.
Oh, I have been waiting for you.
Hey, what, you? No, you don't. Who the devil?
You tried to kill me. You died.
You? What are you doing here? Come on now, what do you want?
No.
Panhandling business falling off? Robbing hotel rooms now, eh? Well, we'll see what the cops have to say about this.
No, not the police.
All right, let's have it. What's it all about?
You come to kill me.
What are you babbling about? Who wants to kill you?
Pierre Marron. You look for Big Pierre. You come to kill me.
Pierre? What's he got to do with it? Hey, come back here, you. Pierre? It was like a flash of light, yeah. Suddenly in that crummy hotel room I knew. Henri Dubois, the beggar, the wizened old car-watching beggar. This was Louise's father, buried in the dust of police records, rumors, and memory, but still alive after all these years. I had a story now, and what a story. I had a girl who didn't even know her own father, his identity buried under a scraggy beard and the guise of a beggar. Yeah, and a father who didn't even know his own daughter. Oh, I had a story, all right. Better than that, I had a chance to clear a 17-year-old miscarriage of justice. But it could only be done one way. It could only be done by finding those affidavits. And until they came to light, it would be pointless and pretty dangerous to tell Louise the truth about her father.
Mike, I thought we could go... Mike!
It's all right. Come in. Close the door.
What happened?
A little argument with destiny. I won.
Your clothes, they're all torn, and your face. Oh, Mike.
No, there's nothing I can't wash off with soap and water.
But what was it?
The old car park beggar.
What?
He must have been after my dough. He tried to kill me when I caught him at it.
Oh, Mike, you must be careful. We should go to the police.
No, I don't want to talk to the police until we clear your father. If there's any further trouble, I can handle him myself. That night there was no sleep.
My head ached from the blow and from the thoughts that were tossing around in my mind. Where were those papers? Was Dubois himself searching for them? Had he been here in Leon ever since people presumed him dead? Should I go to the police and turn over what I knew? Somewhere outside my window, the church bell was ringing mournfully, incessantly. I guessed it, and the torrent of thoughts kept me awake, almost until dawn, and then I finally slept.
Ah, bonjour, monsieur.
Where's Louise? The mademoiselle, where is she?
At church, monsieur.
Church?
Oui. This is the patron's holy day in our town. At midnight, the bell begins to toll and does not stop until the sun sets tonight.
You mean to tell me it's going to keep up that racket till sundown? That horrible noise, that clankety-clank?
This clank, monsieur. It is the will of le bon Dieu.
I need some coffee.
Our punishment, monsieur. We atone on this day for the great sin of Leon.
It must have been a whopper.
Oh, a terrible sin, monsieur. On this day, 17 years ago, a man was killed in Leon. For this, le bon Dieu removed the music from the bell. It was...
Wait a minute. What happened 17 years ago?
There was murder in our city, monsieur.
And the bell?
A miracle. This bell was once of glorious musical tone. Then there came this terrible sin, this killing.
Yeah.
One of the men of Leon was taken by the police for this murder. Then there occurred this miracle.
What miracle?
The music left the tone of the bell, and this man was never seen again. He escaped. Some say he is dead.
It changed its tone overnight, eh? Before the man was brought to trial?
The will of the Lord, monsieur. Our punishment for permitting violent death in our town. Each year, on this day, we pray that the music be restored to our bell. You say you wish coffee, monsieur?
No, not now. When the mademoiselle returns, tell her to see me at once.
But, Mike, it is too fantastic.
Of course it's fantastic. Bells don't change their tone the way you and I change our clothes. There's got to be a reason for it. A practical, fundamental, tangible reason. Look, this note.
What?
Pierre's note. Here, look. He admits it right here. He stole the evidence that would have cleared your father. He says he hid it right here in Leon.
Why did he not destroy it immediately?
Well, who knows? Maybe he intended to confess sooner or later. Murderers are seldom logical people. But look, now we learn that just before your father escaped from the police, the tone of this bell suddenly, mysteriously, miraculously changed from a melodious ring to that clank that we hear out there. Listen to it, Louise. Listen. What makes a bell sound like that?
I do not know, Mike. It may be... I don't know.
Well, neither do I. But tonight, when this town crawls into bed, I'm going to find out. And you're going to help me. It was midnight before the streets were empty. Louise and I entered the little church and climbed the ancient flight of stairs to the tower. Quiet now.
How will you get to the bell? The steps do not go that high.
I'll have to use the bell pull. Here.
Can you reach it?
Yeah, I got it. I climbed hand over hand. I don't know how far, 10 feet, maybe 15. For a man in my doubtful physical condition, it wasn't easy. The bell made a horrible racket over me, and the sound grew in waves as I approached it, making me dizzier and dizzier until I almost let go. Finally, there was no more rope. My hand touched the inside of the bell, and it stopped ringing. The Malby Confidence was at a cockeyed angle and slipping away fast when I suddenly grabbed for the clapper and found what I wanted, a heavy oilskin wrapper tied around it, a bundle of the missing affidavits. One good tug pulled it away, and I stuffed it in my shirt front. Louise! The rope burned chunks of flesh right out of my hands as I slid down. Below me, I saw another figure struggling with Louise, trying to get past her. The two of them were wrestling on a narrow ledge at the top of the steps leading from the church itself. I caught one moonlit glimpse of their faces as I swung onto the ledge. It was the beggar, Dubois, Louise's father.
I want those papers. They kill you.
Before I could reach them, she got one arm free and hit him as hard as she could. Then she shoved and he went over. Louise!
Mike! Oh, Mike, he tried to kill me! He tried to kill me!
It's all right, honey. It's all right now.
But I killed him!
It wasn't your fault. Come on, let's go down. We've got what we came for. No man can die twice. Henri Dubois was considered dead. The man who fell from the bell tower was a nameless beggar who had come to an unfortunate end. I could have told the authorities otherwise. It might even have made a better story. But I was through meddling in the lives of the Dubois family. Sure, we printed the facts the affidavits gave us, and it cleared Henri Dubois' name and made his widow and daughter very happy. But I kept wondering how different the ending might have been had I gone to the police when I knew the beggar's real identity. Or even had I looked back that night and seen him following us, knowing we were on the trail of the evidence he wanted. Yeah, how different the ending might have been.
Mike, it's going to be wonderful when we get back to Paris. So much has happened. I've been so lucky.
Lucky?
My father's name has been cleared, and I found you.
Oh?
I love you so much, Mike. Do you mind if I say that?
No, I don't mind a bit, as long as you're not serious.
What?
I said I don't mind as long as you're not serious.
You're joking.
Think so? Love isn't for the roving kind like me, Louise.
Mike!
That's a big zero. Nothing. Short-term romance is more my line.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. You see, this was an assignment. It was very pleasant, and we had fun together, but it's all over now.
You're fooling.
Not a bit. Stop the car, will you?
You do not mean a word.
I said stop the car.
I don't understand, Mike.
There's nothing to understand. A story's a story. You're letting a romantic diversion confuse the issue.
Where are you going?
To Paris, without any strings. It's been great fun, Louise. I'll see you around someday. We'll have a drink in the Carlton Bar.
Oh, what a fool I've been. Au revoir, Mike. Or perhaps it's adieu.
Adieu, Louise. I guess I was the fool. It could have been such a different ending.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. Well, that was Mike's story. This roving reporter friend of ours certainly has what I think the journalistic profession calls a nose for the news. I'll be back again with another of these mystery adventures, and I hope you'll join me. Goodbye now, till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Once again, it's my pleasure to bring you an intriguing story of mystery. Today again, we have as our storyteller the young American newspaper man whose home is Paris and whose beat is Europe. Europe, a continent full of all the ingredients, beloved by mystery writers and yet in reality twice as mysterious. Today's story is particularly full of suspense and yet is founded on fact. Of course, the names have been changed, but little else. There's a well-known saying that truth is stranger than fiction. Our story today is not only stranger, but more thrilling, more full of suspense than anything fiction can offer. Come with me then on another journey to the places where only a man in search of adventure would travel. In a moment, our play begins.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Mr. Blake, I will be frank with you. There is much money invested in this race. If you are to win, it would prove embarrassing.
Are you trying to threaten me?
As I said before, I come as a friend with some good advice.
And if I don't want it?
Then my conscience would be clear and anything that happens to you would be your own fault.
Get out, Peppina, before I throw you out.
Very well, Mr. Blake, as you wish. But consider what I have said. Consider carefully. Otherwise, today's race could well be your last.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
My name is Mike Kanoy. I write a column called Europe Confidential for the Paris edition of a New York paper. One of the nicest spots I know in this part of the world is the town of PAYNE in Italy. You've heard the name, of course. PAYNE is where the big car race is held every August. Racing drivers from all over the world congregate there to risk their necks and their $30,000 racing cars for thrills, excitement, the honor, and a fat prize. And Mike Kanoy goes, too, to lie in the sun, to drink good red wine, and, of course, to cover the race for the column. But who feels like work in a town like PAYNE? The day before the big event, I wandered down to the pits in a half-hearted attempt to gather together a story or two from the drivers and their mechanics. And, as it sometimes happens, I met a guy I knew.
Well, if it isn't Mike Maloney.
Kanoy, how are you, Rod?
Oh, Kanoy, of course. Put it there, old man.
Long time no see, huh?
Yes, when was it? Yes, Le Mans, 1953.
Yeah, you came second, as I remember, but a close second. They tell me you're considered the favorite for tomorrow.
Yes, so they tell me.
It's a nice-looking car you got, too.
Oh, it's a work special, none better. And Joe's got the engine absolutely humming. Oh, you haven't met, have you?
No, I don't think so.
Mike Connoy, meet Joe Binks, the finest nursemaid a car ever had.
All right.
Watch it, Mr. Connoy.
Hi, Joe. I guess I can quote you as saying you're confident of a win tomorrow.
No, the other cars just won't be in it. You won't see number 11 for dust, Mr. Connoy.
We hope.
Oh, come on, Chief. You're not still worrying about that flipping monkey, are you?
Monkey?
A blimmin' silver monkey on a piece of string.
Well, I still don't get it.
Well, laugh if you like, Mike, but I've lost my good luck charm.
Do I sense a story?
Oh, you'd better not, or I'd be the laughing stock of the racing world. But the fact remains that I've lost my talisman, or fetis, whatever you like to call it. And I feel darn uncomfortable about it.
Yeah, but surely all this business...
Hello, we got a visitor.
Min Sakara.
Your second favorite.
Yeah, that's right.
Good afternoon, Senor Blake.
Hello, Sakara. Trying out the track?
Just a practice run to stop me getting bored. I know every inch of the circuit. I know it like the back of my hand. I just thought I would inquire how things were with you.
Oh, excellent, thank you. Never better.
I hadn't seen you for a day or two.
Well, we've been occupied tuning up the engine. I never do much running about directly before a race. I like to save my energy.
Well, some may think it a good plan, but this circuit can be very treacherous one, Senor. It can be a killer to one who is unfamiliar with it.
Well, I've been over it several times. It didn't strike me as being terribly difficult.
It is a far different matter when you are actually racing, as you know. Two drivers I knew very well met their death here at Palermo.
Well, that's a risk we all take, Sakaro, in any track. No matter how well we know it.
Yes, I suppose you are right. However, I felt it my duty to warn you, and now, Senor, I must go. And in case I don't see you before the race, good luck.
Thank you, Sakaro. Same to you.
So that's the famous Nim Sakaro, huh?
Yes, my chief rival.
A nasty bit of work if ever there was one.
Well, pretty decent of him to warn you, though.
Was it? Well, possibly I'm hypersensitive, but it sounded to me more like a threat.
Threat?
Oh, I suppose it's just me. I got a nasty feeling about this race. And even the thought of 20,000 pounds prize doesn't make me feel any happier.
And all because of a silver ruddy monkey.
Yeah, come on, give, Rod. What's this all about?
All right. Well, you see, when I was a lad, I used to race motorcycles. Half an hour before my first real race, I found a silver monkey lying in the dirt of the pit. I was probably off some girl's charm bracelet. Anyhow, as kids will, I picked it up, put it in my pocket, and decided there and then it would be my good luck charm. Well, I won the race. And after that, I never raced without it, even after I graduated to cars.
You believe that this piece of metal has some sort of magic about it?
No, of course I
Well,
don't.
then why all
Well,
this
the charm, it gave me self-confidence. While it was hanging around my neck, I could take risks and know they'd pay off. You know, I could go that little bit faster, take that bend a fraction sharper.
Yeah, but if you realize that it was all in your own mind, why, there's nothing to worry about. If you could do it with that monkey, you could still do it without.
Oh, Mike, I'm afraid I can't. And for that reason, I'm going to pull out. I won't be racing tomorrow.
Yeah, there was Rodney Blake, renowned the world over for his devil-may-care breakneck driving, refusing to race because he'd lost his talisman. Can you beat it? Personally, I've no time whatsoever for this superstitious nonsense. I've walked under ladders, spilt salt by the cellar full, broken mirrors galore, and so far nothing's ever happened to me. Or has it? Well, Joe and I gave him a talking to. We tried to make him see reason. At the end of half an hour, we'd almost succeeded.
I suppose you're right. At least I know you're right. I'd be a darn fool to pull over. But even so,
If you didn't race tomorrow and the reason got around, as these things do, why, you'd never live it down, Chief.
But at least I'd be alive.
Look, isn't there an easier way out of this?
Well, like what?
Well, let's look for the monkey. Where do you think you lost it?
That's the trouble. I don't know. You see, I usually wear it around my neck, but yesterday morning I noticed it was gone.
We've looked everywhere for it.
My wife's turned the hotel suite upside down. There's no sign of it.
So the sensible thing to do is to forget you ever had a flipping talisman.
Or get a new one.
But whatever happens, Chief, you've got to race tomorrow. Tell yourself you've lost your nerve, and sure as eggs is eggs, you will lose it.
Well, I won't make any promises, Joe. I'll see how I feel about it tomorrow. And Mike, do me a favor. Nothing about this in your column, huh?
Oh, I don't write a word, much as I'd like to. By the way, why don't you and your wife have dinner with me tonight?
Oh, that too, Mike. But I insist. You dine with us.
Oh, okay, then. Either way suits me.
Well, we're staying at the Hotel Napoli, Suite 206. About, 8 o'clock?
I'd never met Rod's wife before, but Janet Blake was a honey. She had the kind of blonde hair you can't get from a bottle, a pair of wide blue eyes and more curves than a scenic railway. She was very concerned about her husband's welfare.
No, Rod, I don't want you to race tomorrow, and that's final. If you drive feeling that you're going to have an accident, chances are you will. And I don't want to be widowed, darling.
Oh, just as I'd talked him into it.
I seem to be getting just more confused. One part of me says £20,000 prize money, and boy, do you need it. And the other part of me says the only thing you'll win is a broken neck.
Oh, we don't need the money all that badly, darling.
Don't we? Have you seen my bank balance lately? Janet, are you sure you look everywhere?
I've done everything but tear the carpets up. I've mentioned it to the hotel staff, told them we'll pay a reward, but no luck.
Oh, I wish I'd never found that darn thing in the first place.
Well, if you hadn't, you probably would have placed your faith in something else. A lucky shilling, lock of your mother's hair, a rabbit's foot. You know, and the funny part is that anything can give you confidence, just so long as you believe in it.
You know, I've never thought of it that way.
Another cup of coffee, Mr. Canoy?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mrs. Blake. I've done very nicely. You know, a fellow I once knew started a Lucky Charms by post business. You fill in the coupon, post it off with a dollar bill, and he sends you a genuine Lucky Pixie Stone by return mail. All his advertisements began with the same caption. The Lucky Pixie Stone brought me a wealth of good fortune, and believe me, it did. He used to sell 50,000 of these things every year, and it was all profit.
Oh, dear, look at the time. As I explained to you before, Mr. Canoy, I have to go out for a while. You will excuse me, won't you?
Well, of course, Mrs. Blake.
I promised Helen I'd have a drink with her tonight. Helen Jorgensen, you know, the wife of the Swedish driver.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Oh, now, where did I leave my purse and gloves?
Here, right in front of your nose.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Hey, careful.
Oh, that was clumsy of me.
Here, let me help you pick it up.
No, thank you, darling. It's all right. All right.
I don't know where you find the most odds and ends, in a man's pockets or a woman's purse.
There, and now I must rush. Goodbye, Mr. Canoy. It's been so nice meeting you. Perhaps we'll see you tomorrow. We can watch the race together, all three of us.
Yes. Good night, Mrs. Blake.
Bye, darling. Be back in an hour or so.
All right, Pet.
And don't let Mr. Canoy talk you into anything. I'd rather have a live husband than a dead one.
Well, I suppose that settles it. I don't race tomorrow. The decision's been taken from me, and I'm glad.
Yeah. Rod, will you pardon me if I leave now? I just suddenly remembered I'm supposed to phone my editor in Paris with some sort of a story.
Oh, you can do it from here if you like.
Well, thanks. No, I've got to write it out first, so I better go back to my hotel. Anyhow, thanks for having me. I'll see you tomorrow sometime. My excuse sounded pretty weak, I know, but I wanted to get out in a hurry. I was puzzled about Rod's wife. You see, when Janet dropped her purse and spilt the contents on the floor, I saw her hand close on something and shove it quickly out of sight. You'd never guess what it was. Yeah, a silver monkey on a piece of string. When I came out of the hotel, Janet was way down the street, almost out of sight in the dark and walking fast. I followed. After 15 minutes, she stopped outside a 3-story apartment house. I watched, without any qualms. She pressed a dainty finger on the bell, and who should open the door and take her in his arms but Nim Sicaro? Dear Dorothy Dix, when a guy discovers that an acquaintance's wife is being unfaithful, what should he do? Me, I decided to shut up about it, for the time being at least. However, next morning, first thing, I dropped into a jeweler's shop and made myself a small purchase. That done, I went down to the pits and presented my small purchase to Rod Blake. Have you ever seen a racing driver jump for joy?
Mike, old boy, it's it. It's the monkey.
Yeah.
Joe, come here. Look.
What's up, T?
He's found my monkey.
Well, I'll be...
What wonderful luck.
Oh, I thought you said you'd looked for it.
So he did.
I found it not 30 feet from here, lying in the
I
dust.
don't know how to thank you, Mike. You're just in time. I was about to hand my withdrawal into the chief steward. Now this changes everything.
So you'll be racing after all?
By Jiminy, I will be.
Ah, that's what I like.
Oh, excuse me a moment, Mike. I'll get Janet on the phone. Is she going to be pleased?
As the time for the race drew nearer, Rod and his team of mechanics fussed around the car like a bunch of happy kids on Christmas morning. It was 12 noon, and Rod and I were sipping a cup of steaming coffee when we had a visitor.
Excuse me, is Mr. Blake here?
I'm Blake. Can I help you?
My name is Pepe Papina. You have heard the name, no?
Yes, sir. I believe I have.
Excellent. I wonder if you and I could have a few words alone. I'm sure this gentleman will excuse us.
Oh, sure.
Wait on, Mike. A few words about what?
I would prefer to tell you alone, Mr. Blake. You see, it is something rather personal about the race.
You can say it in front of my companion.
Very well. First, Mr. Blake, let me say that I come as a friend, as you possibly know. I and many of my acquaintances make our living from speculation.
Pepina, of course. This guy's one of the biggest gamblers in Europe.
Thank you. Mr. Blake, there is much money invested in the race this afternoon.
And?
Frankly, Mr. Blake, it would be embarrassing were you to win. Knowing how ruthless my colleagues can be, I felt it was my duty to come here today and warn.
Are you trying to threaten me?
Not at all, Mr. Blake. It is not I who threaten. Why, that would be a criminal offense, would it not? I come here simply as a friend with some good advice.
And if I don't want it?
Then my conscience is clear. And anything that should happen to you would be your own fault.
Get out of here, Peppino, or I'll personally throw you out.
Very well, Mr. Blake. As you wish. But consider what I have said. Consider it carefully.
Phone the police, Rod. Let them take care of it.
Police? What could they do?
Well, arrest him. You've got me as a witness.
Arrest him for what? Giving me some advice? No, they couldn't do anything. Anyhow, it's only a bluff.
Well, I'm not so sure.
They wouldn't be game. Besides, what could happen to me? I'll be wearing my silver monkey.
1:30 p.m. In 30 minutes, the race was due to begin. I wished Rod all the best and then went to see the chief steward. I told him my story and then made a rather unusual request of him.
But, Mr. Connoy, nothing like this has ever been done before.
I know.
But if what you say is true...
I assure you it is.
We should put the matter in the hands of the police. But as you say, what could they do? It would mean, among other things, a postponement of the race.
Believe me, what I suggest is the only way.
Very well, Mr. Connoy. In the interests of fair play, I will do it. Benko, come here, quickly.
I walked back through the crowd until I was in a position where I could see the entrance to the pits. The cars were being driven slowly into their starting positions along the track. A car with number 3 emerged. It was Nim Sakaro. Then a few moments later, the other car came out, number 11, Rod Blake. I could see Rod waving goodbye to Janet. I waited no longer. I walked to the back entrance to the pits and stood in the crowd. A few seconds later, Janet Blake hurried out, and I followed her. I didn't even see the start of the race. All I heard was a scream of engines and a roar from the crowd. I was busy trailing Janet Blake for the second time in 24 hours. She was walking towards the west end of the track, some 2 miles away. There were hardly any spectators up this end, hardly anybody except Janet trudging through the long grass and me following. She disappeared over a small hill. I walked to the top and found myself peering into the wrong end of a .30-30 rifle. It was Pepe Pepina.
Put up your hands.
Surprise, surprise, Mr. Kanoy.
Oh, not so much of a surprise, Mrs. Blake. I guessed who you were going to meet. You see, I saw you and Sicaro last night.
Frustrated detective, are you, Kanoy? But you wouldn't have made a very good one. I've known you were following me for the last 10 minutes.
Here, gag him with my handkerchief, and tie his hands with this cord.
With pleasure.
No, look, wait a minute.
I will not hesitate to shoot.
Look, there's something you ought to know. You see,
There we are.
You're a breath, my friend. Walk over there where I can watch you. Sit down. That's it.
You saw the monkey in my bag last night, Kanoy, didn't you? I thought I got it out of sight in time, but apparently I didn't. Yes, you're right. I stole it in an attempt to stop Rodney racing today. And it would have worked if you hadn't given him that phony one this morning. I know you can buy them easily enough. Now we may have to cause an accident, and it'll be all your doing.
Well, there he goes. Number 11.
And there's Nim, right behind him.
24 more laps to go.
And if dear Rodney's still leading on the last lap, he'll have the smash of his life. And all the good luck charms in the world won't save him.
What could I do but watch? As the race went on, the 2 cars in question held their lead. Pepina, from his vantage point, had a perfect view of the sharp turn at the end of the track. The cars had to slow down to negotiate it. As the 2 cars neared the turn on the last lap, Pepina lay down on the grass and pushed the stock of the rifle against his shoulder.
Which one's leading? Can you see?
They think it's... Yes, number 11.
Rodney, the fool.
Fool indeed.
Pepe, please be careful.
I am aiming for the tire, not the man.
The car zigzagged along the track as the driver fought to regain control, but Pepina's bullet had done its job. The car veered into the safety fence with a sickening crash and burst into flame. At that moment, half a dozen uniformed police appeared over the brow of the hill. Pepina grabbed Janet's arm and they tried to make a run for it, but they didn't get too far. By the time somebody had released my bonds, the pair were being led back, handcuffed to a pair of tough-looking cops. An ambulance had reached the burning car, but I'm afraid they were too late.
I didn't have anything to do with it. He fired the shot.
I would advise you to leave the accusations until later, Signora.
We did not mean to kill.
Nevertheless, Nim Secaro is dead.
Nim? No, you're making a mistake. He's in car 3.
No, Signora. At the last minute, the stewards had the numbers of the 2 cars changed. Number 3 became a number 11, and number 11 became a number 3. That is Nim Secaro who lies dead in that car, not your husband.
Give it to me straight, Mike. Right from the beginning.
Oh, okay. Janet and Nim Secaro planned to run off together right after the race today. Secaro introduced her to Pepina, and the 3 of them put their heads together. They decided they would back Secaro for a fortune, and Janet's job was to stop you from racing.
Go on.
So she stole the monkey, knowing how much you depended on it. By this morning, when I handed you the fake monkey, they knew they'd have to try something else. Pepina came and tried to warn you off, but you weren't having any. So he and Janet decided that rather than lose all that dough, they'd shoot a tire if you were leading and put you out of the race.
And you saw the chief steward and asked him to change the numbering?
Well, it was the only way. I had no idea exactly what they were going to do,
But why did Secaro try to win, if he knew they were waiting to shoot number 11?
Yeah, that's just it. He didn't know. Janet thought he would have been against it, so she didn't tell him. The police arrived a fraction of a second too late. Unknown to me, the chief steward rang the police. Immediately I left, had me followed. But they lost sight of me as I was following Janet, and by the time they found us...
I see. Well, Mike, thanks for saving my life.
Rod, I'm sorry about Janet.
Yes, I can still hardly believe it. I suppose you never can tell with a woman. I'll get over it, I expect. In time.
He did get over it, but it took a long, long time. Matter of fact, I saw Rod again last week at Le Mans. He won the Grand Prix. He told me after the race that he knew he couldn't lose. He was carrying a 4-leafed clover.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again, and so our journey into the realms of mystery is over. Soon, however, I'll be back with more of these tales of mystery which I know we all enjoy so much. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Everybody loves a mystery, and I'm no exception. And that's why it gives me so much pleasure to act as your guide on this series. You see, we've gathered together some of the finest mystery stories in the world. Stories from many places and from many times. Some of them are up to date, well as up to date as today's newspaper. Others are classic stories of the past. Today's mystery, for instance, it takes place in Europe, the Europe of modern times, a world of intrigue and suspense where a man's life can count for very little when a country's future is at stake. Mike, our storyteller, works in the Paris office of a famous American newspaper. His job is to look for the stories that make the news, and he finds them in the places where the news is made. In a moment, our play begins.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
No, don't shoot. Get on your feet. Stand up or let me have a look at you. And then we will call the police.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Kanoy. I was in Madrid covering a story for my column Europe Confidential when the affair of the stolen Van Gogh first made headlines. I wasn't up with the story as it unfolded. I had to fit the pieces together from what I could find out afterwards. But here, as it was told to me, is the way it happened. Larry Morrow wasn't in Madrid for his health or to see the tourist attractions. Larry was a clean-cut American boy looking for a chance to make a dishonest living. He had a letter of introduction to Senor Carlos Saville, the owner of an art gallery on the Plaza Cordova. He also had information that the senor was a man of good manners and no scruples. But when he called at the Gallery Saville, it seemed as if he might have been misinformed, because Senor Saville sent out word that he was too busy to see anyone. And Larry went across the street to the bar of the Casa Rio to restore his morale and think this little setback over.
Oh, bartender. Si, senor, si. Dispense usted me the more.
Here, wait a minute. You're going to have to translate that. I don't talk Spanish.
I wish to apologize for my delay. The supply of rum was being exhausted. What is your wish, senor?
My wish is an absinthe.
Muchas gracias, senor. You see, we use much rum in this bar, the specialty of the house. She is a drink I have myself invented, made with 4 different kinds of rum.
Yeah.
The juice of the pineapple, that's correct. I was sprinkling
wait a minute. I'll have an absinthe.
Si, senor. One absinthe.
Yeah.
But you would like my specialty people from all over the world.
You make a mistake in ordering absinthe. Rum is the popular beverage.
What is it?
Why? And your clothing. You should buy clothes in the stores of Madrid as soon as possible.
Miss Emily Post, I presume.
My name is Saville. Carlo Saville.
Oh.
And I do not make these suggestions for the sake of etiquette, Mr. Morrow, only for business reasons.
I'm completely fascinated, Senor Saville. Please continue.
In our profession, Mr. Morrow, we must dress as the multitude dresses. We must drink as they drink, act as they act. We must never call special attention to ourselves, but must seemingly melt into the background.
Would I melt so badly? Bring your drink, senor. Absinthe.
Oh, thank you.
For you, Senor Saville.
I will have one of your specialities, one. We'll be over at the little table in the corner.
But of course, senor.
It was not judicious of you to come to my art gallery, Signor Morrow. You see, the business that goes on in the front rooms is quite regular. But there is a back room where some of the transactions are a bit less orthodox.
Yes?
My backroom friends must not be seen coming into my establishment by my front room friends. You do understand.
Oh, of course.
You're not giving me your full attention.
No, how could I? Did you just see what came through that door?
The beautiful senorita with the off-the-shoulder dress.
Well, you don't miss anything either, do you?
Not very much, I assure you, Senor Morrow.
Well, who is she, do you know?
If you and I come to terms, Senor, she is your first assignment.
Carlos Saville didn't go into further details at this first meeting. Instead, he turned the conversation to the arts, and in particular to paintings. Apparently satisfied, he arranged a second meeting with Larry the following day, and there they got down to the details.
Senor Morrow, I have a profitable business. Unfortunately, I'm a man whose reputation is known. There are, in Madrid, many new residents bringing in rich possessions, priceless works of art.
And you'd like to get your hands on some of them, huh?
Perhaps I shall, with your aid. It is my desire that you make friends among some of these new residents. You can gain invitations to their homes and go through their private galleries. There are many such private galleries.
Sounds interesting. I could even get a job later as a tourist guide.
Your job will be to guide some of my friends to the finest, most expensive works of art in town. You must equip them with full descriptions of the galleries, the houses containing them, personnel, entrances, exits.
Oh, I get it.
Those who take the greatest risk will get 50%. You and I will divide the balance equally.
Okay, our souls have met. And now to the first assignment you spoke about, the senorita.
Little is known of the senorita Francesca Morel. She came here a few months ago from Italy. She rented an expensive villa, and she has invited only a few close friends to see her art treasures. But, according to reports, she is the owner of the most valuable painting in the whole of Madrid. An original Van Gogh, worth a fortune.
All that and an original Van Gogh, too, huh?
Yes. She came into my gallery one day. I indicated that my heart stood still at the sight of her beauty, but she remained completely aloof. I want you to make friends with her. I want you to manage an invitation to her house.
Well, even if Senorita Morel was the owner of a mere Cézanne, I think I wouldn't mind getting friendly with her.
I have but one warning. Should someone guess your motives, should there be trouble of any kind, you are on your own. I won't even admit to knowing you.
It was a deal that suited Larry Morrow right down the line. 25% of a fortune. All he had to do was be charming to a beautiful woman who owned a priceless painting. He figured he was a very lucky guy. He contrived an invitation to a few select parties and thus met Miss Francesca Morel. The only snag in the whole affair was that she didn't seem to find him quite as attractive as she should.
I'm very sorry, Senor Morrow, but I am busy tonight and tomorrow evening.
What about the following day, then?
No, I am sorry. The following day I have an engagement.
Well, the day after that, Senorita Morel.
Busy.
Look, surely you must be... Well, just one dance.
I am sorry, Senor Morrow. I seldom dance these days.
I've been teaching the locals how to do the tango.
I am sure you must be very proficient, but not now. I'm sorry.
Just one turn around the floor?
Some other time, perhaps. No, I'm sorry. I cannot have dinner with you.
What about a cocktail, then? Look, I'll call for you at your home.
I won't be at home. I have shopping to do.
All right, we'll meet at the Casa del Oro, then. One little cocktail.
You are very sweet, but I must refuse.
Now, there were two things driving him towards Francesca, his determination to pierce that core of cold steel and his desire to get that painting. He'd known women like her before, women with cash registers where their hearts ought to be, but it wasn't going to defeat Larry. He wanted a new bank balance, and he wanted Francesca Morel to be the donor. Well, that Saturday evening, Senorita Morel was giving a large dinner party for a visiting American diplomat. After a short study of the guest list, Larry chose as his target an undersecretary of the English consulate, a Mr. Henry Saunders. He studied him very carefully. He learned of some of his former posts and all of his weaknesses, including that of absent-mindedness. On Saturday evening, he followed the diplomat out of his hotel.
Henry! Henry Saunders in the flesh.
Yes, in the flesh, yes.
How are you, old boy? I heard you were connected with the consulate over here, but I really haven't had a chance to look you up. Oh, it is good seeing you again.
Well, yes, it's been nice seeing you again.
Imagine bumping into good old Henry right in the middle of Madrid.
Yes.
It's been a long time, Henry.
Look, I hope you'll forgive me. Frightful memory, you know, but I don't seem to remember quite where it was last time.
Oh, no, you're joking, Henry. The Shoreham Hotel, Washington.
Oh, yes, of course. Frightfully stupid of me. Washington, eh? Well, it must have been about 40, eh?
1940 it was, exactly. Oh, you say you have a bad memory.
Yes.
Oh, this is really a break bumping into you. My first free evening since I got here. Oh, you gotta have dinner with me.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I have a dinner engagement. Charming girl.
Oh,
having a bit of a party tonight, and I promised I'd go.
Oh, I'm certainly not going to say goodbye to you after being lucky enough to run into you now. Look, I hate these dinner parties myself, but well, maybe you couldn't take me along even if you wanted to.
I dare say it would be all right, but...
Well, as long as you say it'll be all right. Now, you sure I wouldn't be intruding?
No, of course not. Why, a pretty girl like that would be delighted to have me bring a handsome young chap around.
Your hat, senor?
Oh, thank you.
Ah, here comes our host. You look simply ravishing, my dear. I want you to meet an old and very dear friend of mine, Mr. Larry Morrow.
I have had the pleasure.
Oh, say what I didn't know.
Sorry, Francesca, I didn't know Mr. Sanders was coming here. I bumped into him.
It's all my fault, my dear. Larry and I met accidentally, and I hadn't seen him in years. I simply insisted that he came along. I suppose I was so busy chatting about old times, I didn't get around to tell him who our hostess was.
I see.
I hope you'll pardon an old dapper.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Sanders.
Of course, you could call the police or have your servants throw me out.
I say, he is droll, isn't he, my dear?
Very. Well, come in and have a drink. The others are a little ahead of you already.
Oh, we'll catch up, won't we, Larry?
Well, I don't think I'll bother to drink tonight, Henry. I don't want a chance dulling my senses, you know. I understand Francesca has an art collection that's really worth seeing.
Ah, you are interested in art? Somehow I didn't think you would be.
I'm very interested.
Perhaps I've been wrong in my estimate of you, Mr. Morrow. I'll be glad to show you my gallery if you really think you'd enjoy it.
Miss Morrell, honestly, nothing could fascinate me more.
Dinner was an eternity of rich food and rich people, and long conversation. But after it was over and the party had broken up into small groups, Larry persuaded Francesca Morrell to conduct him on a cook's tour of her famous gallery.
Well, this is it.
Oh, it's magnificent. Well, there must be a fortune represented here.
Oh, it means little to me now. Perhaps someday it may have value for me again.
Maybe you don't realize what's wrong, Francesca. You're lonely.
This first painting is quite interesting.
It's lovely. That's a Degas over there, isn't it?
Yes.
And a Van Gogh. That is a Van Gogh, isn't it?
Yes. When I first got it, I thought it was the answer to all my dreams.
It isn't now?
It's almost worthless.
Oh, Francesca, you can make things worthwhile again. You can learn how to dream again.
Please, Larry, you're hurting my hand.
Francesca, I don't know what's holding you back, but sometimes when we've been hurt, well, we build up a wall around ourselves. I know, because I've been hurt. I've been lonely. Maybe neither of us has to be lonely again.
No, Larry. Please.
I didn't intend to kiss you by force.
I think maybe I'd perhaps better go back to my other guests. Look around the gallery, Larry. Take your time. Have your fill of it. When you're ready to rejoin the others, just pull the door firmly. It's self-locking.
The gallery was in a separate wing of the house, connected to a small sitting room, with only the self-locking door between. The sitting room had a large French door that led to a small balcony, and the street was only 7 or 8 feet below. On the other side of the sitting room was a boudoir, Francesca's. The servants' quarters were well away. Oh, it was a setup. Larry Morrow wasn't going to give this setup away for any 25% of the Van Gogh value. Let Saville take his 25%. It was going to be 75 for Larry, he figured, as he wedged a match in the lock and then rejoined the gay party of doddering diplomats.
Well, there you are, my boy. Did you manage to come out with the Picasso under your coat?
I tried, but it wouldn't quite fit.
I guess we all give a right teeth for some of Francesca's paintings. She owns some real beauty, doesn't she?
Well, no, let's just say that she possesses real beauty.
Well put, old boy, well put.
Have a drink, Larry.
I really have to be going, if you'll excuse me.
Shank of the evening, Larry, shank of the evening.
I expect a pretty busy day tomorrow.
Well, if you must go.
Look, please don't bother seeing me to the door, Francesca. I don't want to take you from your other guests.
Well, goodbye then.
Adieu.
Good night, old boy.
Good night.
You are leaving, Senor Moro?
Yeah, I have to be going.
I will get for you your hat.
Oh, look, I hate to bother you, but suddenly I got pretty thirsty. Do you think you could dig me up a glass of water?
Si, senor. Of course, senor. I'll get it and be right back.
Oh, no, take your time. Take all the time in the world.
This was the one dangerous element of the whole scheme, his being seen now. He waited until the obliging Pedro was out of sight and then slipped down the corridor, hoping that they wouldn't start a fuss when he was found missing. He reached the gallery wing, slipped through the little sitting room, and into the room containing the Van Gogh. He took the little matchstick out and heard the lock click reassuringly. But just in case someone should come in, he took a position up behind a very heavy velvet drape. Hours later, he could hear the other guests leaving, the servants locking windows and doors. Someone rattled the doorknob of the gallery and then went away. He heard Francesca's door open and close. But still, he remained absolutely motionless. Until almost dawn. Until the silence was thick and heavy. He stealthily approached the priceless painting, took a small knife and slit the canvas neatly from the frame, rolled it up and slipped it into the lining of his coat. He held his breath as he tiptoed to the door and opened it gently. He crossed to the French door that led to the balcony. Below was the street, safety. The latch worked easily. He started to turn the handle.
Oh, my ankle! Oh, stop, thief! Stop! Oh, parachute! No, don't shoot!
Get to your feet. Stand up.
My ankle's killing me, Pedro.
And then we will call the police.
Oh, my ankle, Pedro.
Pedro, you call me by name? Carlos, flash your light in his face. No. No!
Pedro, Carlos, what in the world is going on?
We have caught for you a burglar, senorita. A burglar. He is Senor Moro. I call the police here? No, senorita?
Wait, just a minute. Larry, what is the meaning of this? What were you doing in my gallery?
I wasn't in the gallery.
What?
Look, I can explain this pretty easily if we were alone, Francesca.
Well, all right. Pedro, Carlos, wait outside.
We have our guns ready. You call if you need us. No funny business, senor.
Well, Larry?
Well, I guess I did a silly thing. Look, you wouldn't talk to me earlier, and I had so much to tell you. A lot of things I couldn't say in front of your other guests.
Larry.
I came back to steal something, all right. I wanted to steal a few more hours alone with you.
Larry, that doesn't explain...
I pretended to leave so I wouldn't embarrass you by being the last guest here. Then I stole into your little sitting room, and you didn't turn the lights on when you came through.
No.
I sat down on that comfortable sofa to wait for you, and guess I fell asleep. I didn't wake up until a few minutes ago, and it was almost dawn. I felt like a complete fool.
Oh, Larry.
So I tried to sneak out, and you know the rest.
Oh, poor Larry. Your ankle hurts you very much.
When you look at me like that, I can't feel any pain.
You'd better get back to your hotel and rest.
I guess I'd better. Could I phone for a cab?
Oh, I'll send you home in my car. Pedro can take you.
You're very kind, Francesca.
It was probably some sort of innovation, a thief being given chauffeur service by his victim. Pedro drove him to the hotel, and he picked up a few things there and then slipped out the back door. He knew it wouldn't be too long before the theft was discovered and the police would be looking for him. The thing to do was to deliver the painting to Seville, collect, and then skip out of the country. But it was Sunday. He couldn't find Senor Carlos Seville anyplace. He spent the day skulking in doorways, running from shadows, hiding in deserted spots. And finally, Monday morning came, and with it the newspapers, but he didn't wait to buy one. Instead, he made his way most carefully to the galleries of Senor Seville, and this time insisted on seeing him.
You shouldn't have forced your way in, Jerry. I told you that I had to see you. You're going to be happy to see me, too. Happy? Happy? Fool. You seen the papers? I didn't risk buying one. It's all over the front pages. Look. Van Gogh, stolen. The police are searching for you. What? Idiot. If you'd handled this the way I suggested, but you... Oh, no. You had to be greedy. I thought you could manage it all alone. Well, I got the painting, haven't I? Give me my share and let me take my chance. Painting? The painting is worthless now. What do you mean? You think I would handle anything so dangerous when all the police in Madrid are searching for it? Get out of here and take the painting with you. Now, look, I gotta get away. I haven't any dough. I'll give you enough to bribe someone to take you out of the city. Here. Now, get going, senor, and take the painting with you.
Oh, it was front-page stuff, all right. I read the story and remembered Larry Morrow as a clever confidence man, a little out of his depth in the genteel art of thievery. Meanwhile, in a fashionable restaurant on the Plaza del Franco, two people dined together in discreet alcoves.
My dear Saville, you're a genius. I'd love to have seen his face.
Everything went rather well, Francesca.
It nearly didn't. Those idiot servants of mine catching him after all our trouble to give him his opportunity.
Never mind. It will make an even more convincing story for the insurance company. You put in the claim.
Yes, of course.
Excuse me, senorita. The senorita Francesca Morero, is it not?
Yes? Do you wish to see me?
Police, senorita, as you observe. They told me at your house that you are dining here.
What do you want?
A short time ago, senorita, we arrested a man trying to leave the city. We took from him a painting which he has admitted is the Van Gogh, stolen from your gallery.
Oh, you caught him?
Indeed, senorita. He is now at the police bureau awaiting identification.
Oh.
But the painting, we are rather puzzled about the painting. You see, we called in an art expert who says it is a fake.
That's impossible.
The insurance company say it was pronounced genuine by Senor Carlos Seville and valued at 2 million pesetas. I think if you and Senor Seville will interrupt your luncheon, there are many people at the police bureau who wish to ask you some questions. If you please, you will both come with me.
It was a very clever and a very elaborate plot, but they didn't get away with it. The idea was to employ Larry Morrow as the patsy. Let him get away with a worthless painting, heavily insured as a genuine Van Gogh. Had he escaped, their plan would have been foolproof. Instead, they went to trial, and after that, they went to jail. I'd like to have been around if ever Larry and Senor Seville met up inside of prison walls. That would have been a real human interest story, although it might have required a lot of sub-editing before publication. Goodbye now.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. We've reached the end of today's story, but I'll be back to introduce to you another unusual tale. Remember, for this series, we've searched the whole world to bring you stories of every kind. Tales of espionage, suspense, crime, and intrigue, by famous writers from every part of the globe. In fact, a selection of the finest stories that have ever been assembled in one series. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Once again, it's my pleasure to bring you an intriguing story of mystery. Today again, we have as our storyteller the young American newspaper man whose home is Paris and whose beat is Europe. Europe, a continent full of all the ingredients beloved by mystery writers and yet in reality twice as mysterious. Today's story is particularly full of suspense and yet is founded on fact. Of course, the names have been changed, but little else. There's a well-known saying that truth is stranger than fiction. Our story today is not only stranger, but more thrilling, more full of suspense than anything fiction can offer. Come with me then on another journey to the places where only a man in search of adventure would travel. In a moment, our play begins.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Here he comes. Hey, what's wrong? It's a bad landing. He looks like he's going to crash.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Conoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Conoy on another assignment for my column, Europe Confidential. I was with the crowd at Beauvais Airport outside Paris waiting for the first of the planes in the Singapore-London air race. With me was Eddie Marshall, another correspondent, and, well, strictly it was Eddie's assignment. He was the aviation expert. I was simply there to pick up copy to fill the column. As we stood in the crowd, high above us, the first of the racing planes appeared.
Oh, there she is, all right, Mike.
Can you make out who it is?
Where did I book her these glasses? Well, it looks like the English entry, Flight Lieutenant Murray.
That's the guy with the famous father, isn't it?
Yeah, he's right in Papa's footsteps. Yeah, it's him, sure enough. He must be an easy leader.
There's the airfield, Frank.
And look at the crowd.
How do you feel? Well enough to take over?
Yes, I can manage now. All right, Tom. We're going down.
Here he comes now.
Hey, what's wrong? It's a bad landing. He looks like he's going to crash.
He's okay, I think.
Bad landing. He's puffing. I think he's got her under control now.
Yeah, it looks all right.
Frank, are you all right?
Yes, Tom. Okay, now. I'm sorry about that. I'm still a bit shaky.
Forget it. Come on, let's get up. Here, I'll give you a hand up.
Thanks.
Hey, what about some coffee? Hello. It's the official reception by the look of it.
Flight Lieutenant Murray, welcome to Beauvais and to France, monsieur. I am Marceau Léon, in charge of all airport arrangements.
How do you do, Mr. Léon? My navigator, Tom Farron.
A pleasure, Monsieur Farron.
Glad to know, sir. Can we have the plane refueled? Our tank's showing almost empty.
That will be attended to. While I escort you to the club room for something to drink. Or coffee, perhaps?
Coffee, I think. Don't you, Frank?
Yes. Good. You have a compulsory 20-minute break before resuming your flight in accordance with the race rules. Your plane will be guarded from the crowds and serviced by our mechanic, so you've nothing to worry about. This way, monsieur, please. Lieutenant, our radio reports you 30 minutes ahead of your nearest rival, the Spaniard Lorcia. So you will be in the air again before he reaches the field.
30 minutes, that's better than I thought.
We'll be in London across the finishing line with plenty to spare. As long as the engines keep going, and you get over your sickness, Frank.
Sick? You have been sick with that time, Lieutenant? Then perhaps that explains why you do not wish to talk to these American journalists, eh?
Well, yes, I didn't feel like press interviews, I'm afraid.
It is nothing serious, I hope.
Just a bit off color, monsieur. It's lucky. Tom here is a competent pilot as well as a navigator. He's been handling the plane most of the way from Singapore, even taking off and landing.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear of it. But sickness would not stop Frank Murray if he is any son of his father, eh?
My father? You knew him?
Oh, everybody knows your father, Flight Lieutenant. But that explains your landing, of course. I thought for a minute the plane would overturn.
Yes, I took over the controls for the landing. I didn't realize I was so shaky.
Oh, well, there is another 10 minutes before you take off. Perhaps I should call a doctor for you.
No, I'll be all right, monsieur. Thanks, just the same.
All right. As you wish, monsieur.
A message for the lieutenant, Monsieur Léon.
For me? Thanks.
Didn't know you knew any girls in this part of the world, old boy.
Eh?
I said I didn't know you... Hey, what's the matter, Frank?
Matter? Well, nothing. Look, I've got to see someone outside, Tom.
Go right ahead. But don't forget the time limit's coming down. About 9 minutes to take off.
I'll do that, don't worry. Where's the lady who gave you this?
Outside, monsieur. I'll take you to her.
The lieutenant is not well, Monsieur Farron.
No, he's not. Something's been bothering him ever since Singapore, and I'd like to know what it is.
Perhaps it is the stomach, the nerves. His father was the greatest flyer I have ever met, but he was always troubled by nerves before takeoff.
I'm not sure what it is. Look, if you don't mind, I think I'll get over to the plane. I want to check everything is ready for the last lap for London.
The 9 minutes time limit ticked away, and with the plane refueled, navigator Tom Farron prepared for the last stage of the air race.
30 seconds to go.
What the devil's happened to Frank? He knows our time for takeoff.
This is strange. I expected him to be standing by. Already we have put 2 calls over the loudspeakers, and the crowd is beginning to wonder at the delay.
Well, put another one over, will you? He must have completely forgotten the time.
Certainly. Oh, look, monsieur.
What is it? Frank?
No. Look, up there, to the southeast. A plane coming towards the airport.
North here?
Yes, it is a Spaniard. And already he must have gained 10 minutes on you from your last radio report. If you delay much longer, the lead you have gained will be lost.
Don't I know it? What the devil am I going to do about Frank? He's got to be found before I can take off.
I agree, it would be better. But nothing in the rule says you cannot fly alone.
Let's give him 5 minutes. Get that loudspeaker going, monsieur. Wait, I'm going to take a look round. He must be somewhere on the airport. He must be.
Eddie Marshall and I weren't exactly surprised when Flight Lieutenant Murray refused to give us an interview. After all, they were near the end of a long flight. Their 20-minute break was a welcome respite. No, we weren't surprised, but what did surprise and intrigue us was the series of loudspeaker calls for the English pilot and the delay in the takeoff. Finally, with the Spanish Lorcia only a brief 15 minutes behind, navigator Tom Farron made the only possible decision.
Tell him to stand by out there, Monsieur Léon.
Right.
I'm going to fly to London alone.
It made headlines, of course. The navigator who flew on and won the race, the pilot who disappeared. A whole series of rumors were started, and for 3 days the papers were full of it. But then, as always happens, public interest began to wane. There was tension in Berlin, the World Soccer Cup in Paris. The strange affair of Frank Murray was soon forgotten, except by those who had known him. I guess I didn't give it much thought until one day, several weeks later, Eddie Marshall came into my office.
Mike, boy, we got an assignment.
Yeah?
A double assignment. You for the human interest angle, and me because I'm a so-called aviation expert.
Well, what's cooking?
Mrs. Murray is in Paris.
Who?
Well, Frank Murray, you remember. It's his mother.
Oh.
She called up the chief this morning and asked if he'd be interested in making inquiries about her missing son.
She did that? What did the chief say?
What do you think? We have to get over to the Jardin Hotel to see her right away.
You understand, gentlemen? The police have made no progress, and so I asked for their inquiries to cease. I felt it should not be a police matter.
You want us to try and find them, Mrs. Murray?
Your editor is an acquaintance of mine of long standing. I have his word that the story will not be printed without my approval.
Oh, you can rely on that.
I simply want my boy found, and to know that he's all right.
Yeah.
If there's anything I can do to assist your inquiries...
Well, I guess you could send us some photographs. They might help.
Of course. I'm going back to London tonight. I'll send them by the first post. And your editor has promised to keep me advised of developments.
Well, you get all kinds of assignments on a paper like mine. And early the next day, Eddie Marshall and I got started on the story. We went first to interview Marcel Léon, the official of the race club who's been in charge of Beauvais during the actual event.
It is a terrible thing, gentlemen. Terrible. And there has been no word from him since, you say?
Not at all, Monsieur Léon.
If the Black Lieutenant was not well, he may have had an accident.
Well, we ruled out that possibility. Police checked the angle pretty thoroughly.
But what else could have happened?
Well, you and the police talked to that attendant who brought the note to Murray. What did he have to say?
Oh, he knew the young woman who sent it. But you can rest assured, Monsieur Connoy, that inquiries in that direction will get you nowhere.
What makes you so sure?
Oh, this young woman is well known to all of us here at the airport. She's a tiny pilot and a very respectable person.
What's her name?
Very well. But I hope you're not going to be rash about your inquiries, Mr. Connoy. Her name is Louise Renaud. She lives at number 21, Rue de Cherche, Arrondissement 4.
Number 21 Rue de Cherche was a narrow house converted into an apartment building. Louise Renaud lived on the top floor. I went to call on her alone because Eddie had gone back to the paper to cover another assignment, but we arranged to meet later in the day. I explained to Mademoiselle Renaud the reason for my visit.
But I do not understand, Monsieur Connoy. The police have taken a statement from me. I told them all I can.
Well, this is a private inquiry instituted by the mother, Mademoiselle. Suppose you go over it again, huh?
But there is really nothing to tell. It was so stupid.
Stupid?
I am a trainee pilot, you see. Not a very good one, but my interest is in airplanes.
Yes, so I was told.
I hear that his flight lieutenant is due to land, so I go to the airport. I wish very much to meet this man, this famous flyer with the famous name.
Yeah, like the kids back home go chasing the film stars, huh?
You like, monsieur. So many have told me about his father. So many have said that his son may be even greater. I am very daring. I write a note, and knowing one of the attendants, I asked him to give it to the flight lieutenant.
And you met him?
Oh, yes. He was very gracious. He talked to me, and then I left. I joined the crowd to watch him taking off. And then comes the news that he is missing. That's all I know.
You haven't any idea where he went after he left you?
I thought he went back to his plane, or to join the navigator.
Yeah. There's nothing else you can tell me?
No.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll get out before your guest arrives.
Yes? Oh, you've noticed the table. Yes, I'm expecting a friend for lunch.
Well, if anything comes up, I'll be at the office. You can always contact me there.
Monsieur Connoy, what could possibly come up?
Mike Connoy.
Mike, this is Eddie.
Well, I was on my way around to see you.
Well, make it soon, will you? The photographs arrived from England. I think we got a lead at last.
I'd been away about 4 or 5 hours checking other leads after I left Louise Renaud, and in that time a whole lot had happened. First of all, Eddie Marshall showed me the pictures. Say, she's practically given us the family album.
Well, just about, Mike. But ignore all those for a moment, will you? Take a look at this one.
Yeah? The guy in the Air Force uniform, so what?
The rank of Flight Louis. Now, do you notice anything missing?
Missing? I guess you don't mean to count his buttons. Rank stripes, or whatever the RAF call them, are there. Everything seems to be okay. Wings.
That's it. No wing insignia over his left pocket.
Forgot to put them on.
That's what I thought at first. But then I got in the line at the London office, and they made a fast check for me through the Air Force records. Mike, Flight Lieutenant Murray didn't wear wings because he wasn't entitled to wear them.
What, you mean he wasn't a flyer?
He was ground crew, recreation officer.
Well, I'll be darned.
Well, you can guess how I burned up the wires to London after that. I had Paul Davies assigned to it. He made some pretty fast inquiries.
Yeah, you sure have been at work. What happened?
Well, through the Aero Club, he found out that Murray got his pilot's license only a year ago. He failed his RAF test.
Ooh, this beats everything. He's supposed to be a famous flyer.
His father was a famous flyer. From all reports, Frank Murray is a very bad pilot.
And yet he was in the air race. He flew that plane out to Singapore and then took part in the race. He was leading the field home.
Davies got on the telephone in London and he talked to Tom Farron, the navigator.
Yeah?
He learned plenty. Farron met Murray for the first time a few months before the race when he applied for the post of navigator with the aircraft and got it.
Applied?
Yeah.
You mean Murray advertised or something?
Apparently. Anyway, Tom Farron was very tickled. After all, the name Murray in aviation isn't far behind names like Kingsford Smith and Lindbergh.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Not that anyone he asked knew much about young Murray's flying ability, but they all agreed he held the rank of flight lieutenant, and that if he was anything like his father, then the race was as good as over.
Yeah, so all through this thing, Murray's been billed as top ranker because of his father, and because no one woke up to the fact that his RAF rating was earned in a recreation hut.
That's about it.
Rather.
There must have been some people who knew, of course, but certainly Tom Farron never met any of them. When they left London for Singapore, where the race was to start, that was the first time they'd ever flown together. And Murray suggested that his navigator do most of the handling of the plane just to get used to the feel of it.
What a boy.
So Farron flew the majority of that trip, and occasionally Murray would take over for an hour or two, but always in the air.
Well, what about the race itself?
Well, Murray came to the starting line a sick man. At least that was his story. Tom Farron handled the plane most of the way.
And then Flight Lieutenant Murray took over and made that landing at Beauvais.
Yeah.
I remember you saying it was one of the worst you'd seen.
Well, Davies did quite a job on this. He knew that Farron had plenty of doubts about his pilot, so he let him talk.
Yeah?
Afterwards, he phoned up Mrs. Murray.
The mother? What did she say?
Not much over the phone to Davies, but just a few minutes before you came in, the chief got a long cable. She's pretty annoyed about the line our investigation's taken, and she says that her son is a great flyer. If we try to say anything otherwise, she'll make trouble.
Well, what does the chief say?
He says for us to get out and find Frank Murray fast.
We searched Ferris. We checked the big hotels, the small backstreet places. We checked the bistros, the bars, Montmartre, Montparnasse, the boulevards, and the Bastille. For 3 days we worked at it, getting nowhere. And at last we called a halt. We sat down in my office to try and figure out a new move.
Well, we sure covered some territory. There are hundreds more hotels to check even now.
Yeah, that's supposing he's even in Paris.
Yeah.
All we know is he somehow got away from Beauvais Airport. It's an hour's drive to Paris. But he could have driven to Le Bourget and taken a plane for England.
He could be anywhere. We need a break, and it just isn't going to be one.
Let's have a look at the guy's face again. You got those snapshots?
The family album? It's right here.
Thanks. Not that it'll make any difference. You picked out the best couple to show around.
There's nothing much else there. One in a group, and one street snap with a girl the mother didn't know.
Hey.
What's the matter?
This street shot with the girl. Look at this.
That was taken in London. Mike, what's the matter?
She's the one I told you about. The dame I questioned. Louise Renault. Eddie and I didn't waste any time getting over to 21 Rue de Cherche.
Yes, Monsieur Canoy. That is a photograph of Frank and I. It was taken when I visited London last year.
And then you admit you knew Flight Lieutenant Murray before.
It seems as if I will have to. We met and became friends. Is that what you wish to know?
I want to know why you told such an elaborate lie before. What was the point?
Maybe Mademoiselle Renan was alarmed at the idea of becoming involved in any kind of investigation. People do feel that way, Mike.
Oh, yes, that's right. That was it. If it was known that Frank and I were acquainted, there would be talk that I was part of his disappearance. People were saying he might have been bribed to abandon the race, or that there may have been pressure on him to force him not to continue. I did not want to be mixed up in it.
Of course, you knew nothing of his whereabouts.
I know nothing.
Well, we'll have to continue our search. In case you hear anything, mademoiselle, you can reach us at the office. You know, I wish I could find Frank Murray. I think he's running away from a myth. As long as you have to live a make-believe life, you can never be happy.
A make-believe life?
Well, I've always said nothing's so big that you can't talk it out. That's why I'd like to find him. We went back to the office and we waited. We waited an hour. Then there was a knock at the door. There wasn't even time to open it before the man we recognized pushed his way inside.
Which one of you is Mike Conroy?
I am. You're Flight Lieutenant Murray.
Listen, Conroy. I came here for one reason only. To tell you to stay away from Louise Rayner. Do you hear me? Leave her alone.
Oh, take it easy, Lieutenant. We didn't want to hound her. She's a nice girl. All we wanted was to talk to you.
There's nothing to talk about.
Look, we've worn the leather off our shoes, tramping the streets searching for you. The hardest pavements in the world are right here in Paris. Don't you think that gives us the right to a few minutes' conversation?
All right. What do you want to say? Make it snappy. I haven't much time.
It took us about 10 minutes to break down Frank Murray's defensive dislike, and another 15 to give him an account of our search and the discoveries we'd made. At the end of it, he remained silent for almost a minute. And then, very quietly, he started to talk.
There's hardly anything I can tell you. You seem to have it all. Even the part my mother played in this affair.
We're not very clear about that.
Well, it's simple enough. My father was a great aviator, a man of the headlines. When he died, something went out of my mother's life. She used to say she hated the publicity, but that wasn't so. She missed it very much. She missed the adventure, the thrill of being the center of a crowd at the end of a record-breaking flight. When I was a boy, she filled my mind with the stories of my father and his deeds. She desperately wanted me to be like him, and, well, I grew up wanting that too.
But you found it was a little beyond you.
I failed in the math and sat out the war in an office. Yet, all the time, I wanted to do this thing, to be like my father. And some way, after I got out of the Air Force, I found the courage to take flying lessons.
Well, you got through those all right.
The instructor in charge was an old friend of Dad's. I don't think he should have let me through, but he did. Probably for Mother's sake, because he knew just how much it meant to her.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, I didn't realize that. I thought I was great. I had all the confidence in the world.
And you decided to enter the air race.
Yes, it wasn't a very important race. It seemed a good way to start. I was going to show the world, and my mother most of all. But I couldn't go through with it. I was sick, all right. When we took off from Singapore, I was scared sick. And by the time we reached France, and I was barely able to land the plane, I knew that was the end of it.
And then when Louise, whom you'd known in London, sent a note at the airport asking to see you, she was the logical person to turn to for help.
Yes, that's how it was. We got away from the airport in her car, and she hid me out while the police were searching for me. I knew that wouldn't last long, for Mother wouldn't have enjoyed that kind of headline, showing me up for what I was.
A coward, you think?
Well, what do you think?
Look, we're all of us afraid of something. Only you tried to make the thing you're afraid of your whole life. You've been trying to create an existence that'll carry on from where your father died. Nobody can do that. I think the sooner you make that clear to your mother, the sooner you can start to live a life of your own. Well, that's how the story finished up, with Eddie and yours truly distributing advice, hoping the guy would have the intelligence to see that we were talking plain common sense. Well, it turns out that he did. Louise Raynaud came to see me at the office a couple of days later, a radiant, very different Louise. Frank had gone home and laid down the law to his mother, and he was on his way back that same afternoon. Louise, incidentally, came along to ask Eddie and me to be witnesses. You need them in Paris when you decide to get married.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again, and so our journey into the realms of mystery is over. Soon, however, I'll be back with more of these tales of mystery which I know we all enjoy so much. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Once again, I bring you mystery. What's your pleasure for today? Gaslight or neon? Well, let's take our mystery in the modern manner. A tale as up-to-date as today's newspaper. Our storyteller works for the Paris edition of a famous American newspaper, and his job is to investigate the stories behind the headlines. Sometimes from small beginnings, a paragraph tucked away on page 6, shall we say, Mike finds the lead to big and exciting news. Take today's story, for instance. If Mike hadn't, well, yes, but I mustn't tell you the story for him. Let him relate it, just as it happened to him. And now, to you. In a moment, the story begins.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Grady, research this room. Take the furniture to pieces, rip up the floorboards. Look for secret hiding places.
You can't do that to my business. What's the idea?
The idea, Mr. Roberts, is microscopic film. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
Hi, this is Mike Connoy. Today in Paris, I saw Paul Winfield again. I was sitting in a cafe on the Boulevard Michel when he walked past, and at first I hardly recognized him. But when he stopped beside my table and spoke, I knew him immediately. Maybe he heard me give my order to the waiter, or else perhaps he knew me, but for a moment I wasn't quite sure.
Sir, am I talking to a fellow American?
It was Winfield, sure enough. I nodded for him to sit down, and then he leaned forward and began to talk, and I knew then that he didn't remember me.
My friend, I've got to talk to a fellow countryman. I've had some trouble here. Bad times, you understand. I badly need help.
What sort of help?
Well, anything you could spare, sir. Dollars or francs. If you like, I can take you to some special nightclubs for $50.
Sorry, I'm not a tourist.
Well, then perhaps a loan, huh?
Should I write a check to Paul Winfield?
What did you say?
Winfield. That's your name, isn't it?
No, you must be mistaken. My name's Fraser. Excuse me. You must be confusing me with somebody else.
Well, I wasn't confusing him with anyone else. He knew that I knew it. As I watched him move away, I remembered back all those years. Wartime London, 1943. To the two people with whom the story had begun long before I came into the picture. The two people who met in the Plain office near St. James's Street, an office which was the wartime headquarters of MI5.
Come in and sit down, Grady.
Thank you,
Cut it off. Well, how are all our friends in Kensington?
Oh, it's quite busy down there, Major. That photographic studio is really in business. Bennett, Rogers, and Miss Palmer all had a picture taken yesterday. They made independent appointments in the usual way.
Find out anything?
Well, they made their appointments dovetail. So while Miss Palmer was in the studio, Bennett had a chance to look around, and while Bennett was in there, Rogers did the same.
Yes.
Well, now, they couldn't further their own too much, sir. There was a receptionist. Very blonde, very sharp-eyed. And for an ordinary small photographer, those people have a lot of high-powered, expensive equipment.
They do? Anything else?
A locked room, fitted with a special combination safe lock.
That seems out of place there.
Well, sir, it's up to you now.
I don't think they're important, Grady. But just the same, we might as well have them in.
A small fry leads a bigger fish sometimes, and that locked door.
Exactly. We'll raid them tonight at 1800 hours.
You're coming along, sir?
Yes, Grady. I'm coming along. I'm as interested in that locked door as you are.
The place to be raided was a small commercial photographer situated in South Kensington. For some weeks, intelligence officers had had them under surveillance, and that night they moved in. A highly indignant manager protested in vain as men from military intelligence and Scotland Yard's special branch searched the premises.
Gentlemen, this is an outrage. I demand that these men leave my premises this very minute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts. You've already seen our warrant giving us full authority to conduct the search. I suggest you open the door at the end of the passage and stop making too fast visits.
That room is strictly private.
Open it.
But it contains personal papers, nothing more.
Open it, or we'll save you the trouble.
What do you mean?
Ready. Get three of the squad, will you? Take the door down.
With pleasure, sir. Wait.
Well, Mr. Roberts?
All right.
I'll open.
Sometimes it's long wires. It's an undertight.
We're willing to wait. Yeah. Now open the door. Open the filing cabinet.
Oh, copies of all this commercial work we do.
What's the machine?
The larger?
Very powerful one.
We do some portrait work, some big portrait work here.
Very tiny work, too, I imagine.
What do you mean? I don't know what any of this is about.
Yes, Mr. Roberts? Ready. We'll search this room. Take the furniture to pieces, take up the floorboard. Look for secret hiding places.
You can't do that to my business. What's the idea?
The idea, Mr. Roberts, is microscopic film. If you wouldn't know anything about that, we'll go.
The search was very thorough and lasted for several hours. At the end of that time...
Here we are, sir.
That's ready.
One of the men on cover duty.
Wow.
Let me have those.
Grab him, Grady.
Oh, no, yes, brother. These aren't going to be destroyed until we've taken a good look at them.
4 tiny microscopic rows. I think we found what we were looking for.
With a story in which you played only a minor part, it's often necessary to imagine certain events and to reconstruct incidents which were not actually eyewitness at the time. Thus, that same night, while the MI5 men were raiding a photographic studio, two people met on the Thames embankment, alone in the damp fog that hung like a gray blanket over the city and the river.
Well, I'm so glad you could come tonight.
Have you anything?
One roll of film, Maria. I don't know how much longer I can go on like this.
Is something the matter?
I'm worried. So far, it's been too easy.
Well, why not? It's easy because of the American embassy. They are fools.
Oh, Maria. Maybe I have a grudge against my countrymen, but I know them better than that. They're not fools.
And you are not a coward, darling.
Well, I wish I could feel sure of that. It's been so easy. But it can't go on forever.
Well, we are working for our beliefs. If we only help make one tiny advance in the German conquest of the world, we will have done our share.
Yeah, they told me that in Berlin. But it seemed easier there, easier to believe. You still love me, don't you?
Oh, of course.
Sometimes I sense a change in you. Probably being stupid.
You are, my dear. Our love is a luxury, and in these times we have to deny it. But when Adolf Hitler invades England...
Will he invade soon?
Before the end of the summer. And Paul, things will be different. We should be there to meet the Führer when he lands at Dover, and afterwards there'll be you and I again.
Sounds too good to be true. No one thinks he can still invade.
Oh, they underestimate him. If we do our share, we'll make it possible. And that is why you mustn't give up now.
All right, a few more months. We can get away with it for that long. There's some new coded messages from Washington today. I'll try and get them tomorrow.
We'll meet the night after. At the same time and safe.
Come in, Major Anderson. Sit down. Thank you, sir. Now, you chaps at military intelligence have really got onto something this time. I thought we had, sir. These rolls of microfilm contain decoded messages passing between Washington and the U.S. Embassy here. Exactly, Major. This is dynamite.
Can you talk to the American ambassador?
Yes. I asked him to leave the case in our hands for the moment. I explained that the photographic studio was suspect for a long time, and that obviously they've been doing some developing work for a German spy ring in England. Now, we don't want to move too fast and upset the apple cart. I agree. And since they're civilian personnel, I got the okay on it. Of course, the ambassador wants to spot the movement as fast as he can, so you're going to meet a chap from Army Security tomorrow, name of, Connoy. He'll have all the dossiers of men and women holding confidential posts in the embassy, and then it's up to you.
Well, that was how I came into this story, as a junior officer attached at the time to security. I had the job of liaison to MI5, whose case it really was. Together with Major Anderson, I went over all the files, as he and his boys eliminated and narrowed the field down. Finally, Anderson was able to report to his commissioner.
Two men, sir. They had the opportunity to take those files, and they have the background that fits in with the general picture.
You agree on that, Connoy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who are the men?
The first is an assistant undersecretary, Henry Carruthers by name. He'd have a chance to see the files, of course, and he travelled widely on the continent before the war.
Mm-hmm. And the other?
A fellow called Paul Winfield, a cipher clerk.
Yeah, he'd certainly see the messages as they came through.
He's in the decoding section, sir.
What's his history?
10 years with the American State Department, very intelligent, received rapid promotion. This job is a stepping stone to a secretaryship. 2 years ago, he took 6 months leave of absence to visit Germany.
2 years ago? There was a big rally at Nuremberg at that time.
It ties in with Nuremberg rally, sir. Apart from that, it has expressed anti-Semitic views on occasions, and in his private life, he's very much himself.
Well, this sounds more promising, Major.
I think so, sir. He's the type, all right. But I'm going to put 2 men on to watching him. I want to know his friends, where he goes in his time off duty, everything we can find out about him. We won't make a move to arrest him until we're certain he's our man.
Yes? Oh, Henry.
Mr. Bradley, I've got to talk to you.
Wait, I was going to send for you. I just heard the news. That photographic studio we used in Kensington is being raided.
What? And Robert?
Doesn't matter much about Robert. He's not into our organization. But if British intelligence had found any of our microfilms...
Oh, bad. Very bad. I've just left Paul Winfield.
Any more documents?
No, and I'm worried.
Why, my dear?
Paul is starting to lose his nerve. He may break. For the good of the organization, I think he should be eliminated.
I was in Major Anderson's office when the call came from his agent Grady.
Hello, Anderson speaking.
Major, this is the Wandering Irishman.
Where are you, Grady?
Still inside the U.S. Embassy. The cipher shifts are changing over now. The rest of the group have come out, but our man is still in there.
Now listen carefully.
Yes, sir?
Give Winfield every chance to get clear of the place.
Uh-huh.
Forbes and Elliot are waiting outside to tail him. If you can join them, do so. Understand?
Sure. Here, listen. I can see the door of the cipher room from here. The boy is coming out now.
And keep out of sight. We'll stand by, and when you've some idea of where he's heading, try and phone me.
Uh-huh.
We want to be in on the final show.
I'll do my best about that. I've got to go.
Good luck.
Goodbye.
Is that you, Maria?
Hello, Paul.
Oh, thought for a minute it might be somebody else.
Who else could it be? Nobody's aware of our meeting.
Not even your chief, whoever he is?
Not even him. Have you anything for me?
Yes, these 6 messages.
It's very good, my dear. Wonderful.
But you've got to be quick with them, because this is the last job I'm doing. I want to get the documents back quickly, late tonight.
Don't worry about them. We will attend to them.
Listen, Maria, you can't keep them. That'd be the finish for me.
You keep your voice down, you fool.
I must have those messages back tonight, and after this I'm through. Did you hear what I said?
I heard.
Well?
It's your decision, Paul. But I think this had better be goodbye. And we won't meet again.
Maria, wait a minute. What about returning those papers? Maria!
Grady, did you get through to Major Anderson?
He's on his way over, Conroy.
Oh, good.
Hey, wait a minute. What's happened down there?
The woman's leaving.
And Winfield's running after it. Hey, look. There's 2 men going for him. Yeah. They come out of those streets. Come on. Bennett, you get Winfield. We'll take care of these fellas.
Yeah, we certainly will.
You won't be running anywhere, chum. Not after we're through. Let go! Let go! Are you ready to go quietly? I do. I have to keep convincing you. Oh, that takes care of him. Is your chat quiet, can I?
Yeah, sure is. You got the tough one. Looks to me as if the woman got away.
Never mind her for the moment. You search these 2. Right. Look, I'll give Bennett a hand with Winfield. It looks as if he's making a fight of it. The prisoner, Major Anderson.
Sit down, Winfield. Thank you, Grady. You're practically forgiven for cleaning them before I could get there.
Thank you, sir.
Winfield, I'm Major Anderson of MI5. You've been handed over to us by the American authorities in London, and you're going to stand trial on a charge of treason.
He's not very good with the conversation, sir.
I see. You might as well know, Winfield, the full penalty for your activities is death. High treason against your own people, your own country, is the most despicable crime of all.
You can't put me on trial. I'm an American. You can't try a foreigner in the law courts.
I'm afraid you've been misinformed. We can. And stealing top-secret documents and handing them over to Nazi agents is something we don't like very much.
Hitler will annihilate the English and the Americans. Do you know that he's going to conquer the world?
Shut up.
Yes, he'll conquer the world for its own good. To give him the kind of rule he's given to Germany. Full production, full employment, happy, healthy homes.
I said you better shut up. We're not Adolf Hitler fans around here.
You English. You smart, pseudo-clever English.
So will you, Winfield, and your friend Hitler. You'll go to trial on a charge of treason.
Well, you can do whatever you like. I'll appeal to the White House.
We'll arrange that for you. The man in the White House doesn't like Adolf Hitler either. All right, Winfield. The woman you met got away. We want to know who she was. If you try to protect her, you're planning a certain walk to the scaffold. And she wouldn't mind.
What do you mean?
We've questioned those toughs we arrested on the embankment. Their orders were to kill you.
What? I don't believe it.
You were getting jittery, Winfield. You were getting dangerous.
Maria wouldn't let them do that.
Maria? The woman you met? They conferred with her under the shadows of those trees before she came to meet you. She gave them their final instructions.
It was the river for you, pal. A nice little suicide job, so you couldn't do any talking.
Maria planned to kill me? Was that why she walked away so quickly? What was it she said? We won't meet again.
Oh, Maria.
I can't guarantee you very much, Winfield, but you'll get some remission for information received. What was her name?
Maria Cordova.
Where did you meet her?
Nuremberg 6 years ago. She's a Spaniard by birth, but she lived most of her life in England. We were fond of each other. Our orders were to work together.
Do you know if she has contact with other members of the Nazi spy ring here in London?
Yes, she has. Someone she calls the chief. I had the impression he's an Englishman.
Then this might lead us to the entire espionage organization here in London. All right, Winfield. There's only one more thing. Where do we find Maria Cordova?
Winfield realized the truth, that the Nazi spy ring had listed him as expendable and had made plans to eliminate him. He began to talk. He talked long and steadily. At the end of that time, MI5 knew everything about the activities of the woman called Maria Cordova and where to find her. But they didn't make any move to pick her up.
That'd be a waste of a good opportunity, Conway. From tonight onwards, I'm assigning our very best men to trail her. To keep her under observation night and day.
You're after the big fish, huh?
Yes, the one Winfield told us about. The one Maria Cordova called the chief.
Tell me, how did Paul Winfield get into a thing like this?
Oh, he had German parentage way back, on his mother's side.
I see.
He was in Nuremberg to visit his relatives before the war. He met Maria Cordova there.
And fell for her, huh?
Pretty heavily. When they found out he was in the State Department, of course, they must have put her to work on him. They kept in touch. He wrote her he was being sent to England. That was before American entry into the war. And one day, Maria just turned up. Pretty soon, he was deep in the net.
And he stole decoded documents, took them to Maria, who had them photographed by the studio in Kensington, and then returned them the same night. That's how it was done, huh?
That's about it. Nobody suspected him. He had a clean record.
What happens to him now?
He'll be held until we're ready to grab the others. Then the lot of them will be tried for treason.
6 days later, the unsuspecting Maria Cordova led British agents to an apartment in the West End. They forced their way in and placed Maria and the occupant under arrest.
You will come along with us to answer some questions. This is an outrage. My name is Bradley, John Cornish Bradley. I'm a director of several companies in the city. I demand that you get out of my house. I think we'll take the risk of being sued for false arrest, Mr. Bradley. I have a search warrant here. Search warrant? And a signed order for your arrest, should it be necessary. Maria, you little fool. You let them here, you stupid, blundering fool!
I didn't know. You must believe me. I didn't know.
All right, that's enough, Bradley. You can do the rest of your talking later. Bring them down to the car.
The trial, as was customary in wartime espionage cases, was held in secret. But as a witness, I was present. I sat and listened to the evidence and learned how, through this case, the whole pattern of a Nazi espionage ring had been broken. I heard Bradley, the ringleader, sentenced to death. And then the judge dealt with the cases of Maria Cordova and Paul Winfield.
You have both been found guilty of charges relating to the theft of highly secret documents and of the still more serious charge of aiding and abetting the enemy in time of war. Paul Winfield, you have pleaded that as an American citizen, this court has no jurisdiction over you. I now categorically reject that plea. You are herewith sentenced to 7 years penal servitude. Maria Cordova, for you who accepted this country's hospitality from your earliest years, yet shamelessly betrayed it in our most desperate hours, I hereby sentence you to 10 years imprisonment.
And there's the story. That's where it ended, in the bleak courtroom of the Old Bailey as they led them away. I suppose I thought once or twice of Paul Winfield in the years that followed, but time gradually eclipsed all memory of him. The war ended. I signed up to write a column called Europe Confidential here in Paris, and until today I never thought again of the man who tried to sell out his country all those years ago.
Yet today, sitting in a boulevard cafe, I saw him, and at first he didn't remember me. For a very good reason, I hardly remembered him, because the Paul Winfield I'd known had been a young man, well-dressed, good-looking. But the Winfield I met today on the boulevard was a shabby man, aging faster than his years, a man who, as he hurried away from me, buttonholed a tourist with a camera slung over his shoulder.
Say, you're an American? I'm looking for a fellow countryman to try and help me. I had bad luck in the war, you know. I haven't been able to earn much of a living since. Anything would help, sir. Dollars or francs. Anything at all.
The man with the camera elbowed his way past with a look of disdain, and Winfield went shuffling along looking for another prospect. Me, I finished my lunch and came back to the office to write this story. The story of a man who backed a loser named Adolf Hitler.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone. Now, our half hour of mystery is almost over. Mike will be back again soon with another tale that makes the headlines behind the news. I, too, will be back to recall to you more of these stories which I hope you enjoy. Stories of mystery, suspense, intrigue, and crime. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Everybody loves a mystery, and I'm no exception. And that's why it gives me so much pleasure to act as your guide on this series. You see, we've gathered together some of the finest mystery stories in the world. Stories from many places and from many times. Some of them are up to date, well, as up to date as today's newspaper. Others are classic stories of the past. Today's mystery, for instance, it takes place in Europe, the Europe of modern times, a world of intrigue and suspense where a man's life can count for very little when a country's future is at stake. Mike, our storyteller, works in the Paris office of a famous American newspaper. His job is to look for the stories that make the news, and he finds them in the places where the news is made. In a moment, our play begins.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
These crates are heavy, Paul. Don't complain of their weight, old chum. Remember, the heavier they are, the richer we'll be.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Kanoy. It's my job on this news beat of mine to meet all shades of characters. The honest, the not so honest, and the rogues pure and simply. I guess there wouldn't be any hesitation about it. Paul Garfield would go into that last category. For Paul Garfield made his living by his wits. And I knew that day in Beirut that he wasn't hanging around the waterfront just to catch the sea breeze. Beirut was way off Garfield's regular beat. Quite a distance off mine, too. My presence there I could explain, the explosive Middle East situation. But his explanation was much more original.
Wondering why I'm here, are you, Conway? Well, not a word to the police, old chum, but I'm about to uphold law and order.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Believe me, I have the backing of at least 3 governments behind me.
You know, I'd just love to know which 3.
I'll confide in you, Conway, though it's against my better judgment. You may know, gold in the Orient fetches higher prices than in Europe. A shocking thing, Conway. A great deal of gold is being smuggled east through Beirut and the Persian Gulf.
Yeah. Doesn't sound honest.
A distressing practice. I was approached on a high level and told that certain European governments would look very kindly on any efforts to halt the smuggling. For instance, if the smugglers were made to realize their shipments do not occasionally get through as planned. For one who could make them realize this, the proceeds of such gold would be given to the man who makes the arrangements. If you follow me, Conway.
Yeah, I'm trying to. You've been told to hijack some smuggled gold shipments, and if you do, the gold's yours.
Hijack? Well, hardly. This is an honest venture.
Well, how can it be done?
Simple. You see, the usual route for the smugglers is from Beirut by charter plane to a small sheikhdom on the Persian Gulf called Kuwait.
Mm-hmm.
Here, the gold's dumped out on the sand. No armed guards, no security, no precautions. The sheikhs in Kuwait presently have it carried a small craft, dhows, in the harbor. Aboard these dhows, the gold is hidden on the legal cargoes of dates or figs, immense to sail east to Karachi or Goa or Macau or...
No armed guards?
Ridiculous, isn't it? The sheikhs are persuaded that their local punishment for thievery is enough of a deterrent.
Oh. And the local punishment is,
Well, my principles don't go into details on that. More important matters to discuss, you know.
Well, maybe I can give you the lowdown here. I've heard something about this local sheikh treatment. They believe in public flogging, notching of the nose, clipping off ears. Nothing really serious, of course, but...
Flogging and nose, ears?
It's an old Mid-Eastern custom. Don't get caught, will you, Paul? You know, I don't think you'd like it a bit. Away he went, and I'd have given plenty to go along, but he wasn't trusting any newspaper man that far. So all the rest of the story I had to reconstruct from what I found out later, and this is just the way it happened. It seems that after he left me, Paul Garfield met up with a couple of his chosen chums, Clancy, an Irish pilot, and Singh, a Lascar sailor, both of them very eager to earn a fast buck and not too choosy about how they went about it.
Kuwait? Sure. I've been there a dozen times. Charter flights to the airfield there.
And you, Singh, you know the wharves at Kuwait? No way you can lay your hands on a good seaworthy dhow there?
Easy.
Clancy, I understand there are certain scoundrels who smuggle gold through Kuwait.
Sure. Flight from here in Beirut, dump it on the sands. Some natives come along after a while and cart it down to the docks.
And that's just what we'll do. Now remember, both of you, from now on, I am Dr. Paul Garfield, FRCS, well-known archaeologist, right?
Whatever you say, Paul.
Singh, you leave at once for Kuwait and hire a dhow. Clancy here and I will give you a head start. Then we'll fly to the airport. but we'll have to land because of engine trouble. I am an archaeologist looking for likely ruins to dig up. Clancy, you will not be able to fix our engine until the moment when there is a big shipment of gold lying on the sand by the airport.
This begins to sound promising.
At that point, you tell me the engine is all right again. I arrive, change inside the plane to the clothes of a native. Singh drives a cart up. He and I load the gold shipment into the cart, drive it down to the docks, dump it into the dhow, and sail 100 miles down the Gulf.
Where I meet you with a plane?
Right. And we fly on to Karachi and sell it.
Why not?
Nobody stops us.
So long as everything works just as the sheiks always do it.
Simple and sweet.
He's worth a fortune.
And a quarter share for each of you when it's sold in Karachi. Done?
Done.
The grapevine had news of a rich, fat shipment of gold due into Beirut in a couple of days. They gave Singh a head start, then Garfield and Clancy took off for Kuwait. 5.5 hours across the deserts and mountains of the Middle East, and their plane was circling above an airfield.
There it is. Can you make the motor, miss, to make our landing look good and necessary?
Right.
Heat reached up and met them, swallowed them. It was infernally hot, a moist, humid heat. Clancy went away to report his engine trouble, asked for parking space, but he was back in a few minutes.
Hey, Paul! Paul!
What's the matter? They didn't swallow your story about the plane?
Oh, sure, that's okay. But I was in the dispatcher's office. I saw a letter on his desk.
Yeah?
Plane due in tomorrow with a consignment for the Sheikh Suleiman Al Hamad bin Tamur.
So what?
I know him, that's what. He's the biggest man in the gold business here in Kuwait. It must be the shipment we heard about back in Beirut, don't you see?
In tomorrow, huh? I'll have to work fast and in this heat, too. You stay here and fuss with the plane. I'll get into town, buy some native clothes, and contact Singh.
There she is, tied up at the end of the wharf, see?
Well, they all look alike, these domes.
That's good. Harder to catch us.
Cool.
Don't worry.
Cargo of dates to hide our crates under?
Already aboard.
You hired a cart. We'll need it tomorrow morning.
I'll be there. You just say when.
1 o'clock.
1? In the afternoon. But the heat, 130 degrees at least.
Exactly, old chum. There's people around to watch us, the better.
Garfield left the waterfront, went back to the town's best hotel, carrying his package of clothes. The town's best was a glum hostelry with a villainous-looking clerk. Paul put over his archaeology story and handed the clerk a card printed for the occasion.
Yes, sir. Dr. Garfield. You want rooms, fine suite, running water, hot and cold, a cross-ventilating, very fine suite. Sign here, please.
He leaned down, signed his name, and then straightened again, glancing over his shoulder. That was when he saw her.
Luggages, sir. You have luggages, no doubtless. Dr. Garfield, where are your luggages, sir? Just only this bundle.
That woman. Who is she, man?
Across the foyer. That is Falura. She is a dancer. Dr. Garfield, your luggage.
Never mind my luggage a minute. Hello.
You asked my name, Dr. Garfield. I see your lips move.
How do you know me?
Everyone hears of the plane that is forced to land, of the famous archaeologist.
What's a girl like you doing here in a place like this, huh?
I have been waiting, perhaps, for you to come and take me away with you. No? All that was in your look a few moments ago.
You're staying here at this hotel? I'll call for you this evening.
Not this evening. This evening I am engaged, but you shall see me tomorrow.
Too late. I'll be gone.
So? Or will you wait, stay over tomorrow after all? I think you will wait for me.
She turned and walked away, and she didn't look back. He watched while she went out and down the steps and into the limousine that was waiting at the door. Oh, it was too bad. If it hadn't been for the gold that would lie waiting on the airfield beside the strip tomorrow morning. Too bad.
Come in.
Dr. Garfield, sir.
Oh, it's you. What do you want?
An invitation has come for you, sir. The Sheik throws a big party tonight. He has heard that you, a famous archaeologist in town, visiting. He has sent you invitation for his big brawl. Very lucky for you, Dr. Garfield. Social event of the whole season in Kuwait.
Sheikh? What Sheikh?
Sheikh Sir Suleiman El Ahmad bin Tamur.
Sheikh Sir Suleiman.
Greatly anxious to meet you, Doctor. Talk of scientific matter.
Scientific matters?
Sheikh, famous amateur archaeologist. Writes many books. Glad to talk with you, Dr. Garfield.
Dr. Paul Garfield had to send his regrets. He would like to attend the Sheikh's party, but he had a splitting headache, the sun and the heat. It was too bad. Next morning, he was on his way out of the hotel. 0 hour was coming up, and so was a lithe and lovely girl on the stairs.
Where do you go so early, handsome one?
Laura, I'm leaving Kuwait.
It is not possible.
I tried to tell you. Have to leave today by plane for India.
Then I go with you.
No, I'm afraid not.
You shall take me.
Laura, my lovely Arabian moonflower, listen to me.
Oh, the first pretty thing you have said to me. I shall treasure it.
Goodbye, Laura. You are not coming with me. I'm going alone. Goodbye.
No, wait. You mean it?
Certainly I do. I'm late now. Goodbye.
Oh, but wait. You have toyed with Falura. This is rash.
Goodbye.
Say au revoir.
Goodbye.
Laura may have been beautiful, but she was beginning to get in Garfield's hair. A half hour later, he was in his native clothes, working with Singh, loading a batch of crates that had been landed by plane and which lay unguarded, defenseless, and ripe for the plucking. They loaded them into the cart that Singh had brought with him, under the broiling sun, while no one stirred in the midday heat.
Oh, they're heavy, Paul.
Don't complain of their weight, old chum. Remember, the heavier they are, the richer we shall be. Anyone around?
No one. In this heat, not even a mad dog, my friend. There's certainly no Englishman.
Then into the cart with these crates.
The gods were with them. Why should anyone stop two Arabs from loading crates into a native cart? What could be more brazen and therefore seem more innocent?
Go on, you lazy devil.
Off to the airfield with Singh laying his whip across the backs of the two plodding, sweating beasts, into the town and down toward the docks, past the hotel.
If you'd like, Paul, take a glance over at the hotel veranda. Oh, boy. Something I'd almost give my share of this gold for.
And it was Falura, of course. Garfield glanced quickly out of the corner of his eye and just as quickly glanced away again. She was standing staring at them, and for a moment it seemed as if her hand was going up in an involuntary gesture of recognition.
What's the matter?
That girl, back on the veranda. Take a look. She's still staring at us.
Are you crazy? Why should she? No, of course not. She's gone back into the hotel. Your nerves are jumping.
By mid-afternoon, they were out in the Persian Gulf, out and away and cool and utterly unsuspected. For the airport officials knew that Dr. Paul Garfield had flown off at 1 o'clock bound for India, and would never guess that his plane, only 200 miles out of Kuwait, would put down, refuel, and be loaded with a heavy and priceless cargo before heading in earnest for India.
I feel better now. Almost weren't airborne back there. That's too heavy a load for safe flying, Paul.
You too, Clancy, you too.
Me too, what?
Like Citizen Singh back there, you complain of the weight of our payload? $100,000 worth. That's what we'll charge for this cargo in Karachi.
Why not put down at Goa? I heard of a Portuguese there named Piranda, boys.
Karachi, I said, Clancy. Karachi's the place to get the best price.
6 hours later, they landed at Karachi Airport. Everything was in order, but speed was of the essence now.
Okay, Clancy, everything clear?
Sure, Paul.
I just want to visit this dealer first, make sure he's the man for us. I should be back inside an hour. Don't let anyone near the plane.
Trust me, Paul.
I will.
He did, and that's where he made his big mistake. It took Garfield an hour to find his merchant in the city, 10 minutes to learn that he had a man who'd make a quick and profitable deal, half an hour to get back to the airport.
You Dr. Paul Garfield?
That's right.
This note is for you.
Note? Note from whom?
From a pilot named Clancy. He left it just before he took off.
Took off?
The note made it quite clear. Clancy and Singh had decided 100% was better than 50. Paul stood there staring at the note, remembering that Clancy had wanted to fly to Goa, had mentioned the name of a dealer there. He tried to recollect the name and hardly even noticed the large passenger plane landing, the people disembarking, until a voice cut through his desperately urgent thoughts.
Dr. Garfield, Paul, my handsome one.
Hello.
I took a chance. I thought it would be Karachi where I would find you. A passenger plane was leaving soon after you, and here I am.
You're crazy.
Oh, after you had left me, I thought, handsome one. When you said goodbye, when you refused even to say au revoir, I realized, handsome one, that this was the shy, unworldly professor, embarrassed because of his poverty. So I swallowed my pride and came looking for you. And I have found you again, handsome one.
Miranda. That's it? That's the name?
What? Whose name? Where are you going, Paul? Wait!
Maybe I can use you. Allura?
Yes?
I've got to charter a plane to go. It's a business matter of great urgency. A fast plane. I need the fastest. Can you help me with the language?
And I will come with you.
Oh, all right. If you insist, I guess...
Come, we will charter the fastest plane in all Karachi, and Kamadeva shall be our pilot.
Kamadeva?
In this land, Kamadeva is the god of love.
More than 800 miles down the west coast of India lies Goa, capital of Portuguese India. Garfield reckoned that Clancy and Singh had an hour's head start. They couldn't take less than 5 hours, and the plane he'd chartered was guaranteed to get there in 4. He just had a chance. All he had to do would be to get rid of Falura, pay off the pilot, and find Paranda's offices. And just 4 hours later, he was circling above the ancient city of Goa. They landed. He raced from the landing strip to the administration building. He wanted a taxi. That was his first move, to brush Falura off and go in search of Paranda.
Taxi! Taxi! I beg your pardon, but aren't you Dr. Paul Garfield?
Well, yes,
Paul, where are you going?
Professor Garfield, is it not the well-known archaeologist?
Yes, but I really must apologize. Taxi! I'm in a terrible hurry right now. Taxi!
I can't tell you how I've longed to meet you, Professor. You see, I dabble a bit in archaeology myself. Nothing up to your work, I must say. Your treatise on the diggings at El Amana. A revelation, my dear sir. I am proud to meet you.
Taxi!
Perhaps you would be good enough to permit me to accompany you, Professor.
Taxi's up.
Thank you. Sorry, old chum. We'll talk about the digging some other time. Get going, quick.
Paul, don't leave me.
Professor, wait.
Did you hear me? Get going.
Yes, sir.
Paul! Paul!
Gently, boys, gently.
Yeah, gently, boys, gently.
Paul!
You boys have rather inconvenienced me. Please, Clancy, don't reach for your pocket. As you may notice, my hand is already in my pocket, and it isn't my pipe stem that's pointing at you, I can assure you.
What are you talking about, Paul? That little joke we had on you back at Karachi. Why, we were just...
Yes, a joke, Paul, a joke.
If both of you boys are extremely cooperative, I still may let you have 10% of the proceeds to divide between you, minus my expenses in chartering a plane to catch up with you. Does that seem satisfactory, Clancy? And now, don't make me waggle this cumbersome pistol too long.
Paul, listen.
I know, you were just joking. Nevertheless, the penalty for practical jokes is severe when my profits are involved. Oh, my gosh.
You see, he's stopping them.
Yes, I think you're right, my dear. I think he is a fellow archaeologist after all.
What?
Certainly he is, Sir Suleiman.
What's this, Sir Suleiman?
I thought you knew him, handsome one. This is the Sheikh, Sir Suleiman Al-Hamad bin Taimur.
Delighted, Professor. I had been looking forward to a chat the other evening, except that you were suddenly taken ill, I understand.
Oh, yes,
And I must say I'm most grateful for all your efforts at halting these brigands. You'll forgive me, for a time I actually thought you were part of the plot to hijack my gold. As soon as you told Falora back in Karachi that the name was Piranda, he found the opportunity to ask Karachi radio operator to send me the information. I was at the time flying from Kuwait, and naturally I radioed ahead to my good friend Piranda. We've often done business together in the past, and he arranged to have some Goa police inside his place of business here.
Police?
Yes, they're ready to take these two thieves in charge right now, I believe.
Now, look here, Paul.
And a very good thing, too.
Oh, Paul, that did not turn out well.
You're not getting away with it, Garfield.
All right now, my men, just move along inside the shop, please. Be good enough to respect this obviously emotional moment. These two wish to be alone.
Yes, handsome one. Soon we will be alone.
Believe me, Falora, I cannot wait for that moment.
Oh, Professor, just before I go, is it possible I have confused your work in the field with that of Sir Paul Hartsfield? Your names are so familiar. Was it his treatise on the dig at El Amana?
Well, it's very possible.
Oh, how very embarrassing.
Please, it's really of no importance. Suppose you just take care of those two scoundrels, and then maybe we can...
have a real chat about archaeological matters. Fine, fine. Oh, by the way...
Yeah?
Please accept this, a small reward for your friendly intervention.
Oh, really? It was...
No, I insist. Here, Falora, you make him take it. Professor, you perhaps don't realize how valuable a shipment this was that you saved. I'll see you in a few moments.
We will wait, Sir Suleiman.
All right.
Yes, handsome one. You would prefer not to wait?
To be alone with you.
I understand. Come, we will see if there is a bank open which will cash the Sheikh's check. You see, the reward is for honesty, handsome one.
Yes. Slender return on investment. Come, my moonflower. This reward for honesty can be best celebrated without the presence of the sheik.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. We've reached the end of today's story, but I'll be back to introduce to you another unusual tale. Remember, for this series, we've searched the whole world to bring you stories of every kind. Tales of espionage, suspense, crime, and intrigue, by famous writers from every part of the globe. In fact, a selection of the finest stories that have ever been assembled in one series. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. The setting for our mystery today is Europe, a continent of timeless mystery. In the aftermath of war, with its bombed cities and refugee people, there are many strange tales. Our storyteller is an American newspaper man with his headquarters in Paris. He has seen many of the events that have made the news, and the stories that he tells us concern some of these events and also tales that have never been told before. The world in which he lives is one of intrigue, suspense, and danger. His job is to put these tales into nice, clean print for your morning paper. He does not always tell the whole story, but today, to you, he tells it all.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Well, Monsieur Cornet, the doctor is gone. The time machine has taken him 5 minutes into the future.
That steel box, I don't believe it.
No? Then allow me to show you. It is now safe to open the door.
Holy smoke.
Well?
He's gone. Just disappeared.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
My name is Mike Kanoy. I write a column called Europe Confidential for a New York paper here in Paris. Who was the guy who said, "Protect me from my friends"? Whoever it was must surely have had somebody like Pierre Patriou in mind. Pierre's one of my best pals, but he gets me into more trouble than my worst enemy ever could. Pierre's a big, bouncing, affable kind of guy, and he owns a big, bouncing, affable Alsatian dog called Bruno. When Bruno wags his tail, he almost knocks you over with it. When he licks your face, it's worse than being kissed by a dozen maiden aunts. So maybe you can imagine my feelings when Pierre phoned me up one evening and said,
Mike, mon ami, I want you to do me a very small favor. Will you look after my little Bruno for a few days?
What? Me?
Well, look, I have been called out of town hurriedly. I have to fly to Rome.
Oh, but look, Pierre...
I love you, my Bruno. He wags his little tail for joy whenever I mention your name, Mike. See?
Now, look, Pierre, much as I'd like to do this for you, wouldn't it be better for Bruno's sake to put him in a kennels for a few days?
In the kennels? My Bruno and Mike, an experience like that can be very unsettling to a sensitive dog. He would be among strangers. He would feel rejected, unwanted.
Yeah, but Pierre,
now,
look...
with you, Bruno would be with a friend.
Well, no doubt, but Pierre, I just haven't got room in my apartment
for... And in return for your kind help, Mike, mon ami, I am going to give you a big story for your column.
Oh?
A very big story. An exclusive one, too. About a time machine.
A what?
Oui, mon ami. You heard correctly. The story of the year. Bruno and I will come around right away.
Sit down, Pierre. You care for a whiskey?
Merci, mon ami.
Yeah, good boy. Nice, Bruno. Down, boy.
Bruno, you scallywag.
Do as you're told.
Yeah, that's it. Nice old Bruno.
Ah, yes, he is so very fond of you, Mike.
Yeah.
He considers you as one of his best friends. Ah, I know he will be happy here.
And now, what's this nonsense you were spouting about time machines?
Oh, it is not nonsense. Oh, so I am assured. A man called Dr. Jegel has invented a time machine here in Paris.
You don't have a spare grain of salt, do you? I'd like to take it with this gag.
Believe it or believe it not, Mike. Perhaps the man is just another crackpot, but the person who told me didn't seem to think so. He told me of this time machine in strictest confidence. He made me swear not to breathe a word of it.
Yeah, so you're telling me.
Well, you're a friend. There are no secrets between friends.
Well, what's this machine look like, then? And what does it do?
That I don't know. But you will find Dr. Jegel's address in the telephone directory. Why don't you ask him yourself? And now, Mike, I must go. My plane leaves in 30 minutes. Goodbye, Bruno. I sorry. I will be gone only a few days. Ah, my little one. I'll take good care of him, Mike. If he is bad, punish him by all means. But remember, he is a very sensitive dog.
Yeah, I'll remember.
Goodbye, Mike. Ah, goodbye, Bruno.
So there I was, left with 130 pounds of sensitive Alsatian and the wildest story I'd heard since Tommy Manville said he'd never marry again. So what did I do? I locked Bruno up in my sitting room and went out to see Dr. Jegel. As Pierre had suggested, I found his address in the telephone directory. He lived on the outskirts of Paris, an hour's drive from my apartment, in a very nice-looking house set well back from the sidewalk. I strolled up the path and knocked on the door.
Yes?
Oh, good evening. Is Dr. Jegel in, please?
I am Jegel.
Oh, fine. My name is Conoy, Mike Conoy. I write a column for a paper here in Paris.
A reporter?
Well, more or less.
And what do you want, Monsieur Conoy?
Well, somebody mentioned that you were working on a, I don't know the correct scientific term, a time machine.
You have been misinformed.
Oh. You mean you definitely haven't been doing any experiments with time travel?
If I had, that would be my own business.
Yeah, I guess it would at that, unless you cared to change your mind.
I do not care to.
Well, we'll have it your way. But look, Dr. Jegel.
Yes?
Perhaps you'd like to make some short statement, just a few words?
Certainly.
Oh, good. And the statement?
Get off my property before I call the police. Have I made myself clear?
Well, after my highly unsuccessful interview with Dr. Jegel, I went home to my apartment and Bruno. Man's best friend had sunk his teeth into a coffee table, chewed a pair of slippers to shreds, and was just starting on my best pair of brogues. I called him half a dozen names that would make a prairie dog hang his tail in shame, but not Bruno. He just grinned at me and wanted to play games. So I tossed him a couple of pounds of steak from the deep freeze and went to bed. Next evening, after a show, driving home, I suddenly realized I was just a few blocks away from Jegel's place. For some reason or other, I got to wondering about Jegel. I thought it'd be nice just to have a look around his house. I pulled up, swung the car around, and I headed in the direction of the Jegel residence. Why? Hunch? No, not even that. I guess I was just curious. I parked the car a few doors down the street, and within a few minutes I was walking around Jegel's house like a common or garden prowler. The place was in darkness. I strolled around to the rear of the house, and attached to the main building was what looked to be a large workshop. I stood on tiptoes and tried to peer in the window. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me. I wheeled around, but it was too late. Everything went very, very black.
He's coming around, Doctor.
Good. So you have a slight headache, Monsieur Conoy.
I was slugged.
Would you expect for trespassing a prize?
And there's the guy who slugged me.
My assistant Jean, and a very efficient caretaker into the bargain. Why did you come back, Conoy? Why were you snooping?
I was looking for the answers that you wouldn't supply me with last night.
Do you realize I could ring the police over this?
Yeah, I guess I'd deserve it if you did. I should have minded my own business. But you know how it is with newspaper men.
Mm-hmm.
Mind if I stand up?
Don't try anything funny, then.
I assure you I'm in no state to try anything, funny or otherwise. You certainly hit me hard.
Oh, Jean knew. You could have been a burglar.
Yeah, I guess so.
Here, thank you. It's coffee. And here are aspirins.
Yeah, thanks.
It will make you feel better.
How long have I been out?
20 minutes or so, a little longer, perhaps.
Well, I guess I better get going. Thanks for the coffee.
And tomorrow in your paper you will write about a mad doctor who invents time machines and his assistant who attacks people, eh?
Well, I hadn't really thought about it.
Monsieur Conoy, at this stage there is nothing I want less than publicity. Particularly unfavorable, inaccurate publicity.
So?
So I will make a bargain with you. I will give you the whole truth tonight, but you must not publish any of it for 2 days.
You've got yourself a deal.
Excellent. Come this way, Monsieur Conoy. I would like to show you my time machine.
In the same way that anyone else would show you his prize snapdragons, Dr. Giguel ushered me into his workshop and proudly showed me his time machine. Giguel's workshop looked like a combination of Frankenstein's laboratory and an amateur radio ham's transmitting room. And right in the center stood a solid steel box, about 8 feet square.
And there it is, monsieur.
That's a time machine?
Yes, my own modest contribution to science.
And what if I say I don't believe it?
You don't have to.
But surely this sort of thing can't be possible.
I have brought you in here to show you that it is.
Well, I'm waiting.
It is possible to give you a demonstration, but not a very impressive one. Not at this stage, anyhow.
Well, any kind of a demonstration will do.
Very well.
May I look inside?
Certainly.
It just looks like a steel box with dials and a few switches.
That, in fact, is what it is. But the dials are to measure travel through space and time, and the switches are to control it.
Well, Doc, I'm waiting.
Jean, the controls are still set as they were this afternoon's experiment?
Oui, Doctor.
Excellent. Monsieur Conoy, I'm about to travel 5 minutes into the future. Please promise me not to touch anything or get in Jean's way.
I promise.
Good. All set, Jean.
The doctor is now 5 minutes in the future, Monsieur Conoy. That was the signal.
I don't believe it.
No? Then allow me to show you. It is safe now to open the door.
Holy smoke.
Well?
He's gone. Now, I happen to be a guy who doesn't believe in fairies, Santa Claus, flying saucers, or time machines. At least, up to that moment, I didn't. But right before my eyes, almost, a man had disappeared into the future. Well, that sort of thing just can't happen. But it had. Jean closed the door again, and we waited for the doctor's return.
He is back.
Well, Mr. Conoy.
It can't be.
60 years ago they said that about the airplane. 30 years ago about television.
But where did you go?
5 minutes into the future.
And what did you see?
Just the steel walls of my machine.
5 minutes into the future is now. That means we should be able to see you in that machine at this moment.
No, Monsieur Conoy, that would be impossible. That would be a paradox. There cannot be two Dr. Giguels existing together at the same moment.
Well, I don't quite understand.
No, you would have to be a mathematician before you could.
But tell me, why have you kept it so dark? Why haven't you told other scientists or the government?
Simply because I wish to make myself a fortune.
Oh, and how do you intend to go about that?
My fortune? You are inquisitive, aren't you?
That's my job.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. I have formed a company, Monsieur Conoy. Shareholders consist of myself and 8 prominent Paris businessmen and financiers. Altogether, our capital amounts to almost 100 million francs.
And what are you going to do? Mass produce these machines?
Oh, no. On the contrary. We will ensure that this machine remains the only one in existence.
Well, and how do you plan to make money?
Tomorrow, Monsieur Conoy, the other shareholders will come to my laboratory. The chairman and the secretary will have with them 90% of our capital converted into gold.
Yeah, I'm with you so far.
Jean and I will make a 100-year trip into the future. With the gold, we will purchase several objects.
What sort of objects?
Things which have not yet been invented.
Huh?
Here, in 1957, the inventions will be priceless. They will be worth billions to us.
But surely it can't be possible.
I assure you it is.
But how could... Oh, okay, I give in. I won't even try to work it out. What time tomorrow do you plan this thing, and how long will you be away?
At 4 p.m. tomorrow, we will make our trip. 12 hours later, we shall return. And before you ask your next question, Monsieur Conoy, the answer is yes, you may come and watch. But until the journey is completed, you must not breathe a word to anybody, understand?
Sure. And thanks for allowing me to be here.
And now, Monsieur Conoy, Jean and I are both very tired.
Yeah, I'll say good night then.
Good night, Monsieur Conoy. And I trust your headache is better by tomorrow.
Have you ever had the feeling of complete unreality? As though what you're experiencing just can't really be true? Well, that's how I felt as I walked away from Jagel's place. My common sense told me it was surely all a pack of nonsense, but, well, for 15 minutes I sat in my car smoking. Then I decided to risk being slugged again. I was going back to Jagel's time machine. I waited nearly an hour to make sure Jagel and his bodyguard were both sound asleep. Then I crept back to the window of the workshop. It gave me no trouble. Within a few minutes, I was standing before the time machine itself. I opened the door. And I walked inside. About an hour later, I crept back to my car and drove home to my apartment. Had I discovered anything interesting? I'd love to tell you, but, well, that would spoil the story, wouldn't it? Back home, my friend Bruno was waiting for me. Hello, Mutt. Yeah, good boy. Yeah, down, boy. I'm your friend, not your dinner. Okay, I'll feed you in a minute. Bruno, old boy, tomorrow afternoon you're going to take part in a very interesting experiment. Yeah, an experiment with time travel. What do you think about that, huh? Next afternoon at 3:35, I arrived at Jagel's house. The 8 other members of the company were assembled in the workshop. Jagel introduced me, and I began chatting to a Monsieur Blanklin, whose firm makes a very well-known make of refrigerator here in Paris.
Oh, Monsieur Conoy, I can see no reason at all why this venture should not prove a success.
I take it you've invested pretty heavily in the project.
Most of us have.
Well, have you investigated Dr. Jagel's equipment at all?
Investigated it? No. But the doctor has explained the principle of it to us on several occasions. Why should we have it investigated? Dr. Jagel has demonstrated time travel to us on a dozen or more times.
That parcel over there is the gold?
That is correct.
Why was gold chosen?
Because 100 years from now, our present currency will be worthless. Gold, however, maintains its value.
I see, and...
Gentlemen, today we make history. Today my assistant and I travel in the 4th dimension.
the dimension of space-time. I wish to thank every one of you for giving me the opportunity to construct this machine and to turn theory into reality. Profitable reality, we trust. Jean and I, in a few moments, will journey into the future. When in 12 hours we return, we hope to hold the secrets to a dozen inventions, which will mean fortunes for all of us. Gentlemen, once again, I thank you.
Dr. Jagal, on behalf of my colleagues, I should like to wish you all luck and Godspeed.
Thank you. Is everything ready, Jean?
Yes, Doctor. The switches are set.
And now, the goal.
It is very heavy. One moment, Dr. Jagal. Before you go, do you have any statement to make?
All I can say is that I trust our trip will prove successful. When I return, Mr. Conoy, I hope to be able to tell you much more. And now, goodbye, gentlemen.
Well, there I go. And now, all we can do is to wait. Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Monsieur Blanclair. I somehow feel that you won't be waiting for very long. What do you mean by that, young man? Oh, let's call it a hunch. A hunch? An old American term meaning premonition. See what I mean? Never fails. Sounds like a dog.
Hey! Take him off! Get away! Get away! Get away! Get him off! Quickly, Jean! The door! Get him away from me!
Can it be a dog? Here, Bruno! Here, Bruno, good boy. Can it be a dog from the future? No, Monsieur Blanclair, it's a dog from the underground. Underground? Yeah. Gentlemen, may I demonstrate something to you?
No, no! Keep away from my machine!
Take it easy, Doctor. I just want to show these gents how your invention operated. A trapdoor. Yeah, hidden beneath that metal plate. It leads to a tunnel which emerges at the end of the doctor's garden.
Blast you, Conoy!
It was only...
Blast you!
Exactly. Dr. Jagal intended making a trip with your gold, just as he said. But his journey was not into the future. He had no intention of coming back. If I were you, gentlemen, I'd ring for the gendarmes. Monsieur Conoy, on behalf of the other shareholders, I must thank you. Oh, think nothing of it. It was more luck than anything else. I suspected Jagal for a phony from the start. When I snooped around last night and found that trapdoor in the tunnel, I was sure of the fact. So you put the dog in the tunnel? Yeah. Bruno didn't attack them. He just wanted to be friendly. But Jagal and Jean weren't to know that. We should have suspected that it was all a trick. But there was something about the doctor's manner. Oh, he was a first-rate confidence man. That's not the first time he swindled anybody. I checked on his record this morning. 8 previous convictions in the past 20 years. My prediction is that he'll be behind bars for quite some time. All right, come on, Bruno. We got to go home and write a story. And so ended the episode of Dr. Jagal and the Time Machine. Bruno had proved very useful. But when Pierre called for him 2 days later, I wasn't sorry to see him go. Pierre remarked how healthy and well-fed Bruno looked. Well, so he should have. He'd just eaten 6 of the best pairs of shoes in Paris. My shoes.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Conoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
Basil Rathbone again. You've learned a little more of the secrets related by Mike from his headquarters in Paris. He'll be with us again soon with another exciting tale. So, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Once again, I bring you mystery. What's your pleasure for today? Gaslight or neon? Well, let's take our mystery in the modern manner. A tale as up-to-date as today's newspaper. Our storyteller works for the Paris edition of a famous American newspaper, and his job is to investigate the stories behind the headlines. Sometimes from small beginnings, a paragraph tucked away on page 6, shall we say. Mike finds the lead to big and exciting news. Take today's story, for instance. If Mike hadn't... well, yes, but I mustn't tell you the story for him. Let him relate it, just as it happened to him. And now, to you. In a moment, the story begins.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Good evening, mein Herr. So you have come to catch the sniper, huh?
Look, I guess we made a mistake.
Herr Geiler, I hope you'll pardon the question, but I just want to set my mind at rest. Did you come in just a few moments ago?
Nein, I have been lying in the warm bath for the past 20 minutes. Nor did I drop a rifle on the doorstep. I've been called many things in my time, but never a sniper. Perhaps it can be considered a distinction.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Conoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
I will see you tomorrow night, then.
At the same place?
Yeah. Now I must go.
Gute Nacht, Lily. Every moment away from you will be an eternity.
Sometimes you are very silly. Tomorrow at 7, Hans.
Gute Nacht, my angel. Lily! Lily!
Oh, the sniper! She's been shot! The sniper!
is Mike Kanoy. I write a column called Europe Confidential for a New York paper in Paris. One day last month, I flew from Paris to Berlin to get a story for my column. Story about a killer. The newspapers all called him the Sniper. He'd committed 3 murders in the space of 4 months, and the victim in each case was a young, beautiful girl. The Berlin police were almost frantic in their efforts to catch him, but so far, no luck. When the plane touched down at the airport, Ed Mills, our Berlin correspondent, was there to meet me.
Mike, you old so-and-so.
Hi, Ed.
Well, what's the big idea, moving in on my territory? Why doesn't Paris get a sniper of her own?
Well, I'll tell you, we advertised, but, well, nobody's willing to take the job. How are things anyway?
Oh, fine, just fine. Got myself a honey of an apartment in the classiest part of the city, and every Fraulein in Berlin's just crazy about me. What more could a guy want?
All right, now I'll settle for a cab. I'm supposed to wire in a story of Paris by 3 p.m.
My car's right outside the gates. And if you made an hotel booking, cancel it. You're staying at my place.
Well, if it won't put you out, Ed.
Oh, I got plenty of room. Come on, grab your bag out of the pile and we'll get going. Now, the thing I want to know is, how does a columnist come to be hunting a murder story?
The human interest.
In a story like this?
Well, a killer's human. People are interested.
Well, yeah, when you put it like that.
Well, I'm not after the main story. I'll leave that to you, Ed. I just want the odd angles, cute stuff, you know.
Sure. We'll be able to work together then. Although if you plan to stay in the city until the sniper's caught, you better prepare to be away from Paris for a long time.
It's like that, huh?
You can't blame the cops. Where do they start? Every time a murder's been committed, it's been in a different part of the city. The only thing each crime has in common is the victim.
Pretty girls.
Every time. Guy uses a .22 rifle, probably fitted with telescopic sights. He takes up his position on the roof of a building and waits. A pretty girl comes into view, and he fires. Crowd panics, and by the time the police arrive on the scene, he's gone.
Well, a rifle's a pretty large article to conceal.
Maybe he dismantles it and hides it under his coat. It wouldn't be difficult.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing much the cops can do except wait. Hope that the next time they catch him before he gets away.
That's about it.
Well, he's obviously crazy, but why's he got this desire to kill? Why are his victims always the same?
I can't answer that one. For this evening, I'm interviewing somebody who possibly can. Herr Dr. Atzwarn. He's one of the city's fashionable psychiatrists. Get your story phoned through as soon as we get to the flat, and then you can come along with me if you like.
Fine. I've always agreed with the guy who said anyone who goes to a psychiatrist ought to have his head read, but nevertheless, it should prove interesting.
Yes, gentlemen. The killer is psychotic, I can assure you of that. And I can also guarantee that he will continue to commit these crimes until caught.
What do you think the reason is, Doc?
Who knows? The illness could have been triggered by any number of things. The real cause probably lies buried deep in the killer's childhood. Perhaps for some reason he once wished his mother were dead. He felt guilty about his thoughts, repressed them, and they lay smoldering deep in his subconscious for many years until, at last, they are released to the conscious.
So?
Suddenly he's aware of a desire to kill, an overpowering urge to destroy beautiful women.
So he buys a rifle and sets out to do just that.
Exactly. Or perhaps he imagines himself to be repulsive to women. He feels that no woman wants him. He feels rejected, resentful. And so he takes his revenge in this way. But, gentlemen, until he is caught and examined, we can only surmise.
What sort of a guy do you think he'd be?
Well, superficially, he is probably as rational as I. He could probably hold a normal conversation with you, joke with you. And a few moments later, he could go out again and kill.
He could, in other words, be almost any adult male in Berlin.
Exactly.
Yeah, no wonder the police are having trouble trying to trace him, then.
Yeah, Herr Connoy. Compared to this, looking for a needle in a haystack would be the play of a child.
On the way back to the apartment, Ed had to call into his office. Just as we got in the door, the phone rang.
Edmund speaking. Oh, yeah, Otto. What? When? Holy smoke, where was it? Yeah, I've got it, Otto. I'll get down there right away, and thanks for the tip. Come on, Mike.
Victim number 4?
Yeah, he's killed again. I'm not 200 yards from this office.
take us more than 3 minutes to run down the stairs and along the street to the scene of the crime. The victim was about 20, a brunette, and very pretty. She'd been shopping, and her basket lay beside her with a parcel spilling out over the sidewalk. A big red stain was covering her white blouse. One glance told me she was dead.
Pardon me. Did you see it happen? I'm a reporter.
Oh, she was walking just ahead of me. I thought she'd fallen over. I went to help her up, and oh, the blood.
You didn't see who fired the shot?
Nein, the blood, it was everywhere.
Did you hear a shot then?
No, nothing. She was walking in front of me, and she just fell. I thought she was sick.
You don't know the girl?
She's a complete stranger to me. The blood, it was horrible. She just fell over as though she was sick.
Come on, Ed, I've seen enough. I never did have a very strong stomach for this sort of thing.
Me neither.
Out of the way there, please. Let the ambulance men through, and nobody leave until you're given permission.
And of the cops. Once again, too late.
Sergeant, have your men set up a block at the intersection, and jump to it. Let nobody through unless I tell you to. Now, who saw this happen?
Even with our press cards, it took us 15 minutes to get out of the area. The police fenced in 4 city blocks and went over every building. They questioned and searched every man they found. I think they were even suspicious of one another. Result? Nothing. Once again, the sniper had got away. Ed and I phoned our stories through to Paris and then went back to the apartment.
Whiskey bottle, glasses. Grab that pitcher of ice water, Mike.
Yeah, with pleasure.
We'll take them out on the balcony. Pleasant there this time of the evening. Go on, take a seat. I don't know about you, but I need a stiff one. I'm gonna have nightmares for a month.
Better make it 2 stiff ones.
Sudden death's bad enough, no matter who it happens to. But when it's a girl, a nice-looking kid, just a kid, in fact. Well, cheers.
Yep.
This is one time I could get tight and say I had an excuse.
You know, I've got a theory, Ed.
On the sniper?
Yeah. How come he always gets through the net? Every time. Could it be because he's, well, somebody with a reason for being on the scene?
Like who?
Well, a cop, say, or a reporter.
Interesting. What about the weapon? They let us through, okay, but they frisked us. And a cop would either have to dispose of the rifle, in which case it would probably be found, or carry it with him.
Yeah. So that theory's out.
It seems he fires the shot, and then beats it immediately. By the time the first police car is on the scene, he's probably a half mile away.
Wait a minute, Ed.
Huh?
Across the road. There's somebody standing there.
Where?
He just went in one of those doors.
So what?
Ed, look, I know it's pretty dark, but I'm willing to swear that guy dropped a gun barrel out of his coat and then picked it up again.
Oh, now come on, Mike.
I'm serious. You heard it drop yourself. You must have.
Sure, but I didn't take any notice.
Well, I did. As he stooped down and picked it up, I saw it glint. You know, the way metal will, even in the dark.
Now, look, Mike, you got this sniper business on your mind. We both have, but...
Imagination or not, I'm going to cross the street and take a look. You coming, Ed? I lost no time getting out of that apartment and onto the opposite sidewalk, and Ed came along with me, under protest. Maybe, like he said, I was going to make a fool of myself, but just maybe it was a gun barrel I'd seen clatter onto the pavement. This is the place, and here's where he dropped it.
Well, what do we do now?
Who lives in these houses?
Which door do you go in?
Well, I'm not sure. The doors of both these houses are alongside one another.
Well, the one on the left's empty. The guy who lived there moved out last month.
Oh?
I think the house has been sold, but there's nobody living there yet.
And the other one?
Oh, an old man named Geiler. I think he's an invalid. Never seen him. He's got a daughter. Olga, I think her name is, and a son.
A son? How old?
Oh, 22, 23, I'd say.
Uh-huh.
But listen, Mike, he's a harmless-looking guy. Looks like he wouldn't say boo to a fly.
You remember what the psychiatrist said? The sniper could be anybody. Anybody at all.
But what do we do? Just knock on the door and say, "Pardon me, but are you the sniper?"
Look, do you know these people at all?
I've spoken to the girl. She's a plain Jane, not too friendly. Just good morning, that's about all. Mike,
Stretch your vocabulary to good evening.
But listen now. Oh, why, hello there.
Herr Mills.
Yeah, it's me, Fraulein Geiler. This is my buddy, Mike Conway. He's a newspaper man like myself.
How do you do?
Will you come in?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Conway, I'll kill you with this. Well, I guess you wonder what this is all about. I'm calling in, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you see...
Maybe I'd better explain, Fraulein Geiler. It's really my fault, you see. Herr Mills and I are both covering the sniper story.
Oh, the sniper, yes. I just heard on the radio he has killed again.
Yeah, an hour ago, to be exact. Ed and I were both there. When we came back, we were sitting up on the balcony, and I saw somebody come to your door. I couldn't see what he looked like. It was too dark, but he dropped something on the doorstep, and it looked and sounded like a rifle barrel. Then he picked it up, opened the door, and came inside.
Inside our house? The sniper? But it is impossible. We have no sniper in our house. There is nobody here but my father, my brother Jaro, and me.
Sure, that's what I told Mike.
Well, I don't want to scare you, Fraulein, but is your brother Jaro in?
Oh, yes, but... Oh, you don't think Jaro the sniper, but...
Well, do you think we could have a word with him?
Oh, certainly, Herr Connoy. It will make you happy. Although I don't know whether Jaro will be pleased to be disturbed in the middle of his bath.
Fraulein... Now, I'll see what you've done. The whole family will probably sue us for defamation of character or something.
In the middle of his bath, she said.
Oh, you can sue for thousands over a thing like this. Oh, well, the paper can afford it. Ah, Herr Geiler.
Oh, good evening, mein Herr. So you have come to catch the sniper, huh?
Look, I guess we made a mistake.
Herr Geiler, I hope you'll pardon the question, but I just want to set my mind at rest. Did you come in just a few moments ago?
Nein, I have been lying in the warm bath for the past 20 minutes. Nor did I drop a rifle on the doorstep. I've been called many things in my time, but never a sniper. Perhaps it be considered a distinction.
Look, we're sorry to have bothered you.
You have nobody else living here, I suppose? A lodger, maybe?
Nobody. And if you wish now to switch the blame onto my father, bear in mind the fact that he has not worked since 5 years.
But I could swear I saw somebody.
If you disbelieve my story, you may ask my father. He will tell you that I have not stepped outside the door all evening.
Sure, I know. You thought you saw somebody go in there, you'd swear it on a stack of Bibles.
And I would.
Look, have another drink and forget about it.
Maybe he went into the house next door.
We checked, remember? Cobwebs on the doorknob. Nobody's opened that door in weeks.
Well, then they must be covering up for him for some reason.
Oh, nuts. You spoke to the guy. He was laughing about it, fortunately. If he'd taken it into his mind to sue...
Yeah, that's what Dr. Atzvarn said. The sniper would joke with you and then go out and kill. And he's the sort of guy that could have a grudge about his looks.
Geiler?
Well, he's no Adonis. How about that hook nose of his?
Everyone in the Geiler family seems to have it, even Olga. She's no beauty. But getting back to the kid, it still doesn't make him a killer.
Oh, what the heck. I'm going to bed. I tossed and turned all night. And the next morning I was still puzzled. It just didn't add up. Late that afternoon, I went for a stroll. I walked past the Geiler's house and stopped for a moment where I'd seen the rifle barrel fall. A shiny little object against the wall caught my eye. I stooped down and picked it up. It was a cartridge, a .22 rifle cartridge.
It's a .22 cartridge right on him.
Well, now do you think I imagined it all last
But
night?
it still doesn't prove anything.
No?
Gerald Guyler hadn't been out when the shooting took place. His sister said so, and his father.
So, people have lied before. Whole families of them.
I know, but why? If you knew your brother was a crazy killer, would you protect him? Wouldn't you see that he was put away if only for his own good?
Sure, I would.
But Mike...
Look, Ed, last night I saw somebody trying to conceal a gun. This afternoon I find a bullet. I'm going to phone the police.
Now, hold on. We made fools enough of ourselves last night. Let's not repeat the performance.
Well, then what do we do? Forget the whole thing and wait till the sniper kills again?
Look, the sniper in every instance is killed in the early evening between, say, 8 and 10, right?
Check.
If young Guyler is the sniper, and tonight he gets the urge again, he'll leave by that door. There's no back exit. Behind the Guyler's house are more houses.
Yeah? So?
So, tonight we sit out here and watch. Just to prove you're wrong, okay?
Ed still insisted that I was making a mistake, that there was nothing in the whole thing. But before we took up our positions on the balcony, I noticed he rooted out an old Army service pistol from somewhere and stuck it in the top of his pants, just in case. Well, we sat, and we waited.
8:30. Life gets tedious, don't it?
Yeah, it's almost completely dark, and no moon.
Say, what if the sniper decides not to kill again for a month or two? Do we sit out here every night? Huh?
The door's opening.
Yeah, somebody's coming out.
Come on, Ed, and hurry. The shadowy figure set off down the street, and we followed, at a safe distance. We were led through a maze of narrow, ill-lit streets and alleyways until, after we'd been walking about 20 minutes, the figure stopped at the rear of a large building which looked to be a warehouse of some kind. I grabbed Ed's arm. Hold on.
He's climbing the fire escape.
Making for the roof, I guess. What's on the other side of this building?
As far as I remember, a park.
Well lit?
In parts. A sort of lover's walk. Look, he's nearly reached the top.
Come on.
Better let me go first up the fire escape. I've got the gun.
Okay.
You'll hear us coming.
Oh, we'll have to risk it. Take it easy now.
No sign of him.
Probably on the other side of the roof.
Look, over near the skylight.
That's it.
Okay, Guyler, your game's up. Drop that rifle and get your hands high. Ouch!
Ed!
My shoulder.
Get down. Behind this chimney. Quickly. You okay?
Yeah. Bullet only grazed my arm. Here, take the gun.
You haven't got a hope, Guyler. The whole place is surrounded by police. Oh, well, two can play at that game. Keep your head down. Drop that gun, Guyler, or we'll shoot you.
Did you get him?
That's all bluff. I can't even get my head up far enough to see him.
His rifle's empty.
I'm coming to get you, Guyler. Get your hands up and drop that... Oh, no, you don't.
Let me go! I'll kill you! Let me go!
Holy smoke!
Let me go!
Olga! Yep, it all made sense then. The reason the police had never caught the sniper was that they'd been looking for a man. A woman, even a woman wearing slacks and a duffel coat, could get through their roadblocks without causing a second glance. After shooting her victim, Olga would dismantle the rifle and strap it beneath her coat. If she hadn't dropped the barrel that night, she might still be free. Why did she do it? Well, she was a plain girl with a big nose. She thought she was ignored and ridiculed. She thought that no man wanted her. So she took her revenge in her own crazy way by killing beautiful women. Olga didn't even stand trial. She was committed to an institution. I guess she'll be there for a long time to come.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. Our half hour of mystery is almost over. Mike will be back again soon with another tale that makes the headlines behind the news. I, too, will be back to recall to you more of these stories which I hope you enjoy. Stories of mystery, suspense, intrigue, and crime. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Mystery, suspense, perhaps sudden death are the tokens of a roving reporter's trade. They're all here in these tales which Mike tells. They are the ingredients that make the news, and Mike finds them where the news is made. To anyone else, it might be just an unrelated fact. Perhaps, well, not very interesting item of news which came in on the ticker tape, or a word which was dropped in casual conversation. But it's enough to make him grab the fastest transport at hand and send him speeding to the scene. In a moment, our story.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
The Count del Garno stayed here almost 2 months, and during that time he made no attempt to pay his hotel bill. I asked him to settle several times. Always I was put off with promises.
You mean he finally cleared out the back way?
I thought it would happen, but it didn't. Just 3 weeks ago he left here, Mr. Connoy, and his account was paid by a woman.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Connoy. I work for an American paper in Paris. What happens to the lucky winners of the big football pools in England? Does their sudden wealth bring them happiness or tears? Does it enrich their lives or ruin them? I thought it might be human interest material to find out what happens when an ordinary person comes into a fortune. About the time I was gathering my first stories on winners of spectacular football pools, an incident took place at an airport outside Paris, where two people, an Englishman and his wife, were waiting the arrival of a plane.
Attention, attention. L'avion prêt pour midi, venant de Cairo et de Rome, va s'engager dans un instant à l'autre sur la piste d'atterrissage numéro 5. Attention, attention.
What was all of that, Philip?
The plane from Rome is due on runway 5. Come on, we'll get near the barrier. You can see Aunt Emily when she comes off.
As the two people moved toward the barrier, the plane came in low from the west, landed, taxied to a point of disembarkation. The doors were opened, the steps wheeled into position, and one by one the passengers left the aircraft.
She must be the last to get off the plane, Philip.
Savoring every minute of the big adventure.
I suppose you'll be surprised to see us.
Yes. But we're not letting her go traipsing around Paris the way she's been doing in Rome.
And be careful how you broach the subject. She's rather touchy since she became so independent.
I think I know how to handle her. After all, we're offering her a good home with us in London.
Yes, and we have gone to considerable trouble and expense to meet her so far from home. Philip, where is she?
That's strange. The hostess is getting off, and all the other passengers seem to have disembarked.
Look, they're shutting the plane doors.
We'd better try and talk to the hostess if she's English. Come on, Joyce. Excuse me, hostess.
Yes, sir?
My name is Davidson. This is my wife. We were expecting to meet my aunt, Miss Emily Davidson, on this plane.
Miss Davidson?
And she sent us a cable to say this was the plane she intended taking, hostess. And she was going to stop off in Paris for a few days, so we came all this way to meet her.
I'm afraid Miss Davidson cancelled her booking at the last minute.
Cancelled it? Do you know why?
No, sir. She was actually aboard the plane when a message came for her. Apparently she changed her mind about leaving Rome.
Changed her mind? But what message? Who sent it?
I'm unable to tell you any more than I have, Mrs. Davidson. The message came from the booking desk at the airport. When we were due for takeoff, I went to the clerk there and asked about the passenger. I was told that she'd ordered her luggage removed from the plane and had cancelled her seat.
This is really very strange. Thank you, hostess. Sorry to have troubled you.
Perfectly all right, sir. Yes, madam, can I help you?
Philip, what are we going to do?
Well, what can we do?
Well, let's send a cable to her hotel in Rome. Tell her we're waiting in Paris and make her realize the trouble she's put us to.
No, that's not the way.
Well, what do you suggest?
I think we'd better go home.
Home to London after all this?
We can't stay on in Paris meeting every plane. And anyway, it wasn't such a bright idea.
Well, it was your idea.
I know, but I was wrong. Far better we wait for Aunt Emily to turn up in London, and when she does, then we'll welcome her as if nothing had happened.
Is she going to turn up?
Well, of course. We'll wait a couple of weeks at least.
And if we haven't heard from her by then?
We'll wait and see. Come on, let's see about getting a plane back home.
Several weeks after this happened, I had a visitor from London. He introduced himself, named Philip Davidson, an Englishman. He told me briefly the reason for his visit.
We saw a copy of your column, Mr. Conroy. You're running a series of winners of English football pools.
Well, that's right, Mr. Davidson. You one of the lucky people?
Well, I'm not, but I can give you a story about someone who is. Her name is Emily Davidson, and she's an aunt of mine. She won £60,000, and she's been missing for the past 3 weeks.
Emily Davidson was 42 years of age, a spinster who had lived a quiet and uneventful life. Every week she'd spent a few shillings filling out the coupons of the well-known football pool, and one week she'd brought off the national dream and won £60,000. These were the brief facts that her nephew, Philip Davidson, gave to me in my office in Paris.
I don't know whether you're interested, Conroy, but she won a pool, and now she's missing.
Oh, I'm very interested. Suppose you give me a few more facts, huh?
Certainly. After her big win, she flew off to Italy for a holiday. My wife and I were very fond of Aunt Emily. We didn't want her to go, but she insisted. Well, she wrote after a few weeks to say that she was coming home. And we flew to Paris to meet her, hoping to give her a pleasant surprise.
Instead, she gave you the surprise by not turning up.
That's about the strength of it.
You know where she stayed in Rome?
Yes, a hotel on the Via Nazionale. I have the address. I wrote there, and they said that she'd left to catch her plane. What's more, she actually boarded that plane, so the hostess told us. But a message came that made her change her mind. And since then, we've heard nothing.
Did you go to the police about it?
I don't feel we should do that. We thought of a private inquiry agent. And frankly, when we saw your newspaper series, we hoped you'd be interested. Interested enough to try and locate her.
I see. Well, I can't go chasing off at the slightest whim just because a pool's winner disappeared, Mr. Davidson. Still, the chances are that I have to go to Rome at the weekend to cover another story. Supposing you give me the address of that hotel in Rome and any other details you can. Now, it happened that while I was in Rome the following weekend, I went to a hotel where Emily Davidson had stayed. At that stage, the story was only of minor interest, and I didn't intend to be anyone's free detective, as it seemed Philip Davidson hoped I would be.
Yes, senor. We remember the Signorina Davidson. She stayed here for several weeks.
She didn't return at any time since May the 15th, the day she was due to take that plane home.
No, we have not seen her. There was a letter from some relatives in England.
Yeah, I know about them. Tell me, while Miss Davidson was here, did she meet any people, or get friendly with anyone in particular?
There was one man. He was not a resident here, but often he came to visit her.
Can you recall his name or anything about him?
Oh, yes, senor. He was a count, a Hungarian, I think. A Count del Garno. He was very attentive to the English signorina. Very attentive indeed.
A count, genuine or otherwise, added reader interest. From the hotel, I went to the airport, and after some inquiry, located the receptionist who was on duty at the booking desk on the day that Emily Davidson had canceled her plane booking. I talked to her about the message that had been received.
Message? Yes, I remember the day, Signor Conroy. The English signorina was aboard of the plane when the call came for her. I told her the hostess.
Could you think back 3 weeks, do you think, and recall the details of that message, ma'am?
No, it was a gentleman, that I can tell you. All he said was for the signorina to telephone him at the Sebastiano Hotel. I asked for a name, but he said she would know who it was. Then I explained the signorina was already aboard the plane, and he told me it was important, very important.
So you got her off, and that was the last you saw of her?
No, that was the last, Signor.
The Sebastiano Hotel. Well, thanks anyway. Thanks very much.
No, Mr. Conroy, I'm afraid there's no record of a Miss Davidson ever staying at our hotel. Certainly not in the past few weeks.
Let's see. You got any record of a guy called Delgarno, Count Delgarno?
Delgarno?
You know him?
Certainly. Are you a friend of the Count?
No, I don't even know him. But I have reason to think that he's mixed up in the disappearance of Emily Davidson.
Oh, then perhaps I can speak freely. The Count did stay here. He was not a previous resident, but he came to us with high credentials.
Credentials?
Oh, sometimes we have to ask for previous recommendations, you understand. There are so many today who do not pay their hotel bills. People like Delgarno who masquerade their way into the best places.
Yeah, but just a minute. Did you say people like Delgarno?
The Count Delgarno stayed here almost 2 months. And during that time, he made no attempt to pay his hotel bill.
Oh?
I asked him to settle several times. Always I was put off with promises.
You mean that he finally cleared out, the back way?
I thought it would happen, but it didn't. Just 3 weeks ago, he left here, Mr. Conroy, and his account was paid by a woman.
A woman? Can you describe her?
I saw her, but I did not meet her. She was in her 40s, I would say. Attractive without being young. Dressed quietly. It was the manner of her dress which makes me feel she was an Englishwoman.
Well, that night I called my paper in Paris and told my editor the progress I'd made, because he was the kind of guy who had to okay the expense sheet if I stayed on in Rome. I learned that a cable had come from Philip Davidson in London with the news that he'd received a letter from his aunt with no address but postmarked Naples. In the letter, Emily Davidson said that she had married a man named Count Delgarno. The chief told me to take a train to Naples and continue the search. My stories about the people who had won big pool prizes had so far been routine. But here at last we seem to have a tale with an offbeat flavor, if not something more sensational. Naples is a big town. Checking the hotels there is a man-sized job, but I kept at it, knowing that if they were in this city, they'd have to be living somewhere, and, well, eventually that was how I found their trail again.
Un momento. Buongiorno, signore. Bella giornata. Desidera una stanza?
Yeah, say, wait a minute, do you know any English?
English, no. Americano, yeah.
Oh, swell.
No, swell. It means good. A swell day, you think?
Yeah, great. Look, I wanted to ask you...
You are Americano.
Yeah, that's right, Bub.
My cousin Mario. He goes to America to live. New York he lives. You live in New York?
When I'm home.
Then maybe you know my cousin. Sure you know him. Everybody knows everybody in America.
Well, it's a pretty big place. We could have missed each other.
But you couldn't have missed my cousin. He's a very fast.
Yeah, well, look, forgetting your fat cousin for a moment, have you any record of two people staying here in the past couple of weeks? A guy called Count Delgarno?
The Count. You know the Count, too. He was in America once, and he remembers my cousin.
You mean to say that Count Delgarno is here?
Was Signor Americano, the Count, and the Countess.
The Countess? You mean Miss Davidson?
I mean his wife, the Countess.
Oh, was her name Emily?
Oh, so you know her too. Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
He's very good.
Yeah, when did they leave?
Oh, 8 days ago. The Count, he wants to go to sea. The lady, she says we buy a boat.
What?
Oh, she has a plenty of money. You ought to see, senor, the way she spends it on him. Oh, she is a very in love, very happy. And the money, it flows like a wine in the festival.
Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah, you wouldn't know where they went to buy this boat.
Sure, from my cousin.
Huh? But I thought he was in the States.
This is another cousin. Castro, he has more cousins than you can count. The one who sells the boats is called Gino.
Where do I find Gino?
He has a boat shed on the South Shore. Wait, I give you a note to take to him. You tell Gino I say for him to help you.
So, you talk to my cousin Castro, senor. Oh, I bet you talk. I bet he does most of the talking, huh?
Yeah, I bet you're right there, Gino. Look, what about the Count Delgarno and his English wife? Did they buy a boat from you?
They bought the boat.
Yeah, what kind?
A cabin cruiser. The best I had. The lady, she wanted the best.
I see. Well, maybe you can give me the name of this vessel and its general description, huh?
I named it La Bella More. Oh, it is a white cabin cruiser, senor. I can give you all the details if you'll come up to the boat shed, huh?
We circulated the name of the boat and its description to all ports and sat down to wait. Meanwhile, two things were becoming more obvious. One, that the lady was leaving a trail of happy salesmen in her wake, and two, that her nephew and his wife were becoming increasingly unhappy as the days passed. The night after I returned to Paris to await developments, there was a call from Philip Davidson from London.
I appreciate that you're doing all you can, Mr. Conroy, but I think if she's not found soon, there's going to be trouble.
What do you mean, Mr. Davidson?
I learned from the bank today. She's withdrawn her entire account, over £50,000 sterling. She's carrying that amount with her in cash.
Two days later, we got the break we wanted. The harbor master at St. Elmo on the Italian coast reported that the cruiser La Bella More was at anchor there. I left by plane that same night, and the following day I was in the small seaport. Small ships were riding at anchor in the harbor, and the sun was an orb of fire at the edge of the horizon. A motor launch guided its way toward one of the stationary cruisers. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sea was a gentle swell of dissolving shadows. La Bella More! Ahoy there!
Ahoy!
In the exchange of greetings that followed, I asked permission to tie up and come aboard. and this was readily granted by the woman who leaned on the deck rail watching my approach.
Welcome aboard, whoever you are. Visitors are always welcome.
Miss Emily Davidson?
That was me. I'm the Countess Delgado now. Impressive, isn't it? And who are you?
The name's Mike Conoy, ma'am. Newspaper man.
Ah, the press. What have we done to deserve this, Mr. Conoy?
Well, you were supposed to be missing, didn't you know?
Missing? Me?
The football pool winner who disappeared.
Oh, really, Mr. Conoy? This is delightful. I wish my husband Alex were here to enjoy the joke.
Well, is it really that funny? Your nephew and his wife have been very worried about you, you know. In fact, they first came to me and set me off on this business of finding you.
Philip and Joyce? Ah, I see.
Oh?
I suppose I should have written to them, but that was something I kept putting off. I'm rather afraid they won't understand.
You mean about Count Delgado? About your meeting in Rome and getting off the plane at the last minute?
I see you've been catching up on my activities, Mr. Conoy.
Oh, we know most of the story. You met the Count in Rome, paid his hotel bill.
The poor dear was absolutely broke.
You married him in Naples, spent money lavishly on him. You bought him this boat.
I bought it for us, Mr. Conoy. Alex and me. A marriage, after all, is a partnership.
With you supplying the necessary. At least, that's the way your nephew feels. He thinks you've been snared by a pretty smart fortune hunter.
Isn't it strange, Mr. Conoy? You fill in a funny little card, and by some miracle you win a large sum of money. And suddenly, a nephew and his wife, who never wanted to know you before, can't bear to have you out of their sight. They asked me to live with them. Do you know where I was living before?
No, where?
In a hostel. The coldest, emptiest place. And I was never really welcome at my nephew's when I went to visit. But win £60,000, which is quite a ridiculous amount of money, I think you'll agree. And all that changes. You're sort. You decide on a holiday in Italy, and it alarms them. You fail to come home when you're expected, and they go to the newspapers.
Well, you could be misjudging these people, you know. They even went to Paris to welcome you home.
To escort me home, Mr. Conoy, for fear I'd spend too much of that money and leave none for them. It may be uncharitable, but then I know my nephew and his wife rather well.
And Count Delgado, ma'am? How well do you know him?
I know he's a gentleman, Mr. Conoy. I know I love him.
Yeah, well, that's your affair, I guess.
But I'd like you to understand about Alex. His real name is Alexandre Malonnier Delgado, and he's quite penniless. He lost everything when the war came, and all he has now is a batch of worthless papers to prove his birthright and the lands his family owned.
And tell me, the title is genuine?
Quite genuine. I met him in Rome, and we saw a great deal of each other. He told me he loved me, and I knew how I felt about him. The last night before I was due to leave for home, I did something rather awful. I asked Alex to marry me.
You asked him?
I think even Alex was shocked. He refused, saying that he had nothing. He didn't know then that I had money. I told him I was a school teacher on holiday.
I'm beginning to see it. That message at the airport, it was the Count.
Yes, it was from Alex. He said we'd be married and make out somehow or other. Then I told him, and that brought on an awful scene. But in the end, I had my way. I can be rather determined when I want something, Mr. Conoy.
Yeah, I guess you can at that. Where's Count Delgado now?
He's gone ashore to bank some money. He drew out most of what was left, over 20,000 in English currency value, and carried it aboard the boat when we left Naples. We've decided to bank it, and the Count's gone ashore to do that.
20,000?
Well, now you know what to tell my nephew and his wife, Mr. Conoy. Tell them we probably won't have a penny left at the end of a couple of years, but they'll be the best 2 years of my life. Alex and I'll have to settle down and earn a living then, but first I want to make up for all the years in that hostel, all the years of being a poor relation. And that's just what I'm doing.
But listen, ma'am, this money the Count took ashore, it was a lot to trust any guy with. What time did he leave?
Early this afternoon.
And he's not back yet?
He wanted to spend some time looking around the town. I can see you're still not entirely convinced, Mr. Canoy.
Well, it's not that, ma'am. I just don't want to see you taken down.
By my husband. You've been listening to that nephew of mine. Just come over to the rail, Mr. Canoy.
Yeah?
You see that motor launch? That's Alex now. You'd better stay for dinner, Mr. Canoy. Stay and meet my husband. I think you two will get on rather well together.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Canoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. It seems mystery is a tonic to our friend Mike. So another story has gone to press, another mystery solved. But there are many more stories to tell. They have their beginnings in the dark alleyways or the, well, brightly lit boulevards of Europe. We hope you'll join us again to hear them. Goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Everybody loves a mystery, and I'm no exception. And that's why it gives me so much pleasure to act as your guide on this series. You see, we've gathered together some of the finest mystery stories in the world. Stories from many places and from many times. Some of them are up to date, well, as up to date as today's newspaper. Others are classic stories of the past. Today's mystery, for instance, it takes place in Europe, the Europe of modern times, a world of intrigue and suspense where a man's life can count for very little when a country's future is at stake. Mike, our storyteller, works in the Paris office of a famous American newspaper. His job is to look for the stories that make the news, and he finds them in the places where the news is made. In a moment, our play begins.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Your cheek. Oh, Papa, what happened to your poor cheek? That terrible scar.
An accident, Therese. Another reason why you must not stay. It is impossible. You understand the situation, Mike?
Yeah,
what situation? Why should not a daughter be with her papa?
It is impossible. You will go back to school like a good girl. Or to our relatives in Naples.
No.
Therese?
No. I will never leave you, even if you don't want me around.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
Hi, this is Mike Connoy. I'd come to Taormina in Sicily for a holiday. For once, I wasn't looking for a story, or at least I didn't think I was. Anyway, I'd no sooner entered my room at the San Domenico Hotel when a long-bladed Sicilian knife whistled past my ear and wickedly winked at me from the bedpost. Well, since I was naturally somewhat curious, I turned around. Quick. There in the doorway was a man I'd known some years previously when our paths had crossed during the Allied invasion of Italy. A man who'd helped me out of some pretty tight spots in the period before the Italian surrender. He was a slim man with pale brown hair, pale monkey eyes, and the face of a tragedian. Although several years had passed since I'd last seen him, I recognized him at once. Tony. Antonio Vegas. Of course, it is you, Tony.
Mike, you old devil. What brings you to Taormina?
Oh, the climate and a certain weariness. And you?
Simple. The circus is playing here.
A circus in Sicily? Mm-hmm. Isn't that bringing coals to Newcastle?
Well, not everyone is laughing and happy in Sicily. And clowning is my peacetime business. I was born to make people laugh.
Ah, yes, I remember. I also seem to remember that you were born a fairly accomplished crook, too.
No, Mike. I have a certain talent for crime, perhaps sleight of hand, facility with a knife, but not the heart. No, I'm afraid I'm an honest man, Mike.
Well, all the more reason to be my guest tonight, Tony. Share the pleasure of my first night in Taormina.
To the contrary, you shall be mine.
Oh?
I'll serve you Sicilian pasties for hot dogs and champagne for pink lemonade. I'll introduce you to every freak on the Midway and seat you in a box for the main show. How would you like that?
I would like. Yes, Tony, I'll be happy to accept your invitation to the circus. Who could ask for a better host than a clown?
Presto! Hurry, signori e signora! Steele, Bailey, Nola, Antonio, the great clown, and the freak, the fat one, the thin one, the funny one with the dog face.
Well, Mike, how are you enjoying your Sicilian hot dog?
Great, Tony. Buy me a big fat green balloon, will you?
If you eat any more, you will be the big fat balloon, my friend, and perhaps green, too.
Good to see you again, Tony. Say, how long has it been? 10, 12 years?
And 12 times around the world. Come, Mike. I want you to meet someone.
The way he said that intrigued me. We left the Midway crowd, the lights, the blaring calliope, the manufactured gaiety of the herd, and the smell and growl of jungle beasts came to me. We approached a small dressing tent, and the clown humbly called for his friend.
Nola, are you in there?
You again, Antonio. What is it?
I want to see you.
You will see me later. Go away.
But I have a surprise for you, Nola. A wonderful surprise.
A surprise? A present, perhaps?
The canvas flap snapped back, and she stepped into the yellow glare of the lamps. Nola. Hair as black as though it had been poured out of an ink bottle. Body sinuous, graceful, like a cat's. Yes, she was like a cat. And her ice-gray eyes flared strangely when she looked at me.
So, this is your wonderful surprise, Antonio?
Nola, this is Mike Conoy, my friend.
I'm always happy to meet a friend.
The way she said it, the way she was looking at me, made it seem like we were all alone, just Nola and me. I knew her kind of female only too well. I also knew that Tony was in for a bad time. Funny thing, you know, he knew it too. He told me about it a little while later, while he was putting on his clown makeup.
So, you feel sorry for me, Mike?
Well, I don't feel sorry for anybody, one way or the other. But if you fancy Nola for yourself, you're a chump.
I know.
Oh, and you like to be kicked in the teeth, huh?
Look at me, my friend. What is there about me for a woman to love? But there is a great deal about Nola to love.
Uh-huh. To admire, to desire, yes, but to love,
You're forgetting something.
I am?
All clowns suffer. Paint a smile on their face to hide a broken heart.
Oh, listen, Tony, don't be trite.
Nola's like a fever in the blood, a disease. She's not good for me, perhaps, but the pain of loving her is better than the ecstasy of loving any other woman. But the show is about to begin. Help me with my wig, Mike.
Yeah, there you are.
Thank you. Now. Am I not the funny man?
Yeah, very funny.
See you later, my friend. Now Antonio must go to clown and dance like a puppet.
Yeah, while Nola pulls the strings. It wasn't a very big circus, but it looked like the greatest thing on earth to the Taormina audience. They laughed at Tony's antics till they cried. They oohed and ahed at the trapeze performers and gasped at Nola's animal act. And then came the grand climax.
You've seen the beautiful Nola come under the tigers, the pumas, the lions, the like they were house kittens. Now you shall see the unbelievable. Antonio, the great clown, shall enter the cage of the black puma and make him dance.
And so he did. Entering the main animal cage, Tony pantomimed his bravery to the crowd. He cracked his whip, he strutted. He proved, to himself at least, that he was afraid of absolutely nothing on four legs. Then a smaller cage was rolled in and opened onto the main cage. Another clown, in the costume of a black puma, sprang inside with Tony. At first, my friend was terrified. Then he saw the puma was as frightened as he was. They made friends. They waltzed around the cage together as the audience screamed with laughter. It was as simple as that. But Tony's clowning was touched with genius. And by conquering his fear in the shape of the puma, he put a happy ending to his story, and everyone went home smiling. Everyone but Tony. I saw him after the show, waiting for Nola as she ran from the main tent, still carrying her animal whip.
Nola!
Get out of my way.
But Nola, I must talk to you.
Take your hands off me. Let me go.
Her whip, cruel and quick as a puma's claw, cut across his face. I could see a livid wheal rising under the clown white. But Tony took it silently, just looked after Nola with tragic eyes. Then he saw me.
You will excuse me tonight, my friend. Tomorrow I'll come to the hotel. Tomorrow.
I returned to my hotel room to do some thinking, and suddenly there was a knock on my door. Come in.
You are Mr. Mike Conoy?
I am.
I am Therese.
Enchanting.
You will invite me in? I would speak with you.
Yes, of course. Come right in, Therese.
I will sit here?
Yeah, if you like.
Tell me, please, do you know Antonio Vega?
Antonio Vegas? Oh, Tony, sure I do. But why do you ask?
Well, you see, I I am his daughter.
What?
The hotel manager told me that Papa was here to see you this afternoon. He said you were his old friend. And I have come to you, Mr. Conoy. I could not find Papa. He wrote me he was going to be here. He's a traveling salesman, you know.
A traveler?
So when school closed for the vacation, instead of staying there as usual, I thought I'd come here and surprise Papa.
Yeah, Papa and me.
Hasn't he told you about me?
Yeah, oh, yes, of course.
Oh, then you know where he is. I can go to him.
Well, it so happens that your father's coming to the hotel tomorrow, Therese. Why don't you wait for him here and really surprise him, huh? Therese didn't know her father's real profession any more than I'd known Tony had a daughter. Well, I breakfasted with the young lady on the terrace, and while we were making very pleasant small talk...
Mike, is that you?
Huh?
Oh, pardon me, you are busy.
Papa! Oh, Papa!
Well, go on, kiss her, Tony. I'm sure I would if I had such a daughter.
Oh, it's so wonderful to see you, Papa, to be with you again.
Kitten, you should have stayed at school.
You're not glad to see me?
Well, of course, my darling, but you see, my work, I have so little time. That's why I always visited you instead of you coming to see me.
Oh, it's only 1 little minute a day. It's worth it, Papa, just to be near you.
Oh, have a heart, Tony. She'll have me in tears soon.
Your cheek. Oh, Papa. What happened to your poor cheek? That terrible scar.
An accident, Therese, is another reason why you must not stay. It's impossible. Well, you understand the situation, Mike.
Yeah, but look,
What
Tony...
situation? Why should not a daughter be with her Papa?
It is impossible. You will go back to school like a good girl. Or to our relatives in Naples.
No.
Therese.
No. I will never leave you, even if you don't want me around.
Well, just who won that round, Tony?
What can I do, my friend?
Why not tell her the truth?
Bring her shame? Therese thinks of me as a businessman, dignified, honorable. What would she say if her father told her he was a clown?
Well, you must remember, Tony, that Therese is 16. She's not going to hold still for boarding school and relatives in Naples. She wants a taste of life.
There is something else you do not know, Mike.
Oh?
I said I was an honest man, my friend. That is not true.
What do? Pick the pockets of the other clowns?
I smuggle emeralds.
Again?
No, smuggle emeralds. It was for her, Mike, Therese. How could I support her in such a fine fashion, good clothes, private schools, and the earnings of a clown in a wandering circus? No, I've been very successful in the smuggling trade, but very careful. Over the years, I've saved a small fortune. And now I want to ask you a favor.
Well, you know I'd do anything for you, Tony.
It's for Therese when she reaches 21. If anything should happen to me before, you see that she gets it.
I see, but why be so morbid?
The way things are lately with my life, with Nola, I think my luck's changed.
Oh, don't be silly, Tony. But if it'll make you any happier, I'll gladly do what you ask.
Thank you. Come to the circus again tomorrow night, Mike. I'll show you where my savings are hidden.
Okay. And, Therese?
I will think of something. Better her heart should break a little now than learn the truth about me and...
all right. I'll meet you tomorrow night, Tony. I didn't exactly like the way things were going, and I spent all day and evening trying to think of a way out for Tony, without reaching any brilliant conclusions, I might say. So I finally decided to let tomorrow take care of itself. That night I was soundly asleep when... What the devil do you mean, waking a man in the middle of the night?
This is Mr. Conoy, Mr. Mike Conoy.
Yes. Who's this calling?
Here is Senor Borgia, Custodia Termina, Department of Public Safety.
The police. Well, what do you want?
You will do the great favor to me of coming to my office within the hour, Mr. Conoy.
I'll do nothing of the sort, Borgia. Not without knowing what you want.
You will come or you will become poor.
Well, in that case, I'll do you the great favor, Custode Borgia.
Your generosity is exceeded only by your wisdom, senor. Within the hour.
Yeah.
Experience has taught me never to argue with a policeman. So I visited the Questori. I found him a small, alert man, all spit and polish, and he eyed me like a hungry robin views a fat worm.
Sit down, Senor Conway. Now, you are a friend of Antonio Vegas, huh?
Well, yeah, but Tony must have many friends.
Too many, of the wrong kind. Now, just what do you know about him?
Well, I know that Tony's a good clown.
And a smart one. His buffoon makeup hides more than the proverbial broken heart, no?
Does it?
Vegas has a smuggling ring. Emeralds. Are you trying to tell me you know nothing about the traffic?
My dear Borgia, I'm here in Sicily on holiday. I know nothing about it whatsoever.
But you are an old friend of this Vegas. For many years you do not meet. Then suddenly you arrive here where Antonio happens to be.
Well, you're imagining things, Questori. As you've just said, I haven't seen or heard of Antonio for years.
Very well, then. If what you say is true, I have no reason to hold you. But we are almost ready to arrest Vegas. So you will be watched. And also, do not try to warn your friend. He will never leave Taormina.
Well, there are worse places to live.
Good morning, Senor Conway.
In spite of the Questori's warning, I went to Tony's dressing room that night as arranged, and he showed me his fortune, all tucked away under a false bottom of his costume trunk.
Well, now that you know where the money is hidden, Mike, I'll replace the bottom.
Now, I can't help but think that you should leave me out of this, Tony. Send the nest egg to the relatives in Naples.
I don't trust them. And there is something else for you to see, hidden in this bladder I use for one of my props.
Emeralds. Perfect cut. Some as big as robin's eggs.
Yes, Mike, I deal in nothing but the finest merchandise.
Well, look, I must warn you, Tony, there are those who...
Mr. Vegas is in this tent.
Si, Signorina.
Therese!
She must have followed me here.
Quick, help me to hide these.
Papa, I have found you.
Yes, Therese, you have found me. And now you know what your father really is.
He's the best...
Clown! I think it is too wonderful. Oh, Papa, did you think I would look down on you because you were a clown in a circus? Oh, it is much finer than to be a traveling salesman. Oh, are you angry because I found you out?
How can I be angry with you, kitten? I love you too much.
Of course he does. And now we must go, Therese. Come on, I'll take you back to the hotel.
Oh, no, please. Papa, do not send me away. I love the circus. I love you.
Mike, what can I do?
Well, give her a pass to the show, I guess. I'll take charge of it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. What can I do to help?
Oh, am I intruding, Antonio?
Nola.
There were no introductions as Nola came into the tent. I took Therese out of there as soon as possible, but before we left, I caught Nola's eyes on the emeralds. They narrowed like a cat's. That lady knew her way around gems as well as any man. All in all, the climate of Taormina had suddenly become very unhealthy, and I'd have left the place that night if Borgia's bloodhounds hadn't been guarding every point of exit. But Tony found a way out of town.
Going into that animal cage, Mr. Conway?
Well, he's pretending he's a cat trainer like Nola.
Oh.
You see how brave he is? Look.
Oh, how funny he is. How wonderful is my papa.
Tony's funniest routine began. He was giving the greatest performance of his life because his daughter was in the audience. The puma cage was wheeled up to the main cage, and the door opened. Out came the puma. But no costume clown, this one. A very large, very live, and very vicious cat sprang into Tony's cage and stood there a moment, lashing its tail and blinking in the lights. In that moment, before it sprang at my old friend, I saw Nola's face watching from the tent entrance, her eyes wide, her lips drawn back in an animal's snarl, her hands stretched out before her like claws as though she were about ready to attack.
No! No! Help!
was all over very quickly, and for once in my life I was glad to see the police. The Puma was shot and killed, Nola was apprehended, and what was left of Antonio Vegas was taken to the hospital tent. As I said, he'd found a way out of Taormina. The hard way.
Don't cry, kitten. It was accident.
No, it was no accident. Like this scar on your cheek. She did it. She did it.
I did nothing. It was an accident. The cages were switched.
Yeah, but I knew better. The police chief, Questori Borgia, had arrived, so I turned to him. I can prove differently, Questori.
You, Senor Conoy?
He lies.
Antonio Vegas is my friend, madame. If you can understand the word. Why should I lie? I saw you switch the cages deliberately.
No, I did not.
And I know why, too.
Mike.
It was because of jealousy.
Jealous? Jealous of that clown?
Stop it! Stop it! You shall not laugh at my papa!
Your papa?
Thank you, Mike. Remember your promise.
Well, there goes a noble guy. Lola didn't know about the relationship, Borgia. She merely knew that her suitor was interested in this beautiful young girl.
He lies. He lies. I killed him because he...
You will be pleased to come with me, madame.
Well, Borgia and the Department of Public Safety was happy. They had a murderess. The smuggling was ended. I kept my promise, too. On the way to the hospital tent, I had the foresight to pick up Tony's fortune and savings and the emeralds from his dressing tent. And I sent them with Therese to the relatives in Naples. And so died a clown. And the painted smile on his face was the saddest thing I ever hoped to see.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Conoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. We've reached the end of today's story, but I'll be back to introduce to you another unusual tale. Remember, for this series, we've searched the whole world to bring you stories of every kind. Tales of espionage, suspense, crime, and intrigue by famous writers from every part of the globe. In fact, a selection of the finest stories that have ever been assembled in one series. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. In drama and fiction, newspaper men are invariably tough, hard-boiled characters. In real life, this is, well, it's not necessarily true, although several newspaper men I've known were as colorful as anything fiction has ever had to offer. Mike, you'll meet in a moment, is based on a real person who actually works for the European edition of a famous American newspaper. Not only is the character real, but, well, many of the stories which Mike tells are also based on fact. The tale you're going to hear today, for instance, you may even recognize from the headlines in your newspaper of, well, not so long ago. In a moment, Mike will introduce you to another mystery solved and signed with his own unmistakable trademark. Europe Confidential.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
Open up in there! Open up!
That is my lieutenant. You'd better give me that gun. Don't give it to him, Brett.
Open up!
You're going to open that door, Dimitri. You're going to tell him that everything's all right.
I will not be a traitor to my people.
You can either be a dead patriot or a live traitor. Take your choice. You've got 5 seconds.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
Well, this is Mike Connoy. I work for an American paper in Paris. But I was away off my beat that time 2 years ago when I ran into trouble down in southern Europe. I was in one of the small Balkan states where trouble flares up occasionally. Name of the country doesn't really matter now, but it was small, it was corrupt, and it was explosive. In Paris, we had word that the reigning party was likely to be overthrown any day. So I was in the capital to cover the story and maybe get something special for my column, Europe Confidential. That's how I came to meet up with Steve Holliday again, outside my hotel one day in the central square of the city.
Mike? Mike Connoy.
Well, I'll be Steve Holliday.
In the flesh, boy. Say, the last time I saw you was in New York, just after the war. What are you doing here, of all places?
Well, I came down to cover the story.
So you've heard about the situation, eh?
Yeah, we've heard rumors. You think it's true?
You're darn right, it's true. Not that I'm officially in the know. I just work for an oil company, but the balloon's gonna bust anytime.
Mm-hmm. You gonna stick around?
Not if I can help it. That's why I'm in town. Say, listen, Mike, for old time's sake, maybe you could help me.
No?
Yeah, this could be a real stroke of luck. Will you help?
Well, sure, Steve. I'll help if I can. What is it?
Well, it's almost impossible to get plane tickets out of here, and I need 2 of them. Maybe with your influence, I could get them.
Oh, it shouldn't be too difficult. I've got a contact in the office of East European Airlines.
Ah, that's my boy.
The office in Paris arranged it just in case there was a rush on tickets. I'm already booked on the midnight plane out. I tipped the guy for his trouble. Maybe on the strength of that tip, I could write him a note.
Now you're talking. Great, Mike. That's really great.
2 seats, you said, huh? You married, Steve?
No, this is just a friend. Say, it really was a stroke of luck meeting you like this.
I hadn't known Steve Holliday well, but I was glad to help out. I wrote him a short note of introduction, and he went on his way. I went on mine. In the normal course of events, I probably wouldn't have heard from him again, or even known what had happened. But I heard this story later, and the parts I didn't hear I pieced together so that I had a pretty fair picture of what happened. It was around noon when I left Steve Holliday. By the time he got back to the Monahan house, it must have been after 2 p.m.
Steve.
Hello, honey. Where's Brett?
He's gone. Gone to Bretton on business. Oh, Steve. Steve, I love you.
Sure, I know, baby.
Did you get the tickets?
I had a stroke of luck. Ran into a journalist. Guy I knew from back home. Name of Mike Canoy. On a note from him to the ticket office, I got 2 seats.
Oh, never mind how you got them, just as long as they're real. Just as long as we're getting out of this place. I can't believe it. Brett won't be home till tomorrow, and by then we'll be gone.
Midnight plane. And just in time, I figure.
Then there's really going to be trouble?
It's brewing, honey.
Strange that Brett never said anything to me about it. He's so close to General Strucker.
Maybe that's why he's heard nothing, because he's so close. When people plan to overthrow a government, the last who get told are the dictators and his friends. And Brett Monahan was known far and wide as one of General's trusted pals.
Thank heavens we're getting out of this place.
Maybe in a few weeks' time you'll realize just how lucky you were. I think before long, Brett's wife is going to be the least of Brett's worries.
What's going on? Why has this road control been set up?
You have your passport, sir?
What on earth for?
We only obey orders. Your passport, please.
Oh, it's here somewhere. Yes, there. I'm in quite a hurry, if you don't mind.
I am sorry, my friend.
Now listen here.
Your passport is quite worthless. I'm afraid you will have to go back the way you came.
What other nonsense? That passport was signed by General Strucker himself.
The ex-general, you mean?
Just what is this?
It is an overthrow of tyranny.
A revolt? You must be mad.
Turn your car around, my friend.
I have important business in Bravener, revolution or no revolution.
The guns are loaded.
You'll regret this.
It is not us, my friend, who will do the regretting.
The coup d'etat came suddenly and almost without violence. By 4 p.m., the city and the administration centers were in the hands of the rebels. General Strucker, the dictator, was under arrest. As for his friends, like Brett Monahan, well, in a revolution, I'm afraid few are spared, and they never include friends of the overthrown regime. Brett Monahan reached his house around 4:30 p.m. to find an officer of the army waiting for him.
Put up your hands.
Who the devil are you?
Put them up. You are under arrest.
What for?
Turn around.
Save your trouble, I've no gun. But what's all this about?
Your name is Monahan, is it not? Brett Monahan.
Yes.
You are under arrest for conspiring against the people of our republic.
Conspiring against... What utter nonsense.
It is in our records that you are a personal friend of Strucker, the tyrant.
But I'm a British subject.
Our records also show that you applied for and received the nationalization of our republic.
I had to, for business reasons.
Your wife is inside?
Yes.
Excellent. I was about to go in and arrest you both when I saw your car approaching.
I demand that you release me. My wife and I will get the first available plane out of the country.
I am afraid that the only trip you will be making will be to the prison, my friend.
Now listen to me.
Come, we will collect your wife.
Put that gun down, all right?
Or you will what?
Now I'll take the gun, my revolutionary friend. Get up. On your feet. Well, you that cold. Help me in with him.
But I...
Come on, there's no time to lose. There.
In grave robbing, Brett?
Steve.
The one and only.
Oh, what are you doing here? Helen.
Brett, I tried to tell you.
And you've packed your bags.
Brett...
Let's not try to pretend, honey. Yeah, Brett, you guessed it. We're leaving this place on the next plane.
I see.
That's the way it is, so let's not have any dramatics.
Not from me.
Good. Much better if we all act like grown-ups.
You could have told me, Helen.
Well, I tried. Well, then I thought it would be better this way.
Now we've explained things. How about you? Who's the guy?
He was outside. He was going to arrest us. What? I don't know whether you realize it, but we're well and truly mixed up in a revolution.
See, Helen? What did Uncle Stevie say?
Oh, Brett, what are they going to do with us?
We're probably marked down for a firing squad.
No!
As friends of Struka.
Maybe that includes me, too.
No doubt.
Hey, this is serious. We better not waste time. Let's get out of here.
To where? The airport?
You said it. Ready, baby? I got the tickets.
Yes, Steve, I'm ready.
Just a minute.
It's no good trying to stop me, Brett.
I've no intention of stopping you, but other people might have. You won't have a hope of leaving this place with your passports. I tried to get across the border and almost stopped a bullet.
What are we going to do then?
Child is waking. You must have slugged him pretty hard.
My head.
Oh, I'll bet he's wishing it was someone else's.
Oh, what have you done with my gun?
It's right here in my hand, old boy. And if you try any funny tricks, you'll know all about it.
Look, this isn't getting us out of here.
Let's go, Steve. Let's give it a try.
Stay right where you are, Steve.
Well, you said you weren't stopping me.
I've changed my mind. Give me the tickets.
Now, you listen here to me.
I'm dead serious, Steve. Give them to me.
Well, of all the... Here.
Mm-hmm. Paris, eh? Flight 35, departing at 12:10.
You are my prisoners. I demand that you come with me.
You got your facts mixed, Buster. The man who holds the gun is boss in my language.
Brett, please let us go.
What's the use, baby? You heard what he said. We'd never get past the airport gates.
But if we stay here, we'll be... We've got to get out. We must.
Get on your feet, Captain.
You will regret this. I only have to call for my men.
And you'll get a bullet right between the eyes. If you people are going to declare war on us, we can do the same.
You will never get out of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And what was that for?
That's a nice uniform the captain is wearing.
Maybe I like his haircut, too, but that's not going to get us out of...
Hey, that's right. It would fit me perfectly. Or you, for that matter.
I warn you
that... And a captain in uniform with a woman companion would be able to board a plane quite openly, with no questions asked.
Just a minute, Brett. I bought those tickets, remember?
All's fair in love and war, Steve, and this is a mixture of both.
Just what are you getting at, pal?
Helen's getting out alive, and one of us is going with her.
Yeah, but which one?
The one she's really in love with. And now we're going to find out which of us it is.
It was quite a situation Brett Monahan found himself in. As a businessman in the country, he'd been a close friend of the now ex-dictator, and after he was turned back at the road control, he knew the trouble was looming up. He'd driven home because his first thought was for the safety of his wife, but now he found someone else was just as concerned about her safety, and had been for quite a time. So they had 2 plane tickets between the 3 of them.
Only one of us is going to board that plane, Steve, and I'm going to decide which of us it'll be.
Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Helen would hardly run off with me if she didn't love me. Right, Helen?
I suppose so.
You suppose so? What kind of talk is that?
You might as well all surrender to me. It will be quite futile to try to escape.
Pipe down, big boy, or you'll take another nap.
What's your name, Captain?
It is no business of yours.
The punches I gave you last time were only beginners. What's your name?
Dimitri.
Show me your papers.
This is an outrage.
Your papers, please, Captain.
here.
Anton Dmitri. All nicely signed and stamped by the leaders of the revolution. These will get us through anywhere.
Listen, hadn't we better be making up our minds?
There's not much use leaving for a few hours yet. That gives us plenty of time.
Brett.
Yes?
Brett, there's no time to lose. We should get out of here.
The only chances we have is to arrive at the airport just before the plane takes off. If we have to hang around, people might start asking questions.
You said us. Meaning you and Helen?
Not necessarily.
Listen, I bought those tickets, and one of them is rightfully mine.
This gun says the tickets belong to us. All three of us. And that I'll make the decision.
Yeah, I guess it does.
And it also says that I will face the firing squad in your place.
That's very kind of you.
I will have no choice in the matter. Our leader does not take kindly to officers who fail in their duty.
That's your worry, Dmitri. Helen.
Yes, Brett?
Helen, why did you do it? Because you were tired of me.
Brett,
I want to know.
Tell him, Helen. You've been tired of him for years. You were sick of the sight of him. You couldn't stand it any longer.
No, that's not true.
Hey, don't we change our minds a little fast?
Come on, Helen. Is that true? Were you sick of the sight of me?
I was sick of this godforsaken city. I was sick of the smells and the heat and the people, Brett. I just had to get away from it.
You could have mentioned it to me.
What good would that have done? You were stuck here for life. I could see that.
And because you were tired of me, you decided to run off with Steve. Wasn't that a pretty drastic step?
Oh, Brett, can't you understand?
Open up in there! Open up! It is my lieutenant. You better give me that gun.
Don't give it to him, Brett.
Open up!
You're going to answer the door, Dmitri.
But
You're going to tell him that everything's all right.
I will not be a traitor to my people.
You can either be a dead hero or a live card. Take your choice.
I refuse.
You've got 5 seconds to open the door. And my gun's pointed right at your back.
What is it, Lieutenant?
I'm sorry, Captain. I thought...
Must you bang on the door like a fool? What's the trouble?
You said you were going to arrest the traitors when you did not show up. I thought...
I'm having a last drink with them. They requested it. One grants the last request of all condemned.
I am sorry, Captain.
Now get yourself from my presence before I have you court-martialed.
Yes, sir. I apologize once again for...
Pretty good, Captain. I could have done better myself.
It will mean the court-martial for me. I will be shot by my own soldiers.
At least you'll be among friends.
What time does the purge start, Dmitri?
There will be no purge. Our people have already removed those holding positions of power. We do not intend to spill unnecessary blood.
Listen, we were trying to decide something, remember?
We're going to decide it here and now. Helen.
Yes, Brett.
Do you still love me?
Yes, I do.
Now, wait a minute.
You keep out of this. Helen, if I say I'm willing to take you back and forget everything, would you leave on that plane with me?
Oh, darling, of course. Brett, let's get out of here. Now, right away. Brett, darling, why don't we go now? But quickly, let's leave here.
Behold, the girl who last night told me she couldn't stand you. Don't fool yourself, Brett. You've got the gun and those tickets. Without them, Helen wouldn't even spare you a smile.
Is that true, Helen?
No.
In this country, when there is trouble over a woman, we have an easy way to decide it.
Who asked you to butt in?
Go on, Dmitri. What's this easy way?
You have a pistol. It holds 6 rounds. You merely remove 5 of them and
proceed to blow our brains out. Not for this boy. The only Russian thing I like is vodka, and I never was a gambler.
It was only a suggestion. Perhaps before you leave, you'll be so kind as to leave me the pistol to use.
Leave you the pistol? What for?
I would require only 1 bullet. It is better than disgrace.
You're serious, then, about the firing squad?
I'm afraid so. It is me who will be blamed for your escape.
And one of us is going to keep you company. Well, who's it going to be, Brett?
Helen, supposing I said you could go on that plane with Steve, what would you do?
You'd do it, baby, wouldn't you?
Would you?
No, Brett.
All right. You're quite free to walk out of here together. Well?
Come on, baby.
You're not joking?
You heard what I said.
Well, Give me the tickets. Brett, get the tickets.
Who do you love, Helen? Me or Steve?
I don't know.
She loves the guy who has the tickets. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right.
You better decide soon. And I'd appreciate it if you'd put that gun down.
The gun's staying with me, Steve, until I've made up my mind.
Maybe I can help you to make it up.
Oh!
I was a commander for 3 years, Steve.
My arm!
Get on your feet. Don't try it again, Steve.
You think I'm likely to? You know why I wanted that gun, Brett? So I could start talking sense to you.
I'm listening.
You know what I would have done? I would have said, come on, Brett, we're getting out of here. Just you and me.
Steve!
You would have done that?
Sure. Honest.
I thought you were in love with Helen.
Did I ever say that? I'm in love with life. Come on, Brett, we're getting out.
Don't you think you've got a duty to Helen?
Duty, nothing.
Brett, don't listen to him. I love you. I've loved you all along. Can't you see that?
When you have finished trying to make up your minds, give me that gun. For me, there's only one end to all this.
Brett, take me back, please. I'm your wife.
Yeah. And she was all set to walk out on you tonight.
No.
Fella, we're gonna get on that plane. Come on, make your decision.
I've made it.
You have?
Yes. I know who I'm going to take with me. It's the only possible decision I can make under the circumstances.
This is Mike Kanoy again. I was on that midnight plane out, along with a group of about 30 other people. Naturally, I made some inquiries about Steve Holliday, since I expected him to be on the flight. And through making those inquiries, I came to meet Brett Monahan. It was on the long flight to Paris that he told me this story of the choice that he made.
Well, there you are, Mr. Kanoy. Sorry if Steve was a friend of yours. It was the only thing I could do under the circumstances.
Well, forget it. Steve was no more than an acquaintance. I think he acted pretty badly.
They'll get out. They won't put him in front of a firing squad as they would have my friend here.
Mr. Monahan is a kind man, sir. He has done for me a great service.
And think nothing of it. After all, Captain Dimitri, you were the one who most deserved the extra ticket.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy in another exciting episode in the series, Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again. As Mike takes the copy out of his typewriter to file his story, our play for today comes to an end. Well, goodbye now till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. Any reporter who can win a roving commission to discover the mysteries behind the secrets of one or several countries has certainly won his position because he has that special something that recognizes a story even before it is a story. In the likeliest and unlikeliest places of Europe, Mike has discovered intrigue and mystery and has searched behind the veil for the stories that will make the news. Not without danger, these stories have been transmitted to his European headquarters in Paris, and from there they have found their way into newsprint to excite the world. But in a moment, let Mike tell you himself of one such adventure.
Presenting Europe Confidential.
You better tell me where I can find this girl in Tangier.
Blimey, you're going there?
It's on the cards.
Well, if you see the old so-and-so, tell him Herb is still kicking along. Ask him what's wrong with his writing arm.
Sure, I'll do that. What about the girl?
Oh, she used to work at a cabaret called the Devil's Tooth. You'll find it all right. Everybody knows it in Tangier.
In a moment, we'll bring you Lionel Merton as Mike Kanoy, the Paris correspondent of a famous American newspaper, in another exciting story in our series, Europe Confidential.
This is Mike Kanoy. It started quite by accident. A small advertisement published in my Paris paper at the request of a London law firm. The advertisement read, "Anyone knowing the whereabouts of Raymond Shortley, an Englishman, age 35, believed living abroad, is asked to communicate with Page & Parker, solicitors, Farringdon Lane, EC3, London." Well, my editor was intrigued by the ad, and the following night I was on a plane to London. The offices of Page & Parker were in an old part of the city, within a short distance of the Thames and the Tower of London. I arrived for my appointment and was shown into the office of the senior partner, Mr. Joshua Page.
Sit down, Mr. Kanoy. I had a communication from your editor, and I understand you're here about the matter of the Shortley estate.
Yes, sir. My chief thinks there might be a human interest story in this, and he's asked me to get what details I can.
Well, I've no objection to supplying them. If your paper's interested, it might find our young man so much quicker for us. Not that this kind of thing would have been in favor when I first started in practice, but one must move with the times.
Yeah. Can you tell me about Raymond Shortley and why you're looking for him?
Well, of course. Make yourself comfortable. Smoke if you wish.
Thank you very much.
Now, Raymond Shortley. Well, to the best of my knowledge, he's been missing about 17 years. Back in 1939, he lived in London with his parents, average sort of people. Father was a bank clerk. Doesn't seem to have been a particularly ambitious sort of father. Hadn't much ambition for a son, either. Yes, when the boy left school, his father arranged for him to work in the same bank. And this young Raymond did, well, for a few months. He hated it, according to all reports. Wanted to join up, but he was underage.
I see.
Yes, his father, James Shortley to be exact, refused to give his permission. So the son left home and enlisted under another name.
Well, not the only guy to do that.
No.
Do you know the name he enlisted under?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
I guess he joined the army, huh?
We're not even certain of that.
Oh.
No, I imagine he bought a false identity card somehow. I believe people can get hold of these things. At any rate, the boy cleared out. And 6 months later, both his parents were unfortunately killed in a bomb blast. There was no will ever found, and the missing son became the natural heir.
Well, how much money does the bank clerk leave?
Well, James Shortley left only a few £100. But you see, he had a brother in Canada who died 4 months ago, leaving his entire estate to James, of course not knowing that his brother was dead.
I see.
Well, by law, that money is inherited by Raymond Shortley.
How much is involved?
Oh, after taxes and death duties have been deducted, plus all charges, the net residue is about £40,000.
Very nice.
Yes, except that we have no idea where our man is living or under what name.
Well, my chief has a habit of handing me the tough ones. Still, if we can find him, it'll make quite a story.
You're going to try, Mr. Conroy?
Starting right now. I guess for a beginning, you'd better give me his former address, huh?
Yes, I have that here. 29 Norchester Terrace, Chiswick.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course, but that home was destroyed when their parents were killed, Conroy.
Well, there must be neighbors who remember them. I've got to start somewhere. Thanks a lot, Mr. Page. I'll keep in touch. I left the lawyer's office and took a tube train to Chiswick. In Norchester Terrace, the houses were new, and right from the start, it looked discouraging.
Yes?
Good morning, ma'am. I want to make some inquiries about a family who lived here back in 1940.
1940? Mr. only moved here a year ago. Sorry.
It was like that, with variations all the way down the street. Even at number 29, now rebuilt as a shop, nobody could remember the name of Shortley.
There's your change, Mrs. Reese.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Enty. Looks like a nice day by way of a change.
Now then, mister, you were asking me about somebody named... who was it again?
Shortley. People who lived here in 1940. They had a house on this very site.
No, afraid I can't help. We bought the place in 46, and it was a shop then. I think it was built about, a year before. I've never heard mention of anybody named Shortley.
Hell, maybe you can put me on to someone who's lived here since before the war.
Since before the war, eh? Well, most of the folk here moved in when they rebuilt the street. It was all pretty badly damaged by bombs.
Uh-huh.
None of them could help. Oh, wait a minute. I know.
Yeah?
The old lady who just left, Mrs. Reese. The one who came in when you first started talking to me.
She's lived here since before the war?
Oh, lived here for years. You might be able to catch her up if you hurry. But otherwise, well, she should be in again tomorrow.
I'll catch her. Thanks a lot. Mrs. Reese! Mrs. Reese!
You calling me, young man?
Yeah, lucky I caught you. Look, ma'am, back there in the shop, they told me that you've lived around here most of your life.
Most of my life? All my life?
Well, I'm trying to find out about some people who lived here in 1940, name of Shortley.
Oh, James and Mary Short?
Yeah, that's the ones. Did you know them?
Oh, know 'em. My soul, I used to live next door, here in Norchester Terrace. I've moved now over to Garth.
You live next door, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Look, ma'am, can I talk to you about this? It's pretty important.
Oh. Well, young man, if you want to talk to me, you'd better come home and talk over a cup of tea. American, aren't you?
That's right.
I suppose you want coffee. I'll never keep it in the house.
Mrs. Reese, tea will just be fine. Now, if you don't mind, how about letting me carry some of these parcels, huh?
Well, Mr. Conroy, so young Ray Shortley's come into money, has he? And now you're looking for him.
That's right.
James often used to speak of his well-to-do brother in Canada. Just a touch of envy it was, for James himself was not one to make money.
Well, it would have been his if he'd lived.
Yes, but he had no luck, did James.
Oh.
They were killed the night of the big August raid, when most of the terrace was destroyed. When Ray came back in his fine navy uniform to make his peace with him, It was me who had to tell him what happened.
Naval uniform, huh?
He was always crazy about the sea, that boy.
He actually came back after his parents had been killed, and he was in the Navy.
Would I be mistaken about that, with my own man a sailor in his time?
I guess not.
But I've not seen him since that day. If it's help you want, then Maggie Sims might be the one to ask.
Maggie Sims?
She's Maggie Crane now, married and with a family. But I'll warrant she's not forgotten the colour of young Raymond's eyes.
Oh, I get it.
You make sure you're seeing her when her husband's not at home, Mr. Canoy. He might not want to be hearing about Ray shortly.
I got the address and went to see Maggie Crane, who lived in a small cottage less than half a mile away. She was a woman in her late 20s, still showing a trace of what once must have been good looks, but now pretty dimmed by years of hardship and disappointment.
Ray? Yes, of course I remember Ray. But you're not from the police, are you?
I'm a newspaper man, ma'am. I'm trying to locate him because, well, a relation of his wants him found.
Oh. Oh, I thought he might have done something wrong. I wouldn't like to see him in trouble, even after all that happened.
Well, you knew him pretty well?
I should say I did. I was married to him.
What?
You don't believe me? Look it up in the records.
When was this?
When he came back on leave, that time his parents was killed. He came to see me, and he was all upset. Some of my friends said that was the only reason I caught him, but it wasn't true. He was really in love with me.
You remember the date of your marriage?
Well, I guess he wouldn't, but I do. August 27th, 1940.
Oh, you were both minors, huh?
Oh, my parents didn't object, and his were dead.
Yeah, I guess that's right. What was the name you married under?
The name Ray took when he left home. Conway. Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Conway. He said it was going to be forever.
What happened?
Well, we moved away from this district. Well, that's why a lot of people never knew about us being married.
Oh.
I took a small place up in Scotland where he was stationed. Sometimes they were away for months at sea, but he always came back. Till that other woman got her hands on him, we were very happy.
What other woman is this?
Well, I don't know who she was or where she lived. He told me about her, just like that one day. He said he was going to leave me. Oh, I fought and... Oh, well, it's not interesting to you. In the end, he did leave. I will say he gave me all the money he could to keep me and Paul going. And he sent some later when I moved back here.
I see.
Then after a while, I got a divorce and married Jim Crane. Maybe life isn't so exciting with Jim, but at least he earns steady money, and at least I know he'll come home every night on time.
You haven't seen your first husband since that time, huh?
Oh, never once.
Yeah, you mentioned somebody named Paul. Who's he?
Well, Paul's my son. Raising mine.
It was slow, but it was progress. A son by any name was a rightful heir, and if Ray Shortley was found to be dead, the boy stood to inherit a small fortune. I communicated that fact to the lawyers, then went straight to the logical place to carry the search further. At the Naval Records Office, I explained my mission, and with official help was able to trace my quarry's progress under the name of Conway through several ships and over 5 years of war. Finally, I obtained the address that he'd given on being discharged in 1946.
There you are, Mr. Conway, number 4 Warren Place, Bayswater. But that was 11 years ago. I wouldn't count on still finding him there.
Bayswater is a London suburb of rooming houses and small hotels set across the park from Kensington and Knightsbridge. A one-time area of great wealth, now being broken up. Number 4 Warren Place was a private hotel. It was early evening when I pressed the door buzzer.
Hello? Looking for someone?
Yeah, I was wondering if I'd still find Ray Conway here.
Conway? Blimey, mate, you just lived it. Yeah, for about 8 flaming years.
Oh.
I haven't seen Conway since 49. Who are you, a friend of his?
Yeah, well, look, it's quite a story. Maybe if I told you some of the details, then you could help me, eh?
Even if you never tell. American, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I can have a look at it. Come on in, I've got a bottle. We can crack it and I'll listen to this story of yours. Well, I'll be cute, old. You mean to say these lawyers want you to find out Con and that his name ain't Conway at all? Maybe that's quite extraordinary.
You and he were shipmates, weren't you?
Certainly were. 5 rotten years of it.
Yeah, look, after he got out of the Navy, he stayed here with you for about a year, did he?
About that.
Working?
Oh, here and there. I ran the private hotel and sometimes he helped me. He thought he couldn't settle down, you know. He always had this hankering to go back to Tangier.
Tangier? In Morocco?
That's the place. What a place.
Go back, you said. Had he been there before?
Well, we were on a convoy run there near the end of the war. Con and me used to get ashore quite a bit, one way and another. He got to know a few people there. One of them was this girl.
Girl?
Oh, smash her. French she was, name of Annette Delaret.
You think Shortley or Conway, as you knew him, went back to see her?
Well, I think he might have gone back to a lot of things. He wrote to someone he knew over in Tangier, and all of a sudden he got very secretive about things. Just said he was going, and left.
Pretty abrupt, wasn't it, after being friends for so long?
Oh, he was like that. I don't know what he's mixed up in now. I wouldn't have told you this much. Only there's some money coming to him, he might as well have it.
Well, once we find him, the money will be his. You better tell me where I can find this girl in Tangier.
No, you can't have that.
Well, it's on the cards.
Well, if you see the old so-and-so, tell him Herb is still kicking along. Ask him what's wrong with his riding arm.
Sure, I'll do that. Now, what about this girl?
Well, she used to work at a cabaret place called the Devil's Tooth. You'll find it all right. Everybody knows it in Tangier.
It took me a day to get a reservation. 48 hours later, I was in Tangier. I booked into a hotel, waited for nightfall, and found a cabaret called the Devil's Tooth, a place in the Arab Quarter, patronized by people of all nationalities.
Monsieur wishes for a table?
Yeah, get me a table up front for two, will you? And ask Mademoiselle Delaret if she'll join me for a drink.
Monsieur, Mademoiselle is the star of our flush show. It is not customary for her to drink with the patrons.
Look, show the lady this card, will you? Tell her it's about a guy called Conway.
Conway?
Yeah.
Very well, monsieur. Please, if you will come with me, I shall find you a table and take your card to Mademoiselle.
Monsieur Conway?
Mademoiselle Delaret?
Everybody calls me Annette. What are you drinking?
Well, it says on the bottle, scotch.
Philippe? Take it away and bring us something decent to drink. You like Cointreau, monsieur?
Oh, sure.
Cointreau, Philippe. This scotch is all second rate, Monsieur Conway, like most of the patrons.
What about Ray Conway?
What about him? You tell me.
Well, you read what I'd written on the back of the card.
That you wanted to find him. Yes, I read it. Because he has inherited some money. I wish I could help you with this.
Does that mean you won't?
It means I can't. Con has not been here in Tangier for a long time.
He came back here after the war.
For a few brief months. But he did not like it here in the sun. He did not like life when it was simple and easy and uncomplicated.
Where did he check out to?
He never told me.
You know, I find that hard to believe.
You will love this Cointreau, monsieur. I only wish I could stay to share it with you. Unhappily, I am on stage in a moment.
Never mind the Cointreau, lady, or the stage for just a moment. I figure you're tampering with the truth a little. If I was a guy like Conway, I sure wouldn't walk out and leave a girl like you.
Ah, you Americans are great flatterers, Monsieur Conway. But I'm sorry, I have no more time.
Listen, I'm staying at the Cosmopolitan. I'll be there for a couple more days. If you decide to change your mind...
Au revoir,
Annette!
Your Cointreau, monsieur. I trust you find it and everything else to your satisfaction.
I stayed on for a while at the Devil's Tooth, hoping to get another chance to talk with Annette Delaret, but time passed and she didn't appear. Finally, I left the nightclub, walked out into the Arab Quarter of Tangier, down to the harbor, trying to figure the angles in this strange search which an editor's hunch had made into my particular problem. After an hour or so, I returned to the hotel, picked up my key at the desk, and went upstairs. I opened the door. Too late, I realized the light was on. And too late, I saw the waiter from the Devil's Tooth sitting in the chair beside the bed, with a Luger in his hand.
Come in, Conway. Shut the door. I wish you to meet a friend of mine.
There were two men in the room, the waiter from the Devil's Tooth and another man, large around the girth with dark eyes and no hair. Okay, let's have it. What are you doing here, Buster, and who's your fat friend?
Easy does it, Connoy. This is Mr. Carmelos. He wants to talk to you.
Carmelos? Greek?
The name is Greek, Mr. Connoy. But my citizenship extends to many different countries.
Just who are you?
Among other things, I own the Devil's Tooth.
Yeah? Well, that still doesn't add up to anything.
I am also a friend of Conway.
Well, then if you're a friend, maybe you can be smarter than the doll who sings for you. I want to find this guy.
I must say, for a policeman, you have a nerve, Mr. Conway. Do you not know that if I so much as raised my arm, Philippe would kill you?
Well, two things I'll bank on, Carmelos. First, you won't raise your arm. And second, I'm no policeman. I'm a reporter. I'm trying to find Conway because he's come into some money. I told that to Annette.
He didn't believe you. And nor does Conway.
Well, I guess the news that he's around isn't really much of a surprise. Buster here certainly reacted when I mentioned the name first in your night spot tonight.
We want to know why you are here and what organization you are really working for.
Look, I don't think you'd recognize the truth when it's served up to you. Give me a few hours and I can get credentials from lawyers in London or from Paris. Better still, ask Conway if he remembers his uncle in Canada.
Well,
Go on, call the guy. The phone's at your disposal.
Very well, we'll see. Watch him, Philippe.
With me, I don't argue with Lugers. In silence, the Greek Carmelos picked up the phone and dialed a number. While we watched, he spoke briefly to a voice at the other end of the line, and finally put the phone down, apparently satisfied.
All right, Mr. Conway. You're to come with us. We will take you to meet Conway. Go in, Mr. Conway.
Hello, Conway. So, you're the man who's been asking all the questions, eh?
You're Ray Shortley?
I was. The name's Conway now. Sit down, have a drink.
Drink?
Go ahead, it won't be drugged. You can relax, Conway. I've been doing some fast checking up on you. A column called Europe Confidential, isn't it?
That's right.
How much did Uncle Bernard leave me?
It works out to be about 40,000 pounds.
That double he did. Well, life's quite a joke, isn't it? My old man could have been on top of the world with money like that. So could I once.
And now?
Now we bring in double that every month. It's chicken feed.
Well, nice to be able to think so. What's the profitable sideline?
Well, I won't have to tell you, because there's not much you or anyone else can do about it. At least until they catch us. You can even run the story, that won't hurt us. Half Interpol and most of the police forces of Europe have been trying for quite a while. You see, over here from the window, that fleet of ships down there.
Yeah.
They're mine, Conway, mine and Annette's. Carmelos here works for us, and so do a lot of other people.
Contraband?
The biggest. And the best contraband fleet on the Mediterranean, and we run it.
Mm-hmm.
If you care to look through the field glasses, you'll see down there now the police going over the ships. They can't do a thing, and they know it, but they have to keep up appearances. They can't touch us until they find contraband, and they've never found it yet. But when people like you start asking questions around, we like to find out why.
Well, now you know. I guess I found you and got a better story than I anticipated, but it still doesn't solve the problem of that inheritance money.
The inheritance money, would it mean going back to England to fix up the details?
I guess it would.
No soap. Scotland Yard is too long a dossier on me to make a trip like that comfortable.
Yeah.
Now, you can send me whatever papers I have to sign, tell the lawyers. Give the money to Maggie and the kid with my love. I think that's the best thing that could happen to it.
Yep, in Tangier, I finally came to the end of the trail. And Ray Conway, who defies the police of a dozen nations, duly made over his share of the inheritance to his former wife and his son. I carried the document back to London. Yeah, it was quite a hunch the chief had the day he saw that advertisement in the paper.
Anyone knowing the whereabouts of Raymond Shortley, an Englishman aged 35, believed living abroad, is asked to communicate with Page and Parker, solicitors, Farringdon Lane, London, East Centre 3.
You have been listening to Lionel Merton as Mike Connoy in another exciting episode in the series Europe Confidential.
This is Basil Rathbone again, and that's Mike's story for today. Mysterious, yes, and exciting. But then, that's our aim. These stories are exciting. That's why they're worth telling. We hope you will join us next time. Now, goodbye till we meet again for another of the world's greatest mysteries.